court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. It's 279 or 379? 279. I wanted to address one thing to make sure that the record is clear. Exhibit 279 is a disc, a CD-ROM disc of USAA financial transaction summary. It was never actually formally admitted. I think it may have been discussed during either, actually I'm not sure whose testimony it would have been, maybe Detective Vihil's. In any event, my understanding is that there is a stipulation to the admission of Exhibit 279. Is that accurate? Okay.
Your Honor, the people also move for admission in front of the jury so that they're aware of that exhibit. Not to be redundant, but just so that they're aware of the exhibit number and the name. Will that be permissible?
Run that by me again.
We would like to put that disc, this particular exhibit, on the record in front of the jury, so they're just aware of its existence and its number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that okay?
Okay. All right. Is there anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in? Prosecution?
I don't think so.
Defense? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in. I moved that once. I don't know how that got back
Bring
up
the
there.
jury. Good morning, crime spies.
And Your Honor, I will move the easel once the jury is seated in front of the door. I
Okay.
just want to make sure that the other gentleman that's helping us doesn't walk into it if he opens the door.
I hope you all had a wonderful night.
We'll let him know.
We had to do some finagling
I take,
around here
are you going to use it for
because,
the whole, for the entirety of the next witness?
kind of a long story, but
For a
it has
good
to do
chunk
with
of it, yeah.
Xfinity.
Okay.
And
We'll let him know.
so we got a little different layout.
Or maybe not.
And the lights aren't quite right after I got the other ones about perfect. But we don't care.
All rise for the jury, please.
All rise for the jury. So sit back for day 10 of the Letecia Stauch trial. Oh, I'm getting good at pronouncing her name, aren't I? We had an au pair named Letecia when the triplets were babies. And I kept wanting to say Letecia. She was from Brazil. She was also a little banana pants, actually.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People
So
versus
here we go.
Letecia
Wide
Stauch.
right.
Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred
morning,
since we
Mr.
were last
Judge.
together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right. Yesterday, we had concluded the testimony of one witness. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
John Sarkeesian, Your Honor.
I hope Mr. Sarkeesian spells his last name, or I'm going to have to guess.
And if you would raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Ms. Graziano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name again for the record and spell your last name as well?
So Lieutenant John Sarkeesian. Last name is Sarkisian.
And Lieutenant, where are you currently employed?
At the El Paso County Sheriff's Office over the Patrol Division.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 22 years in September.
And over the course of your time at the Sheriff's Office, have you had many roles, different roles?
I have. I've been many different units, patrol, detentions. I was the homicide or major crimes sergeant for approximately 2.5 years. Been in Metro Vice Narcotics, been over the SWAT team. So I've been in many areas of the office.
Worn different hats.
Yes.
In January and February of 2020, what was your specific assignment?
So I was assigned to the Special Operations Division, which is over our SWAT team. as the SWAT commander, and I also had our traffic unit and some other smaller units.
And as it relates to the special operations section, as it relates specifically to the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch at that time in February and January of 2020, what was your specific role?
So I was assigned as basically the incident commander for the search efforts. I was called to a meeting and basically assigned in an incident command system. The way it's set up, we have operational chiefs and different positions to run different aspects of investigations. So I was assigned for the search efforts.
And was that something that you had done previously in other cases?
I mean, not to this degree, but definitely have been involved with incident command throughout my career in the different roles that I've played. So that was a big piece of the SWAT team in running SWAT calls. So we have to be able to, manage all those resources. So I think that's why they selected me for it.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit more what incident command means? What is that?
It's basically a system that is put together so everybody knows what they're doing, where they should be, how they should operate. So it's broke out into different branches, so to say, law enforcement, fire, financial. Obviously, when we're searching to the magnitude we did in this case, we have a lot of people. So food plays in, gas, different resources. So it's a whole system put together. It looks like a tree that's broke out into everybody's role. So when you come in for the day, you know what you're doing.
And you're overseeing that tree?
Correct.
Okay. And now you mentioned the scope of the resources. Is that something that you personally, while you work with the sheriff's office, have you ever seen something on this scale before?
I haven't.
Okay. And in terms of what was known to you and other members of law enforcement in January and February of 2020, had the location of Gannon Stauch been identified yet?
It had not.
Okay. You mentioned many, many resources. Can you give the jury an idea of which agencies came in to help and assist you?
So the two major ones would have been search and rescue, and then the National Guard came in. The National Guard was able to provide a lot of volunteers, a lot of different people that were able to help out with the search. And then search and rescue was also the other big one. They pulled people from wherever they could from different search and rescue units to come in and help. We also had different agencies. I know you'll probably get into it, but when we moved up north, we had Douglas County that helped out. We had some volunteers that wanted to fly drones for us. We had a lot of civilians reaching out to want to help, and we kind of avoided that to a certain degree, but depending on what the volunteer looked like, we could have other people help with that too. Different police agencies, wherever we were going, it just depended. I mean, it was an outpouring of people that were ready and willing to come out and search.
And, on particular days, did the number of people that were actually in charge of supervising and coordinating search efforts, how did that vary?
It depended on, in the beginning, there was a lot, so to say. And to answer your question, I would say anywhere between, it could be 20 or 30 people helping to hundreds. So it just depended on the area, the time frame, and the availability of people. We were trying every day to get as many people as possible because it's just easier to cover the area we were searching.
Now, in terms of your initial efforts in organizing the very massive search, end of January of 2020, where were the search efforts as you were supervising them? Where were they focused? What part of the city?
So we started in that Lorson Ranch area, which was down south. We kind of started from the residence and moved north from there. So as the command over the search efforts, I had a liaison in the detectives division, and which was another lieutenant. So I didn't have a lot of case detail. He was just providing me areas to focus searching. So he would call and say, hey, we have this little bit, or we have this little piece of information. We need to, search in this specific area. And then we would identify zones in that area and then organize people on how we were going to move through those areas and cover that. So we started in the Lorson Ranch area. We moved north of there up towards Bradley Road and some of that area through there. Then we also moved across over by Fountain Creek for a little bit. We ended up going up to Perry Park. We did a little bit off of Highway 105. So there was several different areas that we searched.
Now, you mentioned off Highway 105. Are you generally familiar with that area?
I am.
Okay. And can you give the jury a frame of reference as to when the search efforts you were coordinating were focused in that particular area?
Just for clarification, you talking about the Perry Park or Highway 105?
Well, we'll take them separately. Either one. We can start with the Perry Park Road.
So yeah, Perry Park, I believe, was around, I think it was February 12th to about February 20th. We were up in that area. We spent several days up through there.
Okay. And the Highway 105 area?
I don't know the specifics on the date of that one. It was somewhere mixed in. I feel mixed in the middle of that. That was a shorter stay over there just because we had some information to just check some real specific places off the road.
Okay.
So we didn't spend a lot of time in the 105 area, maybe
Now-
a day or two.
Okay. In terms of, can you give the jury an idea of the general state of, what the topography there? I mean, what is it heavily wooded? What is the area that looks, we're talking about the South Perry Park Road area. What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar, as you head up out of Palmer Lake, it's kind of open fields. There's a very specific S turn that comes out of town. And once you hit the first S curve and you start up, it becomes to be very heavily wooded, so to say, brush, big pine trees. And then you move, the road turns back to the right to head north. And there's also a lot of trees and some fields, but you're right up against the mountains at that point. So it's pretty heavy cover.
Now, you mentioned various tools and resources that were of use, but specifically in that area, what kind of tools and resources were really essential for you guys?
So when we were first sent up to that area, when I drove it to go kind of get an idea of where to put the command post and how we're going to separate it into zones, I noticed there was a significant amount of snow still. So there was several drifts. It's, right up against the mountains, like I said. So drifts, heavy snow, different, a lot of different elements to that. So search and rescue, when we brought them in, one major thing they used was what they called probing poles, which they actually had to find more because they tend to break or they lose them or whatever. But it's basically just a long pole that they can stick down in the snow and probe for what they're feeling. They've been doing this long enough that they were telling me they can, if they hit dirt, they can feel that. If they hit something soft that doesn't feel like the ground should, then they'll stop. And then they'll, dig the snow out, clear that area, search more specifically for what's under the snow there. Once they identify it, then they can move on and continue to do that. So obviously shovels, tools, specific tool wise, you mean like?
Well, how about the use of canines, for example?
Okay. So resource wise, yeah, we did have a volunteer that flew a drone over that area. They brought the canines in. So I think FBI had a couple of their dogs running through there. So there was a lot of, I think who else we had or what else we were using up there. Drones and
What about overhead planes?
So in the Lorson Ranch area, when we were searching down there, we had, and I believe it was National Guard, they were able to fly a plane over the area and give us some aerial images. So
Okay. And you mentioned information known to law enforcement. Can you explain why some of the search efforts were focused specifically in that South Perry Park Road area?
hold on one second for me, okay? Sorry. apologize.
That's all right.
Can you ask that question again?
Yeah. You mentioned an S-turn at South Perry Park Road area. What was the information that law enforcement was receiving or received? That had you focus in that particular area?
So like I said, I had a liaison through the detectives division. He had provided some information that a tracker information had shown a vehicle that traveled up through that area and then had specifically slowed down in a certain section and then moved, and then I think it had come back through. But the information provided to me was that the vehicle was up in that area.
And the specific vehicle that you're referring to, do you remember the make, model, year, anything like that?
I don't. I recall him telling me that it was Letecia's vehicle that was that they
The
had
Fargo
tracked
Nugan?
up through that area, and that's why they were moving us up there.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned the law enforcement resources in terms of tracking that vehicle, did that include members of surveillance, MBNI, that sort of information provided them to you?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I don't know if they actually. I wasn't privy to that information, whether or not they had followed a vehicle or not.
Okay. On February 15th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And did you find anything in particular of note on that day?
I did. So on February 15th, I mean, like I said, we'd been working several days in a row, doing a lot of search efforts. On that day, go ahead.
And sorry to cut you off, but we'll go through, I'll introduce a few exhibits through you, but before we get there, to start, what was the particular item that you located?
So I located a piece of particle board that was approximately 2 feet by 2.5 feet and 1/2 inch thick that was off the side of the road.
Okay.
Um,
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as people exhibit 326 for the record. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That is the upper turn of the S turn of the search area.
Okay. And you mentioned that you found a board, that
Correct.
there's a label that appears on this map. Does that label mean anything to you?
Yeah, that would be accurate to the location where I found it.
And is People's Exhibit 326 a fair and accurate representation of that area and where you located that board?
It is.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's 326 for the record.
Exhibit 326 will be admitted. And before we go further in, just about something that we discussed earlier, the jury should also know that Exhibit 279 is also admitted by stipulation. It is a CD disc, I assume is on the table there. It's a CD disc of USAA financial transactions. And so that's also evidence that you may consider during this case. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Sarkeesian, can you point out for the jury the particular area? I know that the label is clear, but if you wouldn't mind standing up and just going through the area and pointing out a few things on the map for me.
Okay.
So you mentioned an S turn. Can you explain to the jury in part, kind of what you mean by that?
So if this map continued, the road curves back this way. So as you come up here, this would be the upper turn, and then it's heading north out of town that way.
Okay. And you mentioned coordinating search efforts. Can you give the jury a frame of reference on People's Exhibit 326? Where you are coordinating all those efforts from, if we can see it on that map.
So we basically made this into zones. This is kind of where the treat area would start. This was also a heavy snow cover because of the side of the road. So we made this into zones, basically, or I made it into zones that came up through here, across up the road, and then up into about this area up here. So this was pretty much our zone. That map is a pretty good representation of our zoned out areas.
Okay. And as you're coordinating search efforts, are you doing that in some sort of methodical way so you
Absolutely.
understand where efforts are being done and over time? Can you explain that to the jury as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can picture this as being at zone A, we'll say, we had search and rescue, National Guard, whoever was helping us, basically start on one end of the zone. They had to use the poles a lot because of the snow, and they basically just moved as a group up here, within feet of each other, and just searching that whole area as they moved. And once they would complete a zone, if they got up to this road and that was the end of the zone, then they would report that back through the chain, which would come to me that we've completed this zone.
Okay. And we talked about February 15th of 2020 when you found the board. Can you give the jury a walkthrough of generally the snow levels in that area? It's Colorado, but what were the snow levels around there on that day?
On that day, so we had a variation up there. Some days it would be snowing, some days it would be sunny. So we had some melt off and we had some snow. It was generally a mix of some thawed out areas, some a little bit thicker areas, some dirt. So it was kind of just all over as far as snow cover, sporadic.
All right. And so when the sun comes out in Colorado, what happens to the snow?
Absolutely.
Right.
It was melting in certain areas.
Okay. So fair to say a day or two before, would the snow levels in that area have been different?
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a couple of heavy snow days where it actually came in and we were trying to beat the snow to cover some of the zones. And then snow, we'd have to, tailor that to the search. So,
Okay, great.
because the coldness played into then we had a bunch of people out in the cold. So,
Right. And you can take a seat now. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are all pictures taken from the search area during that time period.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the search efforts on February 15th of 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
No objection. Exhibits 327 through 331 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Lieutenant, you mentioned the snow. So I'll ask you to walk the jury through what we see projected behind you, People's Exhibit 327. Can you orient the jury as to where we're at on the map in front of you? Where is this photo?
So as this photo is taken, it's taken from here on this map. So it's actually pointing up at the S curve as you come around it.
And there's also a pointer. It's an old school pointer that may be on the witness stand. You'll have to extend it. If you'd like to use that,
Okay.
you
Hey,
can.
don't disparage old school.
There are a number of cars that we see in the road there. Are those some of the people that are helping out the search effort?
Correct. Search and rescue and or National Guard.
Okay. On the passenger side area of those cars, there appears to be a large white area next to those cars. What is that?
Are you looking at this right here?
Yes.
So this is a berm that is just built up from the road right there. I don't know if it used to have a pond behind it or what, but it's just maybe a 7 or 8 foot berm.
Okay. And as you're out there for search efforts on February 15th of 2020, can you walk the jury through what were things that were of note for you? Maybe in People's Exhibit 328, what are we seeing in this particular photo that may be helpful for you to explain?
Okay. So just for clarification, do you want, as far as the board goes, or?
And just
Go ahead.
explaining your efforts that day as it led to you finding the board.
Okay. So on this particular day, obviously with these vehicles lined up here, we had searchers in our zone, which on this map over here would have been up through this area would have been the zone that they were in. On that particular day, on the 15th, I'd been in the command post for several days, and so I grabbed one of the search and rescue guys that was one of the head guys for the operation and said, "Hey, let's jump in the Razor," which you saw in the other picture. Can you actually go back one picture?
Yeah, no problem.
So this guy that's parked right here is what we ended up taking from the command post, which was significantly north of this location. I said, "Hey, let's just get out and go check on the searchers, see how it's going out there in the zone." As we were getting out there, we were notified that one of the dogs had alerted on a area, which from this picture would be basically behind this berm. There's a gate you can't really see, like a barbed wire fence. So up behind the berm there, the dog had alerted. So we were out there like, well, let's go check on the dog. We walked up there. They were doing some digging and some searching around the dog. Nothing that we really found as significant there. So as I came back on this map here, there's a barbed wire fence that runs along the side of the road. As I came back, I started looking at the fence, and I'd asked some of the guys, "Hey, has anybody checked this fence?" They kind of looked at me funny. I said, you cross a fence, if you're across the barbed wire fence, maybe catch your pants on it, maybe catch your shirt on it. It can, snag threads, it can, catch animal hairs, that type of thing. So I just started walking up that fence from this picture. And if you go to the next picture.
So People's Exhibit 328.
So this is the fence, obviously, that runs along here. So I was walking the fence when I got up to about this area, and generally in this area, I noticed a board sitting on the ground. There was some footprints past it, like other searchers had walked through that area, but it did not appear that the board had been moved. I say that because there was snow on part of the board, and the snow was not cracked, so it's not like someone had moved the board.
Remember yesterday
I saw
when
the
Harley
board,
was testifying?
The board I could see right off had some
And she
type
said
of
there was
stain
a
or something
period of
on it.
time
As
where
I
her
moved
mom
closer
turned
to
off
look
her
at
lights
it,
360.
I
she
used
didn't know where
a
she
glove
was.
to.
I think
I
she was
actually
out
had to move it
planting
because I didn't know
sport.
what it was at that
That's
point.
my
And I'll stop
opinion.
you there, sir.
Sorry.
We're going to walk
Tell me
through.
what
That's
you
fine.
think.
But I want to show the jury People's
In the
Exhibit
chat or in the comments.
329 so that you can use these to explain. So as you approach that area, what are we seeing is People's Exhibit 329?
So this is the barbed wire fence is in the background here. You can see the post. So I was walking up this way. This is the board. This is the stain I'm referring to on the board, and then the snow, how that it had caught the corner of it was still sitting under the snow.
And is this how the board appeared to you when you first spotted it?
It is.
Okay. And so before I cut you off, you were explaining to the jury how you'd seen the edge of the board, and you mentioned a glove. Why did you use a glove?
Well, once I saw the board and saw that stain on the board, knowing we were looking for any items that could be associated to this case, so we had put that out to Search and Rescue National Guard to look for any and all items that could be of evidence. So one thing to note for these search efforts we've been doing, we had been checking the sides of roads a lot. So what do you come across a lot on sides of road? Trash, cans, old gloves, socks. I mean, you name it, we found it. So a lot of the stuff that was found along the sides of the road, you don't know if it's evidence until it's evidence, basically. So if someone found something, we would say if it looked like something that could possibly be evidence, to notify someone from command, and then we'd send out people to collect it.
And in terms of distance between where the road is and where you've now discovered this board, can you give us an approximation?
You know, from the road to the berm, I would estimate 20, 30 feet. This was probably in the middle of that, somewhere 10, 15 feet in from the edge of the road to the berm. So it wasn't far off the road. I mean, this is the road right here.
And so that we can just get a frame of reference for distances, when you say the distance between the road and the berm, where are we talking?
So this map might be easier from the edge of this road, and then the berm sits right here, so to say. That other picture might show it a little bit better if you go back.
So for the record, you're pointing on the map on People's Exhibit 326. Now we're looking at 328.
So this would be the berm, obviously edge of the road, fence. So approximately 20, 30 feet, I would say, to the berm. So in the middle of that, in the middle of the two.
And for a frame of reference, when you located the board, is it on the other side of that berm?
No.
Okay.
So it's right in these trees right here,
Okay.
so to say.
So when we look at People's Exhibit 329, we're in that tree area near the base of that on the ground there.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned seeing a stain. We'll look at People's Exhibit 330. Now at this point, what has now happened with the board?
So at the point that, like I said, I put a glove on to move it, because I couldn't tell exactly. So as I got closer to it, I barely moved it. And from my training experience over the years, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's blood. So I put it back in the position that it was in. And like I said, I barely moved it, just enough to get that look at it. So I set it back in there and then notified one of the FBI personnel to come photograph and collect it.
And is it because the FBI was there to help coordinate search efforts, but also collection of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of collection of that particular piece of evidence, who specifically, the FBI then took it into evidence?
They did.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit? You've already said you recognize it, but can you give us a frame of reference for what we're looking at now in People's Exhibit 331?
So just a scale to the size of the stain that was on the board.
Okay. Now, when you were there present that day, did you see any other pieces of particle board or wood aside from this?
I did not.
Okay. And what we're seeing in People's Exhibit 331, can you describe the top right corner area of that board?
Yeah, so I mean, this is how the board was when it was collected. So that broken edge, that's how it was.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 332.
Go ahead.
I wonder how many witnesses we're going to.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 332.
Yesterday we just had the one.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the board that I found that day.
And in terms of labeling of this particular item, is that consistent with the item that you recognize?
It is.
Okay. And we see some tape on this. What does the tape indicate to you?
So when you seal an evidence item, you seal it with that tape, and you see the initials on there. That's so anyone knows if that tape's if it's been broken. If the tape's been tampered with or broken, the signature across it will be not in place.
And is this in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it and it was collected on February 15th of 2020?
Other than the marks on there, which they obviously did, the pen marks, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 300 and I just want to make sure 332.
No objection. Exhibit 332 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask for your help.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the witness walk the exhibit slowly past the jury for publishing purposes?
Okay, that's fine.
You're strong enough.
I turned the volume up a little bit on your side. So if it's too loud, I'm just watching to make sure it doesn't go into the red zone, which is bad. So just give me some feedback. If it's too loud, I can turn it down. But I guess I'd rather have it too loud, because then on your end, you can turn the volume down.
Lieutenant, after February 15th of 2020, how would you describe the nature of your role as the investigation moved forward in this case?
I still continue to conduct the search efforts. If there was new information coming in from the liaison, I would still coordinate, where we were going, what we were doing. Like I said, I think we continued at least through the 20th. So we still, same thing, zones, getting help, the whole 9 yards for searching.
And in terms of media presence, when search efforts were being focused in this particular area, was media present?
Absolutely. So media was pretty much present through the whole search time and search efforts everywhere we went. It was obvious that we were in the area just from the amount of people, sheriff's office, police cars, canine, search and rescue. So media caught on fairly quickly. We also had our PIO was coordinating efforts to keep them either in an area or informed of what was going on. So we didn't, when it comes to media, other than coming into an active crime scene, we can't keep them out. So as long as they can legally be somewhere, they can set up anywhere. So they would set up outside of our command post on Perry Park Road. They would set up out there and film the command post. They would go down and film searchers searching through the snow or whatever. So there was a lot of media coverage of it.
And just for the jury, various acronyms, but what does PIO mean?
Our public information officer. Sorry.
Okay.
Sheriff's office personnel assigned to inform the media of specific cases.
Okay. Was it a secret that law enforcement and various resources and personnel were in that area at any time?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the media coverage in this particular area, they were there. Was that being broadcast on the news to the public?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned also Highway 105, that some search efforts there were also done. Was the media present to document that as well?
Yeah, I think I can recall pretty much every day we were searching, media was somewhere. I didn't pay a lot of attention to because I was in the command post, but people would call back in, media on scene, or media's in this area. Do you want them to go somewhere? That was pretty common for most of the search days.
Yeah. In terms of the scope and the number of resources that were used that you oversaw, is that anything that you'd ever seen before while you worked at the sheriff's department for over 20 years?
No, this was the biggest search that I think anyone that
And
I've
it was
worked with
just
for
a
20
wild
years
goose
has
chase
been a part
she
of.
sent him on.
Thank you.
I wonder if
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
she would have
Cross-examination.
to pay the money back.
Do
Remember
any of the
that
jurors have any
what
questions
was her
for
name? Sherry
Lieutenant
Papini
Sarkisian?
out of California,
Looks like we have
who
one.
disappeared for like 2-3 weeks. She's in jail for, I want to say, like 18 months or something, and has to pay the city $300,000 for her sending him on a wild goose chase, trying to find her when she, disappeared by herself. I don't know if you've heard about that story. Sherry Papini. Just asking questions. I have a lot of questions. Are we waiting for
Lieutenant Sarkisian, am I saying that right?
That's closer.
I'm so glad he
what would
spelled
be
his
right?
name.
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian. Okay, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Sarkisian, was the board on the west side of the barbed wire fence?
Yes, it was.
And was there an
These are-
opening in the fence?
These are jury questions.
So, can we go back to pictures?
Tell me which one.
Yeah, let's go back
So the
to
defense didn't have any questions with
this
this
one
guy?
first.
I swear they're just giving up.
So along here, no, this was a barbed wire fence all the way up, and then if you go to the further out picture, right behind, basically behind this white truck, there's a break in the berm, and there's a barbed wire gate. So where the actual board was there was no breaks in the barbed wire fence.
And just for the purposes of the record, Lieutenant Sarkeesian is using People's Exhibit 327, and before that, 328.
And were there any footprints collected?
That I don't know as far as, well, let me rephrase that. The footprints in the area were from us searching extensively. So any of those footprints in the snow were from searchers, so to say, if that makes sense. We had, like I said, we had anywhere from 30 to hundreds of people walking through there, going through there. I do not believe that FBI collected any footprints from that area.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
You mentioned footprints. To be clear, had search efforts, volunteers, other personnel, had they been through that area by the time you saw that board?
They had been. And not only that, I'll add, it had also snowed off and on, like I said, through that whole operational period. So there was new snow on the ground, there was old snow. Obviously, as we walked in the snow, everyone was creating footprints. So,
And in terms of looking for specific items or items of interest, was that information or directive relayed to the people that were helping out in the search?
it was, some specific items were relayed, but in general, like I said earlier, it was any item that would spark your interest. Call someone to come take a look at a little bit closer.
And to be clear, when you approached that particular board, was it clear to you that it had been moved by the snow, or somebody had moved it in the snow?
That someone had moved it in the snow?
Somebody had moved it, what you observed as it relates to the snow on the board?
No, it had not been moved.
All right. Briefly. Go ahead.
So there were actually multiple footprints around that board, correct?
Not around the board, but kind of, if you can imagine, between the berm and where the board was, there's kind of like a pathway, an alleyway, so to say. That's just would be, you're not walking through the trees. So if you were going to walk that area, you would just walk through that opening. There was footprints through that opening.
Okay. And you didn't see who left those footprints.
No idea.
So you're just making the assumption that you believe that they were somebody from the search party.
Well, search, that was the zone we were in. So there were multiple searchers, the canines, they were all in that area, moving through up and down over the, through the berm. I mean, all through that area.
Yeah, but you don't know for certain that none of those footprints were left by the person who left the board.
I don't.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Watch your step as you step off of the stand.
Thank you,
Prosecution, call your
Lieutenant.
next witness, please.
Call Kevin Clark, Your Honor.
All right.
Kevin Clark. Now, that's a name I think I can spell. Calling Kevin Clark. I think I can handle the spelling of this one.
Oh, you surprised me. I was waiting for somebody to come in. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony about given this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Wait, is it Clark with an E at the end, or just Clark, like Clark Bar? Clark.
Who's doing, Kevin?
I'm gonna say my luck is it's probably got an E at the end. it's kind of fun to play little games. Spelling games.
Mr. Clark, remember you testified, I think it might have been last week, although it's
Oh, we
kind of
didn't have
blending
an
together.
opportunity to know if it's
Still under
Clark
oath, you understand that?
or
Yes,
Clark
sir.
with the
Okay. And you've
silent
already been introduced to the jury, so I want to have you just jump into some specifics here. And we'll actually get into some of the stuff about the board in just a moment. But before we get into that, are you familiar with call detail records?
I am, yes.
What are call detail records?
I didn't
Call
think he
detail
said what he
records
does either.
Are the activity
Like
the
where
cell
he's
phone
from.
had with
Come
the cell
on,
phone
man.
carrier. So AT&T,
I just don't like to say
Verizon
my
in this
name.
case, all the calls to and from the device, all the text messages to and from the device, the data sessions to and from the device, or from the device to the network. All those have a date and a time that they occurred, and then phone number one contacting phone number two, and if it's an inbound or outbound, that'll determine if it's your target number or not. And it has the cell phone tower and its location that service that activity for that phone to be able to make and receive calls, texts, data sessions.
Is it common in investigations for search warrants to be issued to phone companies like you mentioned, AT&T or Verizon, to obtain call detail records for specific types of phones?
Every time.
How are those records used in an investigation in a general sense?
It places or does not place a device in an area during a time period using the activity from the phone and the towers that service that activity.
So basically for a phone, if it connects to a cell phone tower, does it somehow record, I should say, a location data for that particular contact event?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with People's Exhibit 704 through 708. Previously shown these to defense.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you could just flip through those and let me know when you're done flipping through those.
I'm done.
So, in a general sense, what are these items, discs?
These are discs that contain the call detail records and the Life 360 GPS location data for the cell phones belonging to
Ding
individuals.
ding, remember I just
in
said
this
with the last
investigation.
witness?
Individuals that would be relevant towards this investigation?
Correct.
So
I
for
bet
instance,
she
none of these are
planted
for
that board
detectives or
when she
anything
was
like
off
that.
the grid.
If we talk about
Harley
People's Exhibit
testified
704,
yesterday.
tell the jury
Oh my
what People's
goodness.
Exhibit 704 is.
Harley
704 is a
testified
disc
yesterday
containing
that
the AT&T
she couldn't
call
find her
detail
'cause
records
she turned her
for the
Life
defendant's
360
cell
on.
phone.
We've heard testimony about two different phones
What do you want to bet that's not
associated
gone
with the
forever?
defendant. One that was seized by law enforcement at the end of Detective Bethel's interview. So I'll call that her Colorado phone. Is that this particular disc?
Yes, this is the Colorado phone.
And then what is People's Exhibit 705?
705 is a disc containing the Life 360 GPS location data for the Colorado phone belonging to the defendant.
And so Life 360, in a general sense, tell the jury what Life 360 is.
Life 360 is an app, which is like a program that you can put on your phone, as well as other phones. It can be friends or family, so you can see where each other phones are in near real time.
And similar to cell phone data, does the Life 360 disc that we have there, does that include that location data for the defendant's phone using that Life 360 app?
It does.
People's Exhibit 706, tell the jury what that one is.
These are the Verizon call detail records for the defendant's phone that was
Is the
purchased
judge giving
on February
Letecia
1st
the middle
at
finger
the Trinidad
right now?
Walmart that
Moved.
traveled to Florida and then
Maybe
to
he's
South
giving her a
Carolina.
little payback.
And was
for
that
last
actually
week.
seized in South Carolina by law enforcement?
Just an
We never
observation.
seized this cell phone.
Okay. But how do you then get to the call detail records for that if the phone is never seized?
These are completely independent of actually needing the physical phone. This is all the activity from the cell phone towers. So you don't need to have a physical phone to get this data.
So does that come directly from Verizon as opposed to the physical device?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 707.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Harley Hunt's cell phone.
And then People's Exhibit 708.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Gannon Stauch's cell phone.
Do each one of those discs that we just talked about, 704 through 708, do those include an affidavit from the provider? So AT&T, Verizon, Life360, verifying the authenticity of the information contained on those discs.
They do.
At this time, I'd move for admission of people 704 through 708.
Defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 704 through 708 will be admitted. Go ahead.
God, he just sounds so
In
defeated.
preparation for the next bit of testimony, Judge, I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 694, which is a photo, and retrieve those other discs.
Courage.
So, Mr. Clark, we just heard testimony from Lieutenant Sarkeesian regarding that board that was found up at the S-curve. In that general area that we're talking about, which is on the map there, I can't remember what's the number of that exhibit number. In 326. Is that actually in southern Douglas County where this location is?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Did you actually go up there and see some of this stuff yourself?
I did. I was up there with another FBI agent the day the board was, and at the time the board was located.
During this investigation, were you present for the vast majority of this investigation
I was.
in this area?
Yes.
Do you remember was there some location data, GPS data that we've already heard some testimony about that showed the GPS tracker that was placed on a vehicle traveling up to this area?
There was.
What date did that occur?
The first time was Tuesday evening, and the second time was Friday night of the week that Gannon went missing.
Okay, so Tuesday evening, would that be January 28th?
Correct.
And then the Friday night is which day?
The 30th.
30th?
Or yes,
30th or 31st? I can't.
Friday's the 31st. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, Friday the 31st.
Subsequent to the GPS tracker data going up to this S-curve, do you remember if it snowed heavily after that?
It did.
Okay. And would that account for the drifting snow that we see in those pictures that we just looked at with Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
It would.
Did you have a chance to look at the download of Mr. Al Stauch's phone?
I did.
Did that download include photographs that were taken using that phone?
Yes.
We previously admitted through Mr. Stauch, if we could pull up and republish People's Exhibit number 34. Oh, we just need the screen turned on, Judge.
No.
Thank you. So we've got People's Exhibit 34 up behind you. Are you familiar with this picture?
I am.
Tell us how you're familiar with this particular photo.
When I was examining the download of Al Stauch's cell phone, I came across this photo, and seemingly it's the desk that was next to Gannon's bed in his bedroom underneath the window. But then I also noticed a board on the garage floor.
And so when you came across this photo, were you able to tell when that particular photo was taken?
Yes, there's something called metadata, and metadata is just a term for data about data. And in this case, it has a date and a timestamp of when the photo was taken.
Data about data sounds like a really geeky thing.
It really is, but
Okay.
it's useful, geeky stuff.
Okay. Does that tell you when this particular photo was taken then?
Yes.
When was this photo taken?
Sometime in November, December of 2019, if I recall correctly.
2019 sound correct?
Yes.
Had you, when you came across this photo, when you're looking at Al's download data from his phone, had you already seen the board that was found up at the S-curve,
Yes.
or at least photos of it?
Yes.
Did that, having that knowledge, did that cause you to have a particular interest in this photo?
It did.
What about seeing pictures of the board found at the S-curve made you key in on this specific photo?
The broken corner, the top corner of the board found at the S-curve also had a broken corner. And it also appeared to be consistent of the type of the board, the particle board.
Did you compare the board in this photo to a photo of the board that was found at the S-curve?
I did.
I've handed you People's Exhibit 694. What is 694?
694 is a side-by-side comparison of the board that was found at the S-curve and the board zoomed in seen in this photo taken from Al's phone.
And just to be clear, this particular photo that we see up there, People's Exhibit 34, is that the garage at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Is the photo 694, that side-by-side comparison, is that a fair and accurate representation of your analysis and placing those two photos side-by-side to look at them in comparison?
It is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 694.
No objection.
Exhibit 694 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may go ahead.
We'll take just a second to scroll down.
Ready.
It's ready. Thank you. Now we got no signal.
Weird.
Is there some data about data, why there's no signal, Mr. Clark?
I'll dig into it, sir.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Crisis averted.
Yep.
If you could use the pointer that's up there to your right, it's already extended, it looks like, and make sure that the jurors can hear you in the far reaches of the jury box. Point out the similarities between the board from the S-curve. Is that on the left side of this photo?
Correct. I took this photograph right here on the left side. This is the board from the S-curve.
In the other photos that we saw of the S-curve, there was that reddish dark stain sort of in the middle that was sort of elongated. Is that on the flip side of this particular photo?
It is.
All right. So the picture taken inside the garage, is that on the right side of this particular comparison photo?
It is.
Point out for the jury the similarities between the two boards.
One of the obvious ones is the broken, in this instance, top left corner of the board, located at the S-curve. And then the one in the photograph. The second one that might be more difficult to see is there's a penciled X on this board. You can see it here on the S-curve board. You can also see the bottom half of it right here in the garage board. And it's in the same location of the board. Additionally, there's some markings that go horizontal on the board in the photograph with the table saw on top, circular saw. And those same markings are seen here on the board that's recovered at the S-curve.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for at this particular time. We will recall him later, Judge.
All right. Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I just have a couple of questions. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, Mr. Cook.
Did you take measurements of the board that was collected at the S-curve?
I did not.
Okay, so like width, length, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Only very briefly. So the mentioning measurements, we could measure the board that was found at the S-curve, correct? Because we actually have that board.
Yes.
The board that's in the photo from the garage with that circular saw sitting on it, would it be easy to get measurements of that, or would it be difficult?
No, you can find the measurements of that
Okay.
saw. Yes.
Okay. Based on your observations of those two boards, does it appear that they are similar in size?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark on this subject? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Commander Mitch Malhalko. Who's doing Malhalko?
Commander, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well,
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
you bet. My name is Mitch Mahalko. Good morning. I'm a commander with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. My last name is spelled Mihalko. First name Mitch, Mitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalko. You said that you're a commander with the sheriff's office. How long have you been in that particular role?
Since 2021,
How long have you worked at the sheriff's office in total?
20 years.
Describe for the jury your various responsibilities through your career with the sheriff's office.
Sure. I've been both on the detentions and law enforcement side. I've been a law enforcement officer on the law enforcement side since 2006. Worked both as a street cop, as a deputy, as a supervisor over both patrol and detectives. I was a detective for about nearly 7 years. And then from there, I had moved through the ranks to include being a manager level or lieutenant, and was recently promoted to commander in 2021.
When you were a detective, what units were you assigned to in that role?
So in the role as a detective, I was assigned to financial crimes and organized crime, and then also sex crimes or SVU.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do the job you do?
So actually, I have an associate's of applied science degree in criminal justice. I also hold a bachelor's degree in emergency services administration.
What about post-certification? So police officer standards and training certification.
Yes, in 2003, I completed my post-certification as well.
Meaning that you're a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
January of 2020, I was a lieutenant overseeing the violent crime section of the investigations division.
What is the violent crime section of the investigations division?
Mainly person crimes. So everything from homicide, sex assault, missing persons, cold case, and assaults.
What is the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office? It may be obvious, but let's talk about that just
Sure.
briefly.
Jurisdiction is all of El Paso County, to include incorporated. However, the actual operating jurisdiction is the unincorporated portions of El Paso County.
So if something occurs within the city, do you pretty much leave that to Colorado Springs Police?
Yes, we do.
How did you become involved in, or did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes, it was January 28th of 2020. I was working within the division and actually contacted by Detective Sergeant Jake Abinchan. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had let me know that there was some information that had come in about a missing child, and provided me with the initial brief on that.
So as far as chain of command purposes, so we understand that, where did Detective Sergeant Abinchan fit in that chain of command?
So Detective Sergeant Abinchan actually fell under a different lieutenant, but there were three sergeants at the time within that area, and all three sergeants worked as either on call or communicated concerning different cases that were of interest to the investigations division.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially on January 28th, after I received the initial brief, I contacted Detective Sergeant Hubble because there were some concerning pieces of that brief to me, and I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble, who was the major crimes or violent crimes sergeant at the time, to begin the investigation and assign detectives.
When you are briefed on something, does that inform how you act as an investigator or how you use resources as an investigator?
It does.
So what were you briefed on from Detective Sergeant Hubble that was of concern to you and influenced how you proceeded from that point forward?
Sure. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had briefed me that on the 27th patrol, EPSO patrol had responded on a missing child. As we dug a little bit further into it, he said that the child hadn't shown up at a friend's house. He didn't have a history of running away. He was 11 years old, and he took medication for ADHD, and that he was lightly clothed. So a number of those points were concerning to me, especially the age of the child, as well as the fact that he was going from point A to point B and did not show up. I didn't understand why initially it was reported as a missing or as a runaway child. And so I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble to assign detectives to it.
What was it about having a missing child was causing you some concern or confusion?
Not knowing or knowing that such a young child who did not have resources such as money, a phone, any of those things was out there, and that he did not show up at a specific place. That was concerning to me because we didn't know the circumstances behind the reported runaway or missing child.
As the lieutenant in violent crimes, did you at some point basically assume overall command to designate resources going whichever direction were necessary at any given time?
I did. So my role and responsibility really is a high level overseeing of the investigation. The main parts of the work that's being done are being done by detectives and being overseen by a supervisor or group of supervisors working in tandem.
Give the jury a sense of the scope of this investigation as far as, especially in these early days, how many people were involved in it in a general sense, and if other agencies got involved very early on.
Sure. Initially, 2 detectives were assigned to gather the initial information because, again, we didn't know what this case was. So as those detectives began investigating, getting information, the scope of the investigation began to grow. And really the resources that are placed towards an investigation can expand or contract based upon the information that we receive. In this particular instance, at any given point, the scope grew to include our entire investigations division, all of our detectives, and I would have to look back at how many that was exactly, and including our detective supervisors. So the entire investigations division were pouring their resources to include crime analysts into the investigation. Early on, we began speaking with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the supervisory agents at the FBI because, again, not knowing what we had, this investigation could have been anything from a missing person to an abduction to any number of things, or even a runaway. But within the first week, probably day 5 or so, we had been in contact with the FBI and requested resources from the FBI.
Were there also even people from the DA's office that were involved in that investigation, from investigators and even attorneys?
Absolutely. So when we got to a point where we believe that there may be some criminality to the case, we did request some investigative as well as attorney resources from the DA's office.
You mentioned that in the course of an investigation, investigative resources can either expand or contract. What determines whether that expansion of resource use expands or detracts, or retracts, I should say?
So the investigation itself, the number of leads that we have to apply resources to, the depth of the investigation, and the complexity of the investigation. So it could be anything from we have 100 leads to 1,000 leads, and so we have to start assigning the priority leads to detectives. So that can very quickly take resources from an investigation. The depth is also very important. If there is technology involved, if there is video or other things that need to be recovered, that takes time.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in more of a command level responsibility, can you give the jury a sense of how this investigation compares in scope to any other investigation you've ever done?
This is the largest in scope, depth, and time focus time, I should say, that I have ever been involved in.
Were there area searches conducted in the early stages of this investigation to potentially locate a missing or lost child?
Yes, there were multiple.
Can you tell the jury just some of those things?
Yeah, so as we gathered information as to possible whereabouts of Gannon, we applied resources to that. Those resources actually were done in an incident command structure. So Lieutenant John Sarkeesian was asked to head the search efforts in conjunction with multiple resources from our office and around the community. Another lieutenant that was working with me at the time, Lieutenant David Manzanilla, was tasked with being the liaison between the investigative and the search function. We searched multiple areas within El Paso County, whether it be within lakes. I'm sorry, excuse me. Try that again. Whether it be near areas of water, whether it be near areas up north, and also areas down south. We had multiple search teams out working that for many, many weeks.
Let's start initial stages of the investigation. Were the searches conducted around Gannon's home in that Lorson Ranch area, and was that the primary focus early on?
They were. So with a missing child or a runaway child, initially patrol will do an initial look at the house itself and search for the child. We found missing children hiding within houses nearby at other people's houses. So initial area searches are very, very important. I do know that there was an area search done around the area to include the new construction areas of that Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Was the focus in that area, looking in those fields and ponds and that kind of thing, was that largely determined based off of information that the defendant in this case was being giving to investigators?
Some of it was generalized searches as well.
As expansion of search areas grows, including we just heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian about the S-curve up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County. How were those areas developed, and why were search efforts being given in those other areas?
So that area in particular was a lead that was produced based upon technological information that was provided or that was developed to believe that the defendant was in that area.
Okay. Initial stages of this investigation. So we've heard testimony already that the initial call comes in on January 27th, Monday evening, and then you get notified on January 28th. In those initial stages, was foul play necessarily even suspected?
No, not at all. At this point, we just knew that there was a missing child.
As the investigation advanced, did it become more focused on the defendant in this case?
Over time, yes, it did.
Okay. Were you able to observe, and we've already heard testimony from Detective Bethel about her interview that she conducted of the defendant on January 29th. Did you observe that in that interview?
I observed a portion of the interview, yes.
The person that was being interviewed in that interview, did you have contact with that person?
I did have contact with the defendant.
Tell the jury about your contact with the defendant.
So during that interview, the defendant had made multiple statements that were not congruent with previous statements that she had made to deputies. That caused some concern. I do know that in that particular interview, detectives had been trying to get the defendant in for interview for nearly 24 hours or more, so we could gather some additional information. It was very difficult to get the defendant into to contact with our detectives. In this particular case, as the interview was coming to a close, the defendant had said that she was she was done with the interview, that she would come back at a later date or later time or a later date. And then she wanted to leave. I had some concern because I did note that she had been utilizing a cell phone. And I also knew that at the time she had been in contact with Al, her current husband at the time, and that there were multiple text messages back and forth, or there was communication back and forth, I should say. With the knowledge that that the defendant was very difficult to get a hold of, the knowledge that she was probably the last person that we knew of to have seen Gannon, and with the knowledge that there was conflicting stories, and that she had essentially false reported, saying one thing to patrol deputies, another thing to our detectives, that was of significant concern. Knowing that, I made contact with her, and as I was talking to her, I asked if the phone in her hand was her phone, and if I could see it. She kind of held her hand out a little bit, and I took a hold of the phone and I seized that phone.
So I want to, first of all, ask you, do you see that same person here in the courtroom today?
I do. It is the defendant.
So be more specific, point, and describe clothing.
You bet. This is the defendant sitting between her two attorneys. She has dark hair, wearing white with dark pattern.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you mentioned having two different versions being described, one to patrol and then one to detectives. Were these two different versions almost diametrically opposed to each other? Meaning the first one is missing / runaway kid, and then the second one, as we saw in Detective Bethel, is a rape and an abduction.
Absolutely, yes.
Did that cause you some concern?
Yes, because that is not a normal thing. See that kind of a difference in accounts.
Talk to us about, in your experience as a detective, a person that's been in law enforcement for quite a number of years. If you decide that you need to detain somebody or detain a piece of evidence pending a search warrant, what is in your mind to make those decisions, and why do you do it that way?
Sure. So with this phone in particular, as I had mentioned before, I knew that the defendant was extremely difficult to get in for interview. We did not really know where the defendant was, and was unable to locate her easily. We did know that she had these diametrically different accounts, which was in my mind somewhat indicative of a suspicious behavior. We knew that she was in contact with Al Stauch on a cellular device, and we also knew that device was within her current possession. I knew that if she had left with that cell phone at that point in time, it was highly likely that she had the opportunity to destroy any information on there, delete, maybe even get rid of the entire device completely. And I took the opportunity, and I said, well, I took a look at that and I said, this was an exigent circumstance. So at that point, the phone was seized.
Okay. So in your experience as both a detective and in your command level experience that you've got now, have you found over time that it's sometimes common to find evidence of crimes on people's cell phones?
Yes, cell phones are often used both to track information, to track locations, to search for information as well.
Do you find that in today's day and age that people take their cell phones almost everywhere they go?
Yes.
Were those things playing into your mind as to why this particular cell phone might be important to seize? That exigency, potentially getting rid of the phone, and the fact that it's likely that there might be something helpful toward the investigation on this device?
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 223?
You may.
Commander, if you could just take a moment and examine that item and let me know when you're done looking at it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a cellular telephone. It appears to be an iPhone with a white face, a teal case, and it appears that this is the same device that I had seized from the defendant.
And what about the evidence sticker? Does any of that tell you that information as well?
The evidence sticker is showing for this case 2020-00001382, item number 26, barcode 1153747. This was submitted by Detective Williams, and it does show iPhone with teal and black case.
Does this appear to be the same cell phone that you seized from the defendant on that January 29th date?
It does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you seized it?
It does.
There's also just above the phone in that plastic display, a little card. Tell us what that is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, it appears to be a SIM card, and my assumption is that is a SIM card from the cellular device.
Is it very common to have a SIM card that actually plugs into each cell phone to allow it to operate?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 223.
No objection.
Exhibit 223 will be admitted. Go ahead.
When a cell phone is seized like that, what happens to it from an investigative standpoint?
The cell phone at that point is either powered down, placed in a Faraday bag, so it cannot be tampered with remotely. And then subsequently, in this particular instance, since there was not a search warrant to seize and search the phone, detectives would have applied for a warrant based upon probable cause to search the cellular device. I'm looking for digital evidence.
So let's back up and just unpack that a little bit. You mentioned a Faraday bag. We may not all know what a Faraday bag is, so please describe that.
We learned
That actually
from
is a
the
device
Murdaugh
or
trial.
a bag where we can put a device into that blocks any
Crime spies are so smart.
cellular waves,
Signals.
signals.
So to prevent somebody from accessing it through cellular
Correct.
access points.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there was not a search warrant yet obtained on this particular phone. Did somebody actually do that after the phone was seized?
Yes, I do believe it was done.
As it relates to this investigation, was that eventually submitted to somebody that can download the data from that particular phone?
That is correct. Yes.
All right, and we've already had testimony on that from a different detective earlier. There were a number of searches of 6627 Mandan Drive. Can you tell the jury why there were such a number of searches in this particular case?
In general reasons, please remember that when this investigation began, the investigation began as a runaway child. As we developed further information, we became more convinced that the runaway portion of this was inaccurate or a flat out lie. We believe that now we were looking at either a missing person or some sort of criminality to this case. Each and every time that we connected and searched the residence on Mandan Drive was prompted by an additional piece of information that, as we were going through the investigation, we uncovered. As nice as it would be to have all the information up front, it's not always plausible. And in fact, we didn't even know if we had a child that was alive or not as we were moving through the investigation. There were suspicions, but it's not like it's a television show where we can complete it in 48 minutes.
Okay. So were you familiar with searches being conducted on January 27th when patrol does their initial walkthrough after the 911 call and the non-emergency call was made by the defendant?
Yes, that's a common thing by our patrol officers looking for a missing child or a runaway child.
And then subsequent searches occurring on January 28th, January 29th, February 3rd, February 5th, February 13th, February 21st, and February 28th.
Yes.
At some point, did it become apparent that foul play had occurred inside the house?
Yes, it did.
When, do you remember when that was?
I believe that I mean, we had suspicions because, again, without a body, we were not 100% certain initially. And then as we were looking and completing investigations, the leads took us in multiple directions. But all of our information from each individual search, we would gather a piece of evidence, take a look at it and say, hey, there's something else going on here. So it led us back to the house. I believe on February 7th was the date that we applied for a warrant to actually seize the residence and hold the residence for 14 days the first time, and then we did a second warrant that held the residence for another 14 days because we were continuing to investigate, and every lead that we uncovered brought us back to a piece of that house.
So can you explain for the jury why there's the call for service on January 27th, and then that warrant to seize the residence occurs on February 7th, as you just testified to? Why that gap in time? Why wasn't it initially locked down the very first day?
So I would each of the teams that went out again as the investigation was unfolding. The teams initially went out looking for a runaway child. Then there was concern that the child was missing, endangered, that there may be foul play involved, and so every time that we went out, there were different pieces of evidence that we were looking for. Right around February 5th, if I'm not mistaken, there was indication that there was blood staining, and that was within the bedroom of Gannon, and that we actually conducted a blood stain pattern analysis on that date. On the 7th, we seized and locked down the house because we kept finding that with additional interviews, with items of evidence that were being processed, which ended up becoming voluminous, that this residence needed to be locked down and held.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Kind of a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Now it's fine if you'd like, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we
Boy,
will
this
take our
judge, he
morning
sure
recess
likes
until
to be on
10:45.
time.
If I can have
I
everyone
can
back
say I
in the jury room
appreciate
at
that.
applicant time, we should be able to start right on time. Again, don't discuss cases among yourselves, don't discuss cases with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, now it's just me. Aren't you lucky? Let's do our swoop. Let's see if this works. You know, I'm trying to be entertaining. I know it doesn't look like it. Today I have a massive headache, but... See, we're getting fancy. Okay, so today is day 10 of the...
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Commander,
I can hear
want to
the
step down?
judge.
Go ahead and do so. Court will be in recess until 10:45.
All
That's
rise.
how we get rid of it. So today is day 10 of the Letecia Stauch trial. She is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity in the death of her stepson, Gannon Stauch. So today we've had 3 witnesses so far. John, I'm going to slaughter his last name, but he was part of the search effort to find Gannon when Letecia had sent them on kind of a wild goose chase. And then they had, that's when they had found this board out where they were searching. Now, if you were here yesterday, and even if you weren't, yesterday, Leticia's daughter, biological daughter, Harley, testified all day. And there was a point where her mother had turned off her Life 360 location, and she wasn't sure where she was. My opinion is that that's when Letecia took this board and planted it. Now, why she planted it, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Then the second witness was Kevin Clark. He had found a photograph on Al Stauch's cell phone, and the board, it was a photo from Gannon's bedroom, and he noticed that the board in the picture on Al's phone matched or looked similar to the board found during the search. And lo and behold, I mean, it really does look the same. And then this witness is our third one, Mitch Mahalko. I want to say he's Hawaiian. I could be wrong, but Mahalko sounds like mahalo. For those of you who have been to Hawaii, you know mahalo. So they're going over some cell phone information. I was frankly trying to find another light because I had to move things around so that I can get a little better signal for you. So hopefully we don't get some glitchies going on our end. So that's that. So if you could go ahead and, here's another weird thing. For those of you on Rumble who I adore so much, we were up to, you've heard me tell the story now for a week, that in order for me to stream directly to Rumble, which was my original intention, because I want to do the House GOP Select Committee hearings with Jim the Bulldog Jordan as chairman. That was my original plan. But I need 25 people to follow me on Rumble for me to stream directly to Rumble versus having to go through this portal on StreamYard. And I'm not a big fan of YouTube. I'm lost over there. Nobody can find me. They have like ridiculous rules. And I just like Rumble. I just do. I love Dan Bongino. He's an investor in Rumble. I love it. So yesterday we were up to 22 followers. It was so exciting. And now on my end, it looks like we have 9. So I'm not sure what kind of shenanigans are going on over at Rumble, but I was like 3 people away from getting my 25, and now I have 9. So for the 11 of you watching right now, well, one's probably me, if you could please hit the follow button, I would appreciate it. My plan is going forward to see, if this true crime stuff really is not panning out for me. I mean, I love true crime and I watch a ton of trials and I enjoy it. But like I said, my original plan was to do some live streaming of some GOP House hearings. And the very first presidential debate was just announced a week ago. Will be exclusively on Rumble, and like Trump rallies and stuff, I would like to live stream because it's just more fun to watch it with a group of people and chat and whatever. So if you're interested in true crime or you're interested in politics, this hopefully will grow to be an amazing channel. That's my vision. So hope you can join me over here. That's it. Let's see. So we're gonna do a little break here. Go get some coffee or tea or an energy drink and do a little stretching. And we'll be back very soon. Thanks again. Tell your friends. We've got some growing pains, but we're gonna be just fine, I think. I can feel it in my bones. Okay, so here we go.
Do you stand or remind you certain that you're still under oath? And is there anything we need to pick up at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go and bring adjournment. All right, for the jury, please.
Here comes the jury, back from their little lunch break. Oh, now you can hear me on my Rumble.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. So where we had last left off, Commander Mahalka, was we were talking about the different
Commander
searches
Mahalko.
of the 6627 Mandan Drive. Think you testified that on February 7th is when the scene was officially locked down. I mean, what does that mean when you lock down the scene?
So at that point, detectives changed the locks on the residence. They disabled the garage door, so they wouldn't be able, no one would be able to access the residence from the garage. And we secured the house that way.
How many homicide scenes have you responded to in your career, both as a detective and now as a in leadership?
Quite a few. I can say well into 30s or more.
Okay. In your experience as a detective and in command, if you have a homicide with no body, does that create some difficulties in an investigation?
Absolutely, it does.
In what way?
Freezing my
Oh,
fanny
without
off over here
a
in
no body
Minnesota.
homicide, it's
cold
very
up.
difficult to present probable cause that a homicide occurred. And so for the investigators, it takes a lot more time and effort to show beyond or to show a magistrate that there is probable cause that the death of someone occurred.
Could there be a reasonable explanation that the person is just missing and not actually dead unless you have a body?
That is a possibility. So that's one of the hurdles in a no body homicide investigation that you have to overcome, because it could just be someone that was missing. Period.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in command level, is there a lot of evidence that you can derive from a body that's had some violence carried out on it?
Yes, there's obviously physical evidence, the method of death, potentially a generalized timeline, and depending upon what evidence is found on scene, that could produce multiple leads.
When you respond out to a homicide scene and a body is still on scene, is it very typical to find bodily fluids on the scene,
It is distinctly possible, yes.
like blood?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no for the court.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Potentially body tissue even.
Yes.
Are those things helpful to drive where an investigation goes and how it develops?
Yes, it does help us with determining method, and dependent upon the scene, that evidence can also help lead us to potential directions and suspects.
Did you, in fact, ever go to 6627 Main and drive yourself?
I did.
Did you see things inside that house that led you to believe, based on your training and experience, that something violent had occurred inside that home?
Yes, I did.
What were those things?
We saw blood patterning, blood stain patterning, blood staining within the room of Gannon Stauch.
When you say blood patterning, are you talking about blood stain pattern?
Yes.
Where was that generally
That
located?
green box
On
that
a
pops
wall,
up?
and I don't remember which direction
That is
of
not
the
me.
wall, but on a wall that was near
Yes,
where
I
Gannon's
don't think
bed was
so. I've got
previously located.
full barn.
Did you also have a chance to
on
observe
reception.
where blood had seeped through carpet and puddled onto the concrete underfloor?
Yes, I did.
Remember,
Did it
we
appear
saw
that there
all
had been
those
a
pictures
fairly
last
large
week.
amount of blood that had seeped through that and stained that floor?
Yes, it appeared that there was a significant event there.
Having that sort of seeping through and puddling, is that consistent with other murder scenes that you've been on?
Yes.
In an ideal world, if you know that a crime has been committed inside of a house, do you prefer to seize that and prevent people from going into a scene right at the very get-go?
Yes.
There's another
Why is
green
Because
box.
anyone
Why
moving in
supposed
or
to
out
happen on the witness one?
may
See?
inadvertently move evidence around or transfer pieces of evidence from one place to another.
So we've already talked about the phone call coming in on January 27th, and then the scene is not locked down until February 7th. So we're talking a number of days. Did you have concerns with that span of time from a command level and from your experience about
See?
that
Another
scene
one.
being compromised at all?
From the time as the investigation unfolded, I believe that the investigative teams were acting appropriately and searching for the evidence that was necessary. But as additional information came to light, that caused us to have to go back. So as of February 7th, we determined and realized that the scene itself needed to be locked down, which is what we did.
As this case developed and days after days rolled along, did it become less likely that Gannon was going to show up alive?
Yes.
Were you developing investigative leads that were acted on and evidence being found, like on the S-curve, like we heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
Yes, and Please remember, I mean, this was a team of investigators that was not only following leads that were generated with the defendant as a potential suspect, but we had hundreds, if not 1,000+ tips that detectives also had to vet and determine if there was direction that we needed to take on those as well.
During the pendency of the investigation phase of this particular case, were there daily meetings, starting with the sheriff's office, and then did that evolve eventually to the FBI's building?
Yes, those meetings were sometimes once, sometimes twice per day.
Were a lot of people involved in those meetings?
The key investigators, again, at the same time, we still had investigators in the field, but the key investigators were there, and most of the information was disseminated that same day to the rest of the team. Yes.
And then was information that was passed along in those meetings acted on each day by different investigative teams, both locally and then eventually nationally?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier you had concerns about the defendant's behavior, and that sort of informed you as to why you wanted to seize her phone on January 29th. In your experience and training, was she cooperating with the investigation?
No.
Was she acting as a typical parent or step-parent would in a missing kid case?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about was she acting normal based on your training and experience, did you have the opportunity to observe her at different times?
I did. Mainly during interview. And so during the interview on the 29th of January was the first time that I actually was able to observe the defendant. And then I did observe some of her interactions with media.
Only
And
that
we
one
were also
witness
very
screen that
closely
turns
monitoring
green. That is not
social
me.
media at the same time.
Okay, and so when I am asking you questions
For
like,
once.
was she acting normal compared to other missing kid cases? Was she acting in a way that caused you any concern during the times that you could observe her, that she was not sane?
That she was not sane?
Right,
No.
that she was insane.
No.
Did it ever get anywhere close to that in the observation periods that you had of her?
No, what it appeared to me was, as the information developed, it appeared to me that the defendant was very cognizant of what was occurring and took specific steps, almost being methodical in misdirecting and redirecting
Methodical.
investigative efforts.
Did those efforts in fact cause the investigation
agree
to
with
be
that.
manipulated, especially early on, away from the crime scene?
Absolutely, yes.
You have just a moment, Your Honor.
Methodical.
Thank you.
Cross-examination. Thank you. Mr. Cook?
Methodical is a good word for
Amanda,
Letecia.
good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. And
Also is Crazy
I'm sure you can
Pants.
tell by now I represent Miss Stauch.
Will Cook is the
So
defense attorney.
this was
and he's
originally a
usually Mr.
missing
Quick.
child, and or originally was a possible runaway, but then became a missing child. What day or what time was that where this switch took place from runaway to a missing child?
I couldn't give you the exact date and time. It would be within the first couple of days officially. It went from a runaway to a missing endangered.
And did you make that determination to?
I did.
Okay. Now, we watched several hours of Detective Bethel and the other detective interviewing Miss Stauch and saw the incident where the phone is seized by you, and we saw that on video. When you say she held
he's
it
the guy
out,
that
did you
seized the
ask for the
phone.
phone or did you just grab it from her?
I believe that I had asked her if that was her phone and if I could see it. She held it out slightly. I took control of it, and at that point, she clasped her hand around it, and I did physically take it from her.
Okay.
Yes.
And this was on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Green
Okay,
box. Only
sometime
I'm the
in the
witness.
afternoon?
It's not me.
Yes.
Okay. And this was at the just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
The command, what is that building referred to?
It's called the
Headquarters?
Office of the Sheriff, or commonly known as OTS. It's at 27 East Vermejo Avenue.
Okay. And during the interview, you had been watching some of this interview going on in a different room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you had been doing some other things as well while the interview was going on?
Yes.
It looked like at one point, you said in your report that you had been talking to Sergeant Rocky Hubble and doing some other things and would come back and look in and see what was going on. Would that
That's
be
correct.
a fair statement? Okay.
Generally, from a lieutenant level, that is something that, as I'm being briefed either by detectives or sergeants, I would be multitasking during an interview like that.
Okay. So Gannon, just kind of a timeline as far as you know, January 27th, 2020, Gannon is reported missing or run away by Miss Stauch in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the 28th of January of that year, Gannon's father comes back into town, and there was a meeting at a Starbucks in the evening between Miss Stauch and Al Stauch, Gannon's father.
I'm unclear as to the exact timeline on that, so I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just switching the view because there's
But then,
no exhibit.
the 29th, we've
see
already talked
this
about.
gray-
That's
gray here.
when she went down and did the video recorded interview and her phone was seized. And then on February the 7th is when the seizure of the home at Mandan Drive took place.
That's correct.
No,
Okay.
they did not own that house. They were renting.
Now, from the 29th to the 7th, which is when she did the interview, to the 7th, that's about what, 8 or 9 days that went by between the seizure of the phone and the seizure of the house?
Have you done the math on that?
29, 30. I'm not very good at it, but
He's being
I think 8 or
facetious.
9 days.
Okay.
But would you say
I like-
from the January
I like
29th to
Mr.
February
Malco.
7th, there's 8 or 9 days between the seizure of the phone at the police or the deputy's station where you took it from her to where the house at Mandan Drive was seized?
Yes, and multiple warrants executed at the house as well.
Okay. And you already told Mr. Allen, while it's important to have a crime scene or a possible crime scene locked down because evidence can disappear, it can be tainted, it can be destroyed, contaminated, all these other things. Is that correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes.
And that's why you seized the phone you testified to, because she could have destroyed the evidence, gotten rid of the phone, whatever. A lot of stuff could happen. And so that's why it was important, exigent circumstances, that you took this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, that's why you seized the house on February 7th, to keep evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a point that we kept coming back to, and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances to take the phone, to seize it for Ms. Stauch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also based that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story. And as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility that was a concern, yes.
Okay. enough to where you were able to seize a phone of Miss Stauch into the possible investigation of Gannon's disappearance.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about, charging her with murder at the time. I'm talking about attempt to influence the public servants.
Sure.
Why didn't you charge her then? You said in your report that we believed she was giving false information. I believed that this went into the calculus about making your decision of seizing the phone. Why didn't you just go ahead and charge her with something then and arrest her?
What would that have gained for the actual investigation into Gannon at that point?
Ooh,
Well,
answer a
it
question
would-
with a question.
I can't answer the questions.
Good.
So, I mean, if that,
Gotta love this guy,
if that's
Malcolm.
just a rhetorical question for the jury. So,
More of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
Another question with the question with the question.
well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on the February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Miss Stauch, after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area.
He did it over a
That
bit.
happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely be the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. False reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was a attempt to influence as part of a
What is he
high-profile
trying
murder
to
investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond,
blame?
correct?
Again, I believe that
Miss-
at this point in
Mr.
time, you're making an
Mahalko
assumption
for
that on January 29th, we
not
were able to
arresting her quick
prove
enough?
or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
I agree with
All
you,
right, can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Mr. Mahalko.
You may
What
go
is
ahead.
that? What's going on here, people?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
So just to be clear, did you seize the defendant's phone?
I did.
I'm kidding.
Oh, we've got some more jokes.
To make an arrest in a felony case, what do you have to have?
Probable cause.
What does probable cause mean?
Probable cause is a set of circumstances that would lead a reasonable magistrate or judge, or even to believe that a crime has occurred and the person that you're arresting committed that crime.
Can you arrest somebody on mere suspicion?
No.
No.
Can you arrest somebody just because a child is missing?
No.
Did you have probable cause on January 29th to arrest the defendant?
No.
No.
When a arrest warrant was issued in early March of 2020, is that when probable cause had been
Yes.
achieved and an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
Did that unfortunately not prevent Gannon's remains from being transported from Colorado to Pensacola, Florida?
Unfortunately, it did not.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away from Colorado Springs, was that indicative of a very calculated move by whoever moved Gannon's remains from here to there?
I believe it was.
Requiring driving on lots of roads and following laws.
Absolutely, and ensuring that the transport of a human body was concealed extremely well from anyone
And cross state
who
lines.
may have had contact with that person.
In the fact that, were you familiar with the location where Gannon's remains were ultimately found?
I wasn't personally familiar with it, but yes, I do know where it occurred.
Okay. The fact that his body was found thrown over the edge of a bridge, is that also indicative of somebody trying to hide valuable evidence in a homicide investigation?
Especially 1,300 miles from the reported missing
Ding, ding.
location. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Commander Mahal?
Oh, don't let Mr.
All right,
Commander
you may
Mahal
step
go,
down. Thanks,
please.
sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I liked him.
Prosecution,
Thank you,
kindly next to
Mr.
this.
Mahalko.
Oh,
I appreciate your
Alyssa
smart.
Beresford, Your Honor. Just put it right.
Well, that was interesting. I like how he answered a question with a question with the defense attorney. The defense attorney is defeated. I
Just
feel
check.
like he's got
Ma'am, would you
25,
step
he's,
forward,
he's
please, and raise your right
contributing
hand?
about 25% of his effort.
You swear
into
affirm the
this?
testimony about to give this
Because
matter will be the
remember,
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
This
the truth.
case, this trial
Let's
is
see, who is
only
it?
about
Watch your step. As you step into the stand.
only about her
And Judge,
being
just as a
detained or not.
preliminary matter, before we get into Ms. Beresford's testimony,
It's
we
been
have
established
quite
that
a
she
number of photos that we're
committed
going
the
to be
crime.
admitting through her.
Now
It's
she's just
basically
pleading not guilty by reason of insanity.
528 through 678.
God, these lights are
And
so
to
bright.
be efficient, I'd ask defense if they will stipulate to admission of those items, so that we can just jump into
All
her
right, people, we're
testimony.
on
So I would
witness
move for
number
admission
4.
of 528 through that last number, which was
Wonder who this is.
678. Thank you.
Yes.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
No objection.
Exhibits
Yeah,
five-
yeah.
Exhibits 528 through 678 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And just before I get into the testimony,
Now,
I
if
wanna
there's
put
some
these photos up here
exhibits,
on
what
the-
I'll go ahead
That's
and
fine.
do is put it, the screen back to the way I had
That's
it
all.
earlier. where the witness
There are
box is
some
big
from a different
giant,
witness in here,
and the other
but
2 boxes
they'll
are
get really
smaller. There's no
slippery
way I
in
can
sleeves
really
if I
get rid
take them out
of
of here.
No, that's fine. Okay.
the judge when we're in this 3 view. There is a way, however, for me to make the witness box the only box that you see. But we like to have the
Good
Wicked
morning,
Witch
good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
in
Good
here.
morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Alyssa Beresford. B as in boy, E as in Edward, R-R-I-E, S as in Sam, F as in Frank, O-R-D.
Ms. Beresford, what do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime scene
She
investigator
didn't spell her
and
first name.
the
Alyssa,
technical unit
I think.
lead for the crime scene unit for the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
What does a senior crime scene investigator do?
A senior crime scene investigator has all of the same
think I
duties
spelled
as
it
a
right.
regular crime scene investigator, only we have the
Mhm.
opportunity to also study and practice an additional
I think I got
forensic
this
discipline.
right.
What education do you have that allows you to do your job?
I have a bachelor's in chemistry with a criminalistics concentration from the Metropolitan State University of Denver. Upon being hired, I completed an internal training program where I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6 months. During
Eek.
that time, I responded to everything.
Where's my
Crime
screaming
scenes,
goat?
vehicles, autopsies, person processings, all with a qualified crime scene investigator. And in addition to that, I have had the opportunity to attend several training classes in topics like crime scene investigation, shooting incident documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
Do you have any professional affiliations?
Yes, I am a member of several forensic associations, to include the International
nerd
Association
stuff.
of
I'm an accountant.
Identification, otherwise known as the IAI, and the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern
Fellow
Analysts.
nerds unite.
Do you also participate in continuing education to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any new developments
Speaking of
in
accounting, did
technology
you
or
all get your
training?
taxes turned
Tell the
in?
jury about some of that
Do you know
stuff.
if you're getting a refund? You have up to 3 years to file.
Over the last couple of years,
That's
I've
your
had the
little
opportunity to
tidbit.
attend a couple of
The deadline
conferences
is only for
put
people
on
who
by these
owe money.
associations.
But if you're getting a refund,
So
you
I
don't have to
attended the
file
International
specifically by the
Association for
filing date.
Identification Conference, as well
Remember
as
that
the
next time.
International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analyst Conference, which is really a good opportunity for kind of a meeting of the minds, because a lot of people will bring research and new emerging technology and present it at these conferences.
Have you testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have
How many times?
20 times.
In what disciplines have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene processing,
Green
evidence
square, not
collection,
Shannon.
trajectory documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
In what jurisdictions?
The fourth judicial.
So El Paso and have you also done Teller County or just El Paso County?
Just El Paso.
Okay. You're at this time, I've moved to qualify Ms. Beresford as an
I'd
expert
say
witness
she's
in bloodstain
qualified.
pattern analysis pursuant to her qualifications.
Defense? No objection. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
I want to lay some groundwork through you so that we have some understanding as to what we're talking about. Do you typically use Blue Star in your crime scene processing and in development of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's not used very often in bloodstain pattern analysis, but we do use it frequently when we have an indication that the bloodstains may have been cleaned up, because it is a search tool for those latent or hidden bloodstains.
Does latent just mean hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Do you use low light photography when you're using Blue Star?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the phrase road mapping technique?
I am.
What does that mean?
Road mapping is a technique used to document bloodstains, especially when a bloodstain pattern analysis may be conducted later on down the line. What it entails is a lot of extra documentation. We're going to identify specific pattern types for those bloodstains, and then add in a lot more directionality and scales when we're doing the documentation itself.
When you say pattern types, what do we mean by that?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is based off of a series of different pattern types. And what I mean by that is different mechanisms can produce different appearing bloodstains. And based upon the appearance of those bloodstains, the size, shape, location, distribution, orientation, it can tell me different things about what may have caused those bloodstains to be deposited.
Okay. And so tell the jury about, I guess, some of those different types. For instance, a transfer blood stain. What does that mean?
So a transfer stain is going to be when a bloody object comes into contact with an object that does not have blood on it, therefore transferring that blood from one thing to another.
So if somebody had blood on their hand and touched the table and wiped it, would that be a transfer stain?
Correct.
What about expirated blood stain pattern?
So expiration refers to blood in an airway. It is indicative, or you can tell that it's expiration if there are air bubbles within the blood, if there is maybe a little bit of extra liquid to it, like spit, saliva, maybe nasal mucus. But you have to have an injury to the airway in order to classify it as an expiration stain.
So correct me in my terminology here, but if there's like an arterial bleed where blood is spurting, what kind of stain would that potentially cause?
That would be a spurt stain.
Okay, so tell the jury about that.
So arterial or arteries are very unique because they're very pressurized and they're very high volume of blood, which means that if an artery is nicked or severed, we're going to have a very high volume of blood that's ejected under pressure. So this is going to create a very unique blood stain. Typically, what we're seeing are very large circular or elliptical stains with a lot of volume in them.
If somebody has a heavily bleeding head wound and is laying, say, on the floor here, and it's seeping onto the floor, what kind of stain would that be?
Depending upon the surface of the floor, it would either be a blood pool where the blood is just flowing out and it's only gravity is acting upon it.
Every time
Or
people
if it's a
testify
porous
about stuff
surface
like
like
this, it reminds
carpet,
you of
it's going to be a
Dexter.
saturation stain. So if you think of, you've got a spill on your counter and you take a paper towel and wipe it up, and that liquid seeps into the paper towel, that's saturating the paper towel.
Can you have both a saturation stain and a pooling stain in one single event?
Yes,
Meaning that blood seeped, saturated through carpet and then seeped into a pool area.
correct.
How useful is bloodstain pattern analysis in a criminal investigation?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is typically used when we don't know what happened. Because there's information that can be gained from bloodstain patterns, we typically employ it when we need to know what the story was, or if what our witnesses are telling us doesn't match up to what we're seeing on scene. Bloodstain pattern analysis can be used to determine what kind of mechanisms created the bloodstain patterns, maybe a sequence of events, or even the location of that blood source or injury within the scene.
What about, can you to determine to some level the amount of energy used that caused a blood pattern to exist?
Not necessarily in degrees of velocity or force.
Okay. What are some limitations with bloodstain pattern analysis?
Well, we can only work with what we see in front of us. So if all of the bloodstain patterns aren't there, then we won't have the full picture and we won't be able to tell the full story. Some other limitations are mostly documentation, in the sense of if we don't have good photographs, if we don't have good diagramming, then for an analyst, it's going to be very difficult to try and go through all of that and make determinations. On top of that, depending upon what investigative question is trying to be answered, we may want DNA analysis to be done on those bloodstains so that we can link the pattern or mechanism with an individual.
When you are looking at a potential bloodstain pattern for analysis, can you sometimes see that there's been some effort to clean a particular area, potentially clean bloodstain patterns?
Yes.
What do you see when you're that tells you those types of things?
In most cases, it just doesn't make sense. But the blood itself, once it's dried, is actually very hard to clean up. It doesn't just wipe up very easily. And so that blood becomes more dilute, more transparent, lighter in color as you attempt to clean it up. And the well-defined edges of those bloodstain patterns start to blur. So that's an indication that it's been altered in some form.
If, say, we're talking about a wall and there's a high volume of blood on a wall, and then water or some cleaning agent is added to that blood stain, will that cause the blood stain to actually run down the wall?
It can.
Can it cause it to run behind light sockets or switches or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Can it cause it to eventually pool on a flat surface below that particular wall?
If enough liquid is applied, yes.
Can you actually sometimes see any wiping marks or what would appear to be wipe marks on blood stains?
You can, yes.
Are there any other things that can sort of go along those same ideas of indicative of cleaning a bloodstain pattern?
Not necessarily. That I think
Okay.
pretty much covers it.
And it wasn't a trick question. I just truly didn't know. You talked about in the limitations portion of it that if information is missing, does cleaning a blood scene remove information that would have been helpful if it had existed at the time that you show up?
Absolutely.
I want to talk specifically now about the case that you're here testifying on. How did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I was initially requested to respond on February 3rd to the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex to investigate a potential clandestine grave.
So the El Pomar Youth Sports Complex down south, not too far from the sheriff's office, correct? I mean, the jail, I should say.
Correct.
Is it typical to respond to those types of scenes if you don't know where a body might be?
Yes.
Did it turn out whether this clandestine grave was associated with this case or not associated?
It was not associated
So how do you know that?
because it ended up just being a pile of dirt.
Okay. And then what else did you do? Did you get request to go out to the actual home on February 5th?
Yes.
What was the nature of that request?
I was requested to respond and document visible blood stains that were found within the residence.
And what was the address of that residence?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Tell the jury, you don't just jump in and start going crazy, do you?
No.
So tell the jury what the process is when you first arrive at a scene like at this 6627 Mandan Drive.
Whenever we respond to process a scene, we are always going to get some sort of briefing from the detectives or law enforcement personnel present on scene. That's going to kind of give us some information, maybe what we're looking for. They have, at that point, hopefully conducted interviews, so there may be some critical pieces of information. Once we've gotten our briefing, we're going to conduct a walkthrough where all we're doing is getting our bearings, looking through the scene, kind of developing our plan of attack on how we're going to process the scene. After that, we're going to process the scene from the exterior, moving inwards, using the least intrusive methods and going more intrusive as we progress throughout the scene processing.
So when you say least intrusive to more intrusive, is that basically you start out with a wide aperture and then you really get tight focus as you start to get into specific things that are of importance?
In some cases, yes.
Okay. So what was the focus of your processing on February 5th?
February 5th, I was solely focused on the southeast basement bedroom and the visible blood stains located within.
And we've already got the photos up there and admitted, again, a big number of items, 528 through 678 in the binder sitting in front of you. Did you take all of those photos?
Probably.
I think I could have saved us some time. Are those all photos taken of the scene that you processed on February 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bloodstain pattern that you were examining on that particular day include two walls, baseboards, and floor area?
Yes.
Which general walls are we talking about for your processing on February 5th?
The south and the east walls in the southeast corner of the room.
Okay. Do you somehow label the different areas so that you can keep track of which areas you're talking about or taking photographs of to document them?
Yes.
How do you do that?
In this case, I chose to label all of the stains found on the walls under the identifier of A. So every stain was A1, A2, all the way up to 854. And then the baseboards had the identifier of B, and I had B1 through B5.
And then did you also, and so do you do that with a placard? Do you actually put a placard of placard A on certain surfaces, placard B on certain surfaces?
Yes,
Did you also have a placard C?
I did.
What was placard C?
Placard C was a potential blood stain that was located on the window screen in the room.
Okay. When you're processing a scene like this, is it typical that you might also take swabs of different samples?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
We will take swabs so that when we're documenting it, and if they're, then later on down the line, we can say, hey, this stain was this person.
Okay. How do you do that swab process?
Depending upon the size of the stain, we're either going to use 1 or 2
basically Q-tips. We're going to wet it with distilled water and rub it against the surface to pick up the substance. We'll then package it in its own packaging, and it moves on down the line until it's submitted into evidence.
Those Q-tips that you're referencing, are they sealed before you use them?
Yes.
Why is that?
We want them to be sterile. That way we're not introducing any additional potential contamination.
And then once you get done collecting a swab, so you rub it on a particular surface or stain, do you seal them again so that they also can't be contaminated after the fact?
Yes,
Did you swab any particular areas in this particular case?
I did.
How many different swabs did you take?
I collected 10 swabs.
Did you use that same exact process you just described?
I did.
And then did you actually submit those into evidence for subsequent lab testing if necessary?
I did.
What were your impressions of this particular scene?
When I first walked in, I couldn't see any of the bloodstains. It wasn't until we got pretty close to the wall, and we were really looking for them that we found them. And after we had identified them, which it took about an hour and a half to go through and identify all of those tiny little bloodstains, it definitely was not a static event. There was something dynamic that happened there, more than just a single event within that room.
What do you mean by that?
I've been to crime scenes with a single gunshot wound that has no blood. I've been to crime scenes with a few stab wounds that have no blood. To have blood at that scale and of those types of patterns, there has to be some movement within that scene. So some object with blood, whether it's the blood source itself, impact events, or a bloody object being swung, was present within that room.
Would it be helpful for you to explain what you're talking about, to put a particular photo up on the screen so the jury can see sort of what you're describing? And I'm going to rely on your expertise to tell me which one would be best to help describe what you just talked about.
Sure. Have we seen photographs of the wall prior to labels?
Not with labels, no.
Not with labels, okay. Let's go with People's Exhibit 540.
Okay. Give us just a minute to scroll through to that number. And permission to publish, Judge, as I see fit during the testimony of Ms. Beresford. Okay, so we've got 540 on the board behind you. You can either describe what you're looking at in the photo that's on the table in front of you, or if you want to point out things on this wall, use the pointer that should be up there in the witness stand somewhere.
Got it, okay. So this photograph is an overall photograph of the bedroom after all of the stains have been identified. So you can see in this photograph, there's those little black rectangles. Those are each going to identify a minimum of one spatter stain. And by spatter stain, I mean a circular or elliptical stain that is produced by some external force being applied to liquid blood, whether that's on a surface or from an injury itself. So this kind of shows the magnitude of those spatter stains. It reached fairly far. We have a height of 5 to 6 feet tall, and it spanned on the, I believe that's the east wall, at least 6 feet down the wall. So this isn't just one area. There's some movement involved with this.
So let's dig into this photo just a little bit. There's the white on that, I'm sorry, the yellow that stretches through both walls on that south and then east wall as well.
Yes.
What is that yellow stuff there?
That is road mapping tape. So that is part of our road mapping documentation. And that allows a bloodstain pattern analyst to look at a stain, reference the scale tape, and say this stain was approximately 5 feet high.
are all of the blood stains that you looked at for this particular case, with the exception of the window, all contained below and with inside of that yellow border road mapping tape?
There is one additional stain that is, if I may I
Yeah.
stand?
Absolutely. Just make sure when you stand up, because you're away from the microphone, that the furthest juror can hear you.
So there is a stain that is just past the reaches of the scale tape, and it's going to be on the baseboard, kind of over here on the lower left-hand corner of the photograph.
And I'm going to have you stay there for just a moment. All of those white rectangular stickers, are those your evidence stickers that you placed that are below and inside of that yellow road mapping tape?
Yes.
What about the white things that we see above the road mapping tape?
Those are wall decorations that were there prior to my arrival.
So those have nothing to do with your analysis of this scene, correct? Okay. You mentioned the height and I'm going to use the word enormity. Did that surprise you for this particular scene?
It did.
Why?
At that point, we really had no indication of what the cause of death could be. So something like this is a lot more, for lack of a better word, violent than I expected to see.
Did this indicate to you that there had been a significant bloodletting that occurred in this bedroom?
Yes.
Did these stains lend themselves to one pattern? We talked about the other patterns earlier. Did these lend to one pattern, or were there multiple different patterns potentially?
So because of the cleaning that was involved, we really couldn't say that it was from a specific pattern. If you think of a photograph, which is made up of a lot of tiny little pixels, right? If you have all of the pixels together, you can see what the picture is and what it means. If you only have 50 pixels and they're randomly spread across a photograph, you're not going to be able to tell what may actually be in that photo.
Were there some of these blood stains that showed potentially different directionality?
Yes.
Can you show us a couple of examples of that, just so that we understand what you're talking about? And then again, just tell me which exhibit number would be best for you to point to for that.
Exhibit 572.
Okay, so let's publish 572. Okay, so we've got 572 displayed on the screen behind you. And again, if it's might be best to just stand up and point to different things so that the jury can see what it is you're talking about. What is it that we're looking at in 572?
So in this photograph, there are 3 or 4 tiny little spatter stains. So these are going to be this one here down at the bottom. We have 2 near the scale sticker and then 1 a little bit farther out. Now for spatter stains, especially elliptical spatter stains, we can usually tell directionality based off of what we call the tail. So as blood hits a surface, it's going to elongate, and then kind of what's left over is going to create what looks like a tail, and that's going to tell us the direction it was moving. In this specific photograph, we have a couple of different directionalities. So this lower stain is going to have a downward directionality. You can see it comes to a point there at the bottom of the stain. That's going to be the tail. This stain up here closest to the scale sticker has an upward directionality, and it's upward from left to right. And we can tell that by the tail that's at the upper corner of the stain.
When we have these types of photographs and blood stain patterns existing in a scene where there's different directionalities, what does that tell you as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis?
That tells me that there's probably more than one event that's happening to produce these stains.
Was there evidence in this particular scene that there had been efforts to clean up the blood staining that was on the walls and baseboard?
Yes.
Can you point us to some photographs in those photos that are in front of you that will help us understand what you mean by that?
Um, 586.
Okay, so we're going to put 586 on the board behind you. Okay, so just for orientation purposes, this is the power outlet that's lower, closer to the floor on that east wall in Gannon's bedroom.
Correct.
All right, so what are we looking at here that shows you there's some indication that cleaning had occurred in this bedroom?
So there's actually two things within this photograph. The first, we can see a visible blood stain right here in the center. The edges of this stain are very blurred, meaning it's not well defined. It's been altered in some way. So it's probably been cleaned. At the same time, we have this line here, kind of in between the socket and the sticker scale, that is a diluted blood stain. If you think of when you're moving your furniture after you've been walking around for a while and all of a sudden you realize how dirty your carpet is because you're looking at the nice clean carpet versus the dirty carpet, same theory. We have the section of wall that was covered by the plate that is clean, and the line that defines that diluted blood stain right next to it.
Is there also some potential blood staining sort of on that outlet in the screw area that would hold the plate on there in that picture as well?
There is.
Does that also potentially lead to a conclusion that cleaning had occurred?
Yes.
Okay. The well, first of all, we can see texture of the wall here, correct?
Yes.
Is the walls, both the south and the east wall, similarly textured as what we see in people's 586?
Yes.
Were the majority of the blood spots or stains in the recesses of that wall texture?
That's hard to say. There actually was a fair amount
wall
of
texture
stains
is
that were on
all,
the top
orange
of the
peel.
surface, but there were some that were caught within the crevices.
Okay.
We had that in one of our houses. People in Wisconsin have it all over their whole house.
Some point, did you go back out to this particular scene with a person by the name of Tom Griffin?
I did.
What was that for?
Mr. Griffin was doing a bloodstain pattern analysis on this case and wanted to examine the bloodstains further. So I went out to assist with his examination and any further documentation that he required.
Do you know whether or not he actually prepared and submitted an expert report in this case?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit
Green
679?
square, not Shannon.
May.
That one camera on the witness box must have a loose wire or something. Because that's the only one that gets glitchy like that with the green.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 679. I'm going to rely on your
Thank you to
intuition
all of
here.
you on Rumble.
Can you tell what People's Exhibit
watching.
679 is?
Yes.
How can you tell
Love
that?
Rumble.
Based upon the barcode label that I prepared and attached to this packaging.
Is this an item that you actually seized or collected while you were out there on February 5th, I think it was?
No, this is not.
I'm sorry, what date was it that you collected that item?
I collected this on February 13th.
February 13th, thank you.
That's my son's
Um,
birthday.
Is this a
and my
sheet that
brother.
was collected?
It is.
A sheet from where?
This was a bed sheet that was collected from the bedroom closet in the southeast basement bedroom.
Is this the same bedroom that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Why did you collect that sheet?
We were given an indication that there was shark print bed sheets, that we were missing the set, and so it was something that was
Okay, great.
important.
Now I got
And
baby
so
shark
we
stuck in my
found
head.
the bed sheet within the laundry basket and collected it.
Subsequent to the time that you collected this item, has that bag or evidence collection bag been opened by somebody else?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Based upon the additional evidence seals, I can see that it's been opened a couple of times.
Okay. Do you know that the item that's inside that bag is the same item that you collected back on that date in February? Would you need to open that bag?
Yes.
Okay. There are some plastic gloves to your right, and there should be scissors there as well.
There it is. Going to
Green square nod Shannon.
my own gloves. Those are going to be extremely large.
I do like how the microphones in the courtroom really only pick up the vocals and don't pick up all the crinkle paper. Have any of you been not watching, but listening to the Lori Vallow trial? I tried to listen to it over the weekend just to get caught up on it. And holy cats, they have the microphone for that because it's artist renditions. That's the only like pictures you get to see. And then the audio is released at the end of every day. And from what somebody responded back to me, the court reporter is the one that clickety clacks the keyboard and clicks on the
Is that the bed sheet that you
mouse.
collected on that date?
Yes.
So that
Is
it's
it
so
in the same or
distracting.
substantially the same condition today
I
as
don't
the
know.
day
I'm
you
weird
collected
with
it?
sounds
is.
like that.
And at
My
this time, I move for
microphone
admission
is-
of People's Exhibit 679.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 679.
Murdaugh
would
was
be
bad.
admitted.
Remember when
And so,
for those that watched that,
was the purpose of collecting this item
they'd
just to
open up
compare it to
the
potentially other bedding that may be
packages, be
found at a
like,
later date, or what was the
"Stop!"
purpose?
That would be a question better asked for the detectives.
Okay.
I collected it for anything that needed to be done in the future.
Okay, so a detective just says, hey, get that, and you do it.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
So that's interesting that she made the comment that it wasn't just like one incident, it was multiple ones. I don't remember now how she phrased it.
One final thing.
I mean, it
Did
must
you
have
find
been
any shell
extremely
casings in
violent.
that bed?
Well, he was
No.
stabbed what?
Did you find any knife or sharp objects that could have been used to stab somebody?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
He was
Investigation
stabbed
is
multiple
Thank you.
times. I want to say 18, but I'm not sure that's right. He was shot,
Hi,
I
how
think,
are you?
under the chin.
I think we've met before several times in the last few
Makes
months.
you wonder
so,
if he, like-
good to see you again. I just have a couple questions for you.
Suffered.
So your
for, like, a
testimony to
long
Mr. Allen
duration.
was that from the
God, she's so
staining,
evil.
the blood pattern, that you think that this was a very violent event.
Yes.
Okay. And actually that it was multiple events.
Correct.
What do you mean by multiple events? I think I know what you mean, but maybe the jury doesn't. What do you mean by that?
Multiple events could be multiple blunt force impacts. It could mean, in this case, different mechanisms. The bloodstains that we saw were indicative of everything from a gunshot wound to blunt force and sharp force injuries.
Multiple events could have been a shooting and multiple stab wounds with
Could.
the knife. Okay. And also,
Oop, I think
in
I hear
addition to
my
being very
Amazon
violent,
delivery.
multiple events that the blood was
More
coming
audio
from different
equipment to
directions,
test out.
Correct.
just all coming from one way. It was.
Yes.
You said you had the head and the tail facing one way, the head and the tail facing another way with another stain. So it was coming from everywhere.
From different directions, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't think I have anything, Your Honor.
Do any of
Questions
the
from the
jurors have
jury?
any questions for Ms. Beresford? All right. Looks like we have one.
I'm telling you, that defense
If you would
attorney,
retrieve that, Ms. Brown,
he asked,
counsel
like,
approach, please.
a couple questions with each witness. It's like 2 to 10 minutes. I find that strange. But again, they're not defending that she did this. The defense is trying to prove that she was guilty by reason of, or not guilty by reason of insanity. This trial is about whether or not she was insane or not at the time that she committed the crime. Nope, that's not my Amazon guy. He's still 9 stops away. He was 9 stops away about a half an hour ago. What's going on? I'm surprised they haven't cut me off all the stuff I've returned. Oops. I want to get it just right for all you people.
Ms. Beresford,
So these
we're
are
not sure
questions
if
that
this
the
is
jury has.
a question that is right for you or for a different witness. So I'm going to ask it. Does anything about the bloodstain patterns at the crime scene suggest a chronological order of events?
Good. This jury is
So because a lot of information was cleaned away, we really couldn't, or I couldn't tell a chronological order for any of it.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question. Only prosecution.
Only just that the bloodstain patterns that you were seeing were consistent with all those different mechanisms, either a gunshot, a knife or sharp force, or blunt force.
Holy cats.
Or
We've
combination
got over
of any
20
of those three.
people watching
Correct.
in Rumble.
Okay.
That's never
you.
happened before.
Thank you.
I love
Ms.
you at
Beresford,
Rumble.
you may step down. Thank
I
you, ma'am.
need 25 followers. Yesterday I had 22, and then this morning I had 8 or 9.
All right,
I know
ladies
I'm
and
up to
gentlemen, we will
12.
take our noon recess. Again, don't discuss the case among
If all
yourselves. Don't discuss the
21
case
of
with
you
anyone else. Don't do your own
could
independent
follow me
research
on
about any
Rumble,
aspect of this case.
that would make my
If we
day.
can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right
Okay,
on
I'm going
time
to take
at
the
that
judge
point.
out of my ear here.
With that, I'll rise for the jury,
And
please.
let's see if I can do this right. There, now you have just me. Attention, internet world, Rumble. I love you, Rumble. And 22 now. Ooh. Is it possible that I may succeed in this new venture I've started?
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect
So
the
Rumble,
jury
I
has
need
left the courtroom.
25
Is there anything we need
followers.
to take up at this point in time, prosecution?
I'm
The
still
only thing,
excited.
Judge,
I've
is
got
that I'm
22
gonna, with
of
our
them.
next witness is gonna be that next
While
bloodstain pattern
watching.
analysis
Okay.
expert. So
Okay,
I'm gonna be
so let's
referencing the
just
same photos again.
go
If
over
I can
this
just leave those up there. And that's all I think I have.
smidge.
And the
And
I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask with respect to the bed sheet, do we have any issues with respect to all right. Anything from
we're
defense?
getting techie here. It's kind of
Okay, all
frightening.
right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Okay, so today is day 10 of the Letecia Stauch trial. She has pled not guilty by reason of insanity in the brutal, horrifying death of her stepson, Gannon Stauch, who was only 11 years old. The witnesses today have been, we're on witness number 4. We had Lieutenant John, I'm not even going to attempt to say his last name. He was part of the search effort for Gannon when Letecia had sent them on a wild goose chase, saying that he had run off. During that search, they found a board, which brought on witness number 2, Kevin Clark. He testified that in the search of Al Stauch's phone, he happened to notice a board in Gannon's room that appeared to match the board that they found during the search for Gannon. Then number 3 was Mitch Mahalko. Oh, he was clever. towards the end, he was asking questions with or answering questions with a question. He testified. He was the one that had confiscated Leticia's cell phone during that interview that we watched the other day. And then now this witness, Alyssa, she is part of the CSI team. She's a senior CSI person, and she testified that the blood evidence in Gannon's room indicated that there was several bloodletting circumstances, which makes me wonder, how long did she make him suffer before she shot him? I mean, I would assume the stabbing would have happened first, and then the gunshot underneath the chin, I believe it was underneath the chin, finally ended his life. But my question is, how long did this go on? I mean, how did she torture him? I don't know. She's just an evil, wicked, awful woman. So that's where we're at. The other day they had mentioned the fact that this trial is about halfway over. Today is day 10 of the trial. We are on week 3. So now we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Hopefully my new microphone will come in from Amazon. So we'll be back on a normal size microphone and not the little tiny one. I'm going to leave the stream running for the lunch period. I will probably turn on Dan Bongino for those of you who have been visiting. I like to personally listen to Dan Bongino every day. I usually watch it in 1.25 times speed. So I'll turn that on for those of you that want to kind of stay and watch that. And we'll be back. Usually he comes back around 1:30-ish. So that would be 3:30 East Coast time, 2:30 Central time. But like I said, I'll keep this running. So thanks again to all of you on Rumble. Please follow my channel as I work out the kinks. I appreciate you. So we'll see you in a little bit. Boop. I'm back. I'm leaving again. Me again.
reason. You know, politics and all that other crap used to go out the window.
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
Sorry for the slight delay in the live stream there. Just a minor technical hiccup on our end there. But we're up, we're here, which is good because I got an important show for you today because I'm genuinely concerned when the public, when I say the public, I mean the useful idiot class. I don't mean the lib activists and the commies. I mean the public who just plays along. They're like, whistling past the graveyard like nothing's happening to our collapsing society. When are they going to get a grip and get a grasp around the fact that there is a good and a bad in this, and the evil side of this are targeting the kids? They're going after your kids. I asked this question for a simple reason. You know, politics and all that other crap used to go out the window when it came to things like people's kids, right? You don't really care about politics if someone's messing with your kid. Yet, you know what's really scary? We got a sniffer in the White House. We got a bunch of groomers out there. We've got a group of people shaking their junk, dressed up as women in front of kids out there. And yet, liberal parents not only don't seem to care about the damage, they seem to embrace it. I'm like, am I missing something? Am I missing something? And the latest story, a friend of mine, you all know, Jason Rance, you've probably seen him on Fox News, sent me this morning, made me think, folks, we're getting to the point now where if you're just sitting there watching the match inside the ring and you're sitting there just kind of a bystander, it's time for you to get in the ring in the political fight. It really is. Let's get to it. Busy show today. Most Americans are feeling the effects of inflation, filling up your car, grocery shopping, everything's more expensive. And most of you are paying these bills with a credit card. Consumer debt rose over $1 trillion in the last year. This is the biggest increase in 20 years. If you're a homeowner, there's a way out. You got to call American Financing. They can put together a plan to pay off that high interest credit card debt and create meaningful savings for you every month. They're saving people just like you up to $1,000 a month. And closing you can close in as fast as 10 days. Don't wait. Get yourself into a better position. Call their salary-based mortgage consultants today and get your no-cost, no-obligation savings review. You heard that correctly. It costs nothing to get started. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. It's 888-994-7660. 888-994-7660 for American Financing. You want to go to their website? You could do that too. It's AmericanFinancing.net, not .com. AmericanFinancing.net, AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 122334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. All right, very busy Tuesday. Joseph, let's go.
Kiss and cutesy time.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, it's over. Yes. Cutesy time. You want to play cutesy time? Wrong freaking show. Got to go to another show, not the cutesy time show. Folks, when it came to kids, there was kind of a consensus opinion, right? A consensus opinion that you just don't mess with kids. I can prove it to you. This is how consensus the opinion was. Even really, really bad people, evil people, a lot of them didn't mess with the kids. What do you mean, Dan? You know, when you work as a police officer, you see a lot of things. And the one thing you don't want to be in a prison, in a long-term prison where people are there for a while, is you do not want to be there accused of committing a crime against a kid. Child abuse, sexual abuse. Yeah, dude, you probably know some COs, corrections officers, and police officers yourself. They're even, right, Joe? Even the bad guys want to kick your ass. They will kill you. They will kill you. You have a very real risk of getting your ass kicked in prison because even really bad dudes, murderers, home invaders, burglars, car thieves, even they're like, that guy's a scumbag. They hate them. They hate them.
Kill you or worse.
Or worse. Yes. Or worse. And believe me, this is way too family-friendly a show, even where we are, to talk about the or worse. So I'm sitting there putting together the show this morning because a friend Jason Rand sent me this story. There's something going on out of Washington State, which is, it's so hard. It's like, I said to myself, there's so many people sitting there just watching the political boxing match. And they're like, everything's good. They don't want to get in the ring and they don't want to take on that kind of, they don't want to train. They don't want to get into this political fight themselves. What is it going to take? Like, how many of these stories about kids are we going to have to hear before people are like, okay, this is really bad. It's not just that the left doesn't care about hurting your kids. It's that they're openly advocating to hurt them and worse. It's crazy. Here's just a couple of stories about what I'm talking about to hopefully grab some of your liberal friends and pull them out of this insanity bubble they're stuck in. Listen to our education secretary, an absolute tool, Cardonis. So school choice is a very simple thing. It is not a hard concept to understand. Do not let your D-bag liberal friends convince you school choice is anything other than choosing where your kids go to school. Joe, that's why it's called school choice. I know that's a shocker. Yeah. Choose where your kids go to school. Now, there's no legit legitimate argument against this thing. None. All of your tax dollars pay for the schools. You should pick where your kids go because you pay for it, and you pay a lot. Upwards in some places of $15,000 per kid. So you should pick because it's your money, and it's your kid, and it's your school. Money, kid, school. So you own all of them. Here's Cardonis, D-bag. Here he is. He's like, you know what? We need to call out these school choices because this is what they are, because they hate your kids. And the idea that they would get an education and not be a government lackey, because they don't want an education. They want a dumb population, so you'll all be suckling off the government teeth. I know, we're coming out a little hot today, but it's okay. They hate that. They want your kids dumb and stupid permanently. Here, take a listen.
What we're doing is, number one, calling out the hypocrisy, calling out what we believe is the strategy to try to disrupt public schools so that a private school sounds better. And we want to provide vouchers for that.
The private school only sounds better if it's better. That's private school sounds better. Why would it sound better? Because it's better? Folks, these people hate your kids. If that sounds like too strong a word, I'm sorry. Again, you may be listening to the wrong show. Because we're done with the cutesy time. It's new rules time. It's not old rules time. I'm done with the old rules. Here's a story I was talking about that set me on fire this morning. I was putting a show together. I was going to do something different. But this one got me going. So Jason Rand sent me a message this morning. He's like, hey, Dan, you got to check this story out. He said, we're on his radio station over there, KTTH in Seattle. Rants, radical Washington trans youth law legalizes state-sanctioned kidnapping. I'm like, I don't know. State-sanctioned kidnapping and all. Maybe that's a little bit too much of a headline. No, it's not. Senate Bill 5599, sponsored by some lunatic in Everett, Washington, permits shelters and host homes, get a load of this one, to provide housing for runaway minors. Okay, hold on, stay there, stand fast for a second. You guys run away when you were kids? I ran away like 10 times. I used to go stay at my aunt's house. You know why my mother didn't bother me? Yeah, every kid does that. I'm running away, I'm out of here. You know what? My aunt lived right down the block, so my aunt would just call my mom and go, Dan's here. So my mom would just let me do my thing, and I'd come back the next morning. We all run away, right? Imagine running away to a, quote, host home or a shelter. And then you find out that there's a new law, that the current law requires parental notification of the whereabouts of runaway children. Sounds like a good idea, right? Your kids ran away. Hey, Mr. Smith, your kid's here. But this new law would consider merely seeking so-called gender-affirming care a, quote, compelling reason not to notify the parents of the child's whereabouts. wait, time out. You're like, wow, that sounds really horrible. So my kid, in a moment of anger may run away, and if the kid's seeking gender-affirming care, they don't have to tell the parent. They can basically squirrel the kid away and hide them? Oh, yes, but it gets better. In this case, I mean worse. Under the state's care, the child can undergo surgical interventions, like a mastectomy and facial feminization, with no parental consent. It just passed the House, Joe, in a party line vote, and now heads back to the Senate, where it's expected to pass. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Time out here, because you, my partner here for a very long time, you were still stuck in a blue hellhole state, which I hope you're going to get out of soon. Maybe when we open up this new studio. That'd be great. Good to see you down here.
Yeah.
That's why I keep telling you all, ladies and gentlemen, get out of these blue states. I'm telling you, I ran in blue states. I wrote a piece thinking that this fight in the blue state, I was wrong. I'm going to tell you that it was worth it. You cannot win in these blue states in the short term. There may be a long-term, turn on things when things get bad enough, as I say all the time. But why would you want to suffer through the bad enough when you can make a difference to make things better in other states? And plus, why would you want to take the chance with your kids? These people hate your kids. What kind of lunatics do you have to be to pass a law that says if a kid runs away from home and wants to cut their breasts off, we will do that and not tell the parents? That's insane. If someone came to you, Guy, as you were pulling up today and said, hey, roll down the window. Hey, I'm looking for some kids to take that are confused. I want to sexually mutilate them. You call the cops. This is going to be the law in Washington. Legalize state kidnapping and body mutilation with no notification to parents at all. Tell me again how this isn't a good versus evil fight and it's just a little political tinker around the edges. Get the hell out of these places as soon as you can. The sooner you get out of there, the sooner the collapse of their outrageous, tyrannical, immoral, unethical, evil governing systems, the quicker they'll collapse and the people there will have to realize they made a catastrophic mistake. And if they don't, and it never changes, it still proves my point that you shouldn't put yourself through it either. Either it's never going to change, you're going to suffer endlessly, and it was never worth fighting for, or the fight is going to go on and going to go on and going to go on, and you're going to save them from themselves until the day of reckoning when they realize our governing system's broken. Ladies and gentlemen, either way, you lose. Get out as soon as you can. The stories get worse, folks. This is just today. This is just today. This is just this morning as I was preparing for the show. I had another topic in mind. And then Rand sent me this piece. I'm like, the kids? I cannot believe it's happening with the kids. Where are these liberal parents with the kids? The UN says minors can consent to sex. What? These are all in my newsletter today. Read these articles yourself. Don't take my word for it. Read them yourself on Gino.com/newsletter. Washington Free Beacon. Sexual conduct involving persons below the domestically prescribed minimum age of consent to sex may be consensual, in fact, if not in law. The UN says. The UN. Imagine taking the UN. He wants to know, Joe, why we would be taking the UN seriously. We don't, but crazy people in Washington State and other blue state liberals not only take them seriously, they worship the UN. They chant in front of them. Like they're on the Mount Olympus of gods. They love these idiots. They do. They love these globalist organizations. They think they're fantastic. The WHO, they think these people are going to solve all their problems. Again, it's not just that they don't like your kids. It's that they hate your kids. Your kids are a pawn to them. Mutilate their bodies, sexually indoctrinate them, essentially kidnap them and don't tell the parents. Tell them. Now, one thing about this, I got to slow down because you can tell these topics get me a little too aggravated. And okay.
These things are overwhelming. I'm
They
sorry. These
are.
last two stories are just freaking overwhelming, dude.
Well, the Free Beacon story, I want everyone to understand. I don't claim to be, a modern day Freud or Carl Jung, but psychology was my thing. I actually liked the topic and went back and studied it, and it's great, whatever, who cares? But I know a little bit about it. And what I think we all understand by instinct, if not by education, is that children and kids are completely incapable at a young age of understanding the emotional and physical complexities of a sexual relationship. We all know that by instinct, sane people. We all know that. But that hasn't stopped the left from constantly pushing farther and farther to normalize sexual activity with kids. I got to tell you, I knew we were going down that slippery slope a long time ago. I really did. But I never thought we'd get to the bottom as fast as we did. I just didn't. Folks, they hate your kids. Here, New York Times. As migrant children were put to work, the U.S. ignored warnings. The White House and federal agencies were repeatedly alerted to signs of children at risk. The warnings were ignored or missed. I thought the Democrats, the party of tolerance and love and coexistence. We love the kids. Remember Joe Hillary's book? It takes a village. Apparently, it takes a village to do a lot of things. And some of the things the liberals are thinking about, ain't pretty. You don't have communism without the kids. The point of sexualizing young kids, by the way, I want to be clear. There's two reasons for this. Number one, there's just some genuine pervs in the Democrat Party. And by the way, sadly, that's not party specific. There are just sick people out there who have some disgusting desire to do bad things to kids. Okay, that's not a party thing. But some of the people in the Democrat Party know they can find a home there and they won't be called out. Does that make sense? But there's a second reason for this that is as evil as the first. Some of them have no sexual desire for kids or anything like that. They understand that sexual identity politics is a way to divide them from their parents. And the only way to attach them to the state, as the communists have understood from the beginning, is to divide them from the parents and God. And if they can't do it by race, then they're damn well going to do it by sex. That's the reason. Don't ever forget that. The why matters. The why matters. All right, again, sorry for the delay. Let me get to my first sponsor. On the other side is someone sent me something very interesting about the Nashville attack, the transgender attacker in Nashville from counterterrorism.org. And it shows, ladies and gentlemen, what can happen when this alienation is incomplete. This stuff is going to get worse as we continue to use our kids as political pawns in this destructive game of trying to rot America from the inside out. Stay tuned. This is a really kind of shocking article. Some details in there I hadn't heard before about malls and things like that. Folks, if you own a small business, you know the value of time. Innovation Refunds knows too. That's why they made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit or ERC. Go to getrefunds.com to get started. In less than 8 minutes, see if your business qualifies for ERC assistance. Your business may be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee kept on payroll during COVID-19. Innovation Refunds has already helped clients claim over $3 billion in payroll tax refunds through the ERC, and they may be able to help your business too. There's no upfront charge either. They don't get paid until your business gets its refund. Many businesses believe they won't qualify based off incomplete or outdated information, but don't let this opportunity pass you by because this payroll tax refund is only available for a limited amount of time. How do you get it? Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Good to have you guys, getrefunds.com. Appreciate it. Okay. So what happens when the alienation is complete? Well, we're seeing what happens. We're seeing a generation of kids, suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation. You know, it's fascinating. They had this crime hearing up in New York yesterday. And the libs were making this point that, well, you know, it's not just in Democrat areas. We're seeing it in Republican areas too. Here's the homicide rate in a certain place in Alabama they put out there, whatever it may be. And I say to them, okay, fair enough. I'm like you guys. I don't dispute statistics, but I don't think you're making the point you think you're making. Yeah. So this is not it. You know, when Joe grew up and I grew up, folks, school shootings were, thank the Lord, I'm not using his name in vain. What wasn't even a thing you thought about. It wasn't like, my God, I'm going to go to school and someone's going to shoot up the school. Like, that was insane. I remember a kid came to school with an M80 one time, the firecracker. The kid got expelled. That was the end of the kid. And he was like right around the 4th of July. Nobody thought about this. So something changed in the culture. That is being driven by the left. It's this division from community, from church, from parents, this obsession with government benefits over parenting. So you're not making the point you think you make. Listen, kids are upset and are killing each other all around the country. Yes, and that's rising with the explosive growth of a liberal-dominated media and culture separating them from the parents. You're not making the point you think you're making, you idiots. Yes, it can even happen in Nashville. It can happen in the most Republican places in the country. Look at this. This is in my newsletter today. I encourage you to read it. It's from the Counterterrorism Group. I think the website's counterterrorismgroup.com. It's called the Behavioral Threat Assessment of Audrey Elizabeth Hale. This is regarding the Nashville attack in the Christian school. POI means person of interest. There's a couple things I want to highlight here before I move on. Number one, the Secret Service did an exhaustive study of school shooting incidents. And folks, almost all of them, the overwhelming majority, there were a number of pre-attack indicators. Now, pre-attack indicators don't mean every single person is going to be involved in a school shooting, but it means in conjunction with other things, this behavior is highly suspicious and you should probably keep an eye out. So, Hale, they note in this piece, received handgun training in April and May of 2022, very likely suggesting that she started planning the attack a year ago. Again, handgun training in and of itself isn't anything suspicious at all. Millions of people go through that. But you've got a transgender kid, confused, upset at the parents, divided from the parents. The parents are religious. She went to the school. Combine that with these other things. The person of interest, Hale, the shooter, conducted surveillance of the school before the attack and assessed potential entry points. According to the evidence, Hale targeted the Christian Covenant School, but did not list specific individuals to be targeted as shots were fired indiscriminately. Hale's manifesto details other targets, including a nearby mall and certain family members too. These targets were ultimately dismissed due to the high security level. I don't know if the family members had firearms, if the mall had firearms and a security representative there or the police presence. But again, there are a couple things here you need to take away. Number one, pre-attack behaviors are almost always there. You just have to know what to look for. And second, security matters. Security matters. They can tell you all they want, oh, we don't need to be introducing more guns into school or any of this stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, that's nonsense. You can never prove a counterfactual. In this case, because there's a manifesto, we have a decent idea that she bypassed places that had security. Most of these people don't leave a manifesto behind. They'll just go and shoot a place up. The point is you can't prove that they wouldn't have shot up another place because they're dead. When I can guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of the time, they bypass the harder target for a softer one. This is in the newsletter today. Send it around. Everybody in your school and your kid's school should be reading this. There's an exhaustive amount of research into this. I'm just giving you some quick takeaways from this. Pre-attack indicators. Folks, couple takeaways from this. A couple takeaways. I always like to give you some deliverables. Number one, you have got to get out of these deep blue states. You don't have to get out of purple states. You don't have to get out of even light blue states. They may be savable, right? Even places like Colorado, I think are savable. I think there'll be a renaissance there. But deep blue states, Illinois, Maryland, Washington going to hell. Folks, California, it's time to get out. It's time to get out. You eventually have to cut your losses. You are more helpful in purple states and swing states. Homeschool your kids if you can. If not, get them in a decent religious school, a Catholic school, a school that has your values. Get in a good charter. There's a number of great options here in Florida. And finally, talk to your kids, folks. These pre-attack indicators are there almost every time. You just got to talk to your kids and listen, and you'll see them. The kids, man. Can't have communism without the kids. All right, moving on to my next story. Folks, no more talk here. We opened up the show. This story is related to the first, although in a kind of a different vein, but it's along the new rules vein. It's the new rules time. But now in effect, there's no more talk. There's no more talk. Cutesy time's over. I'm not interested in cutesy time. We're not interested in sending any more messages. No more John McCain thumbs down for Obamacare because I'm trying to set an example so we can go back to regular order. The Democrats don't care about example. Their example is the double-barreled family friendly, okay? They don't care. They don't care. You fight political fire with fire, okay? You don't fight it with bubbles. Here's what I mean. A couple stories along this line. Washington Times. The Democrats find themselves in a real pickle right now. Dianne Feinstein, who's 89 years old, decided ridiculously, she's a Senate Democrat from California, she decided to run for re-election. I didn't decide, Joe. Wasn't her consultant. He didn't decide. Joe, do you have anything to do with that?
No, nothing.
No, they didn't call you. Okay. Why? Because Joe's a conservative. They don't really care about Joe. They didn't call me either. The Democrats decided it'd be a good idea to have a late 80-year-old woman who is clearly suffering physically, and I wish her the best. I don't wish any ill health on anyone. I think that goes without saying. However, this is politics. You decided to run, not me. Now, I'm a broken down 48-year-old guy, Armacost. If I go and try out for the NFL, now on the first touchback, some guy explodes into me doing a Goldberg-like spear, fractures my ribs, and breaks my back, and I'm paralyzed. Is it his fault or mine? It's my fault because I was too stupid to not realize that's not for me. The fact that the Democrats pushed Feinstein into running again, and now she's in the Senate, and she's ill, again, wish her the best, that's the Democrats' problem. That's not our problem. So what's going on? You can read the story for the details, but Senator Feinstein's on the Judiciary Committee. You know, where they appoint judges and stuff. Confirm them, I should say. Precision matters. Well, the problem now is you need a majority to get them out of the committee. And with Feinstein being ill and unable to sit on the committee, the breakdown is 10-10. Now, Joe, with a 10-10 breakdown, 10 Democrats or 10 Republicans, you would need one Republican defection for a majority, correct? 10 and 10. The math checks. Skeet, is the math check out there? Yeah. Math check. He's doing a calculator. Math checks out. He's like the Spock of the show in case me and Joe get it wrong. Okay? So they got a problem. With Feinstein out, they can't push these people out of committee. So the Democrats came to the Republicans and they wanted the old rules back, the McCain rules. You know what the rules they wanted back, fellas? They said, guys, I think on a voice vote, you should let us replace Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. A voice vote, meaning they would need on the House floor, 60. They need about 10 Republicans, to agree with them on the House floor to replace Feinstein. Now, under the old John McCain rules, where everybody was playing cutesy time, even though the Democrats are punching you in the freaking face with brass knuckles, the Republicans probably would have said, okay, you guys will pay us back the favor later, right? To their credit, knock on wood, to this point, the Republicans said, nah, we're not going to do that, but thanks. Senate Republicans say they'll reject plan for Feinstein's substitute. Good. Wish her the best. Hope her health works out. She's lived a long life, but she chose to run. We didn't make her run. Democrats thought that was a good idea. Now you can deal with the consequences from it. It's interesting how some of them are pushing Feinstein to step aside too, but they're not pushing Biden, who's, I'd argue, probably more cognitively impaired than Feinstein. The Democrats also pushed this guy to run too. You got the Fetterman video? I sent that to you. Here's a video of John Fetterman, another guy cognitively compromised. They push him to run in Pennsylvania. Not me. They could have elected Connor Lamb in the primary. Another Democrat. Don't particularly like the guy, but there's no question about his cognitive abilities or his smarts. He's a diehard liberal. He pretends to be a moderate. But you could have had Connor Lamb. Instead, you wanted the cool guy in the Carhartt jacket. So now the guy shows up yesterday. Fetterman, did you see this? He made it back on the Hill. Look how he shows up. Check this out. Play that thing.
How you doing, Senator?
Welcome back, Senator.
Senator,
How are you feeling, Senator?
Senator, are you confident you could serve your full 6 years?
Let's be back.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, what is that? What is that? Listen, I'm not a big dress code guy. I think you get that. But even me on Fox, I put a jacket on. And, when I was interviewing Donald Trump, I don't like ties. I never wear ties, ever. I mean, ever outside of like a funeral, right? And there's a reason for it. My elbows don't work. It's hard for me to put a tie on. If no one's around, I actually can't get the tie on. I can't get the tie physically. It's not because I'm trying to be like some style maven. So I started wearing flat colored t-shirts and a jacket because it's physically all I can do. Folks, if you're listening on audio only, he's in some raggedy gym shorts, some crappy gym sneakers, and like a Carhartt sweater up in the Senate. Like he's going into a Parcheesi game to have a couple of liberal Bud Lights with his buddies on a Friday night. Joe, you did the morning show for CBM. That crew got in there at like 4 o'clock in the morning. They at least had some pants on. And a couple of them wearing collared shirts. I mean, Tom Morrow always came in looking spiffy, man. God rest his soul. They had some pride, some personal pride. This is who you want? Don't save them. There's a couple more fights coming up. They're not said. So new rules. Do not save them on Fetterman and do not save them on Feinstein. They picked this debacle. They can fix it. Couple more things that are coming up. No saving them on either. New rules. First, folks, ladies and gentlemen, sure you can go to Brazil or Colombia and get some crazy stuff done to your face, but why on earth would you do that? Here's a real review from Genucel.com. Claire said, I absolutely love Genucel. My skin feels so good, tighter and younger with a more even tone. I've only used it for a week. My advice to everyone, take a before picture. But Jim makes a more exciting point. He writes, my wife loves it. Ever since I purchased it for her, things have gotten much more interesting after dark. Enough said. Jim's going to get lucky, man, with Genucel. It's Jim. Good. Can you book him for a guest segment? We need to talk to Jim. It's true. Because nothing works like Genucel. It's a family recipe for over 20 years, made by a compounding pharmacist in small batches, always cruelty-free and natural. Right now, go to Genucel.com/Dan. Save over 70% off Genucel's most popular package, featuring their Ultra Retinol and Dark Spot Corrector. Don't wait. Go to Genucel.com/Dan. Genucel.com/Dan. All orders upgraded to free shipping. Every subscription order includes a complimentary spring spa box with 3 spa essentials, also free for a limited time. Visit now. Genucel.com/Dan. Genucel.com/Dan. That's GENUCEL. Genucel.com/Dan. Jimbo, good luck, buddy. You're going to have a good He's looking for him now. He's going to have a good weekend. Jim's going to have a good weekend out there. So they picked Fetterman. They picked Feinstein. No more John McCain. Thumbs down. We're going to bring back regular order. Show the Washington Post how nice we are as Republicans. No. I don't really care what the Washington Post thinks. Matter of fact, we should show the Washington Post we're acting like actual Republicans. How does that sound for once? Remember my golden rule. Most Republicans on Capitol Hill are really Democrats. However, no Democrats on Capitol Hill are really Republicans. Don't forget that rule, and you will never be disappointed. Folks, there's 3 more fights that we're going to do new rules on. The debt ceiling. Do not capitulate. McCarthy's been standing strong. Do not dare vote in the House, in the Republican-controlled House, to raise that debt ceiling without significant concessions from the Biden administration. Don't do it. If Biden wants to shut down the government, McCarthy will get him a budget. The House is the power of the purse. They will get him a budget. If Biden doesn't sign it and wants to shut the government down, that's on Biden. I don't care what the media writes. Stand up, show some moose nuts, and do the right thing. Do not cave on the debt ceiling. Listen to me. Do not cave on the debt ceiling. I don't know if you care about this show in the Republican swamp or not, but I'm telling you right now, anybody who caves on this thing, we will be exposed. I will make it my life's mission to expose you guys. Do not cave on the debt ceiling. We have an opportunity right now to get a lid on our impending national bankruptcy. Thanks for everyone who joined the live chat, by the way. I really appreciate it. Sorry we're a little bit late. Listening to some of you there. So some of the comments are just classic. I love it. The second issue, do not cave on new rules. Hunter Biden. I'll get to that in a second. Double down. Yeah, the media wants you, the Republicans are wasting a lot of time. They can be focused on other things. No, there's a committee dedicated to this. There's other committees dedicated to other stuff. Third, the DA problem. Keep the heat on these DAs. Do not let Twinkies up in New York scare you with frivolous lawsuits. Keep the heat on these DAs. If they're using federal money for political prosecutions, then keep the subpoenas coming. No caving. We got stories like this that burst last night, too. 6 additional Biden family members may have benefited from Hunter's business dealings. Folks, they've got a real problem. Keep this story up for me for a second. The Democrats' party line on this is that these are just unsubstantiated rumors. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'm going to tell you this. Here's the key, and don't forget this for your liberal friends. Oh, that's just a rumor. Hey, shut your pie hole, D-bags. This is not a rumor. They're actual bank records. They're right there in the story. The committee was given access to SARS. That's not a respiratory virus. Well, it is, but not in this case. Suspicious activity reports. Folks, banks have to file these as a matter of law. They were filing them based on some of the Biden family's business records, meaning they were doing something in banks that elicited these reports being filed. These are real records. This isn't an unsubstantiated rumor. Nobody wants to fill out a suspicious activity report in a bank on their own customer. Think about that. There is something going on here. Do not, under any circumstances, let up. All right. So Elon was on Tucker last night, and this interview was really explosive. Folks, this subject of AI, in a way, the news cycle in the last couple of weeks has not been the greatest, but I think this is actually a good thing because it's allowed us to focus on a couple of things that really matter. Number one, we really needed to isolate a target that screwed itself over, and Bud Light was the perfect story to do that. But second, this AI story, ever since we started covering it last week, that time thing, did you notice an explosion of coverage everywhere on this? Folks, this is a real threat. If AI were to pump some malicious program using its advanced intelligence into every iPhone and Android phone in America to monitor your phone and send the results to your neighbors and friends, you'd be societal chaos tomorrow morning. Is Google taking AI seriously? Elon doesn't seem to think so. You know what? Let me get to my last sponsor. We'll do that. We're running a little late today, so I'm sorry. This is a great company, WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Dan. This is my actual We the People holster for my Glock 43. If you've ever carried concealed for any length of time, you know it can get really uncomfortable, even with the smallest gun. A lot of gun owners try to find the perfect holster to keep their guns at their sides without ever realizing the cheap department store belt is probably the issue. Get a gun belt from We the People Holsters. They're designed to eliminate your discomfort, keep you and your weapons safe at all times. Each one of their tactical gun belts are made to be comfortable, well-fitting, secure, and easy to access. Choose from their tactical gun belt line with their proprietary Talon buckle. Their buckles, Falcon belt, Raven, and Slimline belt, or their Independence gun belt made from premium full-grain leather. The best gun belts in the business here. Go to WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Dan and get 25% off your gun belt with the promo code Dan25. While you're there, pick up one of their awesome patriotic t-shirts. I have a closet full of them. You see me wearing them all the time. I had the We the People one on last week. Again, awesome holsters. This is my actual holster right there. That's WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Dan. WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Dan. Promo code Dan25. That's Dan25. Check them out. So Elon was on Tucker last night. Part 1, part 2 of their interviews tonight. And Elon started talking about some conversations he was having with Google about AI. Folks, this is one of the most disturbing answers I think I've ever heard. How one of the most powerful companies in the history of planet Earth, $1 trillion company, Google, how Google right now, some of the people involved who were involved early on and probably filtered down to the company are talking about creating some kind of digital god, small g. This is crazy. Take a listen.
The reason OpenAI exists at all is that Larry Page and I used to be close friends, and I would stay at his house in Palo Alto, and I would talk to him late into the night about AI safety. And at least my perception was that Larry was not taking AI safety seriously enough. What did he say about it? He really seemed to be wants sort of digital superintelligence, basically digital God, if you will, as soon as possible. He wanted that? Yes. He's made many public statements over the years that the whole goal of Google is what's called AGI, artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence. You know, and I agree with him that there's great potential for good, but there's also potential for bad. And so if you've got some radical new technology, you want to try to take a set of actions that maximize probably it will do good and minimize probably it will do bad things. Yes. It can't just be hell for leather to just go, barreling forward and, hope for the best. And then at one point, I said, well, what about, we're going to make sure humanity's okay here. And then he called me a speciesist.
Folks, you realize some of these people Elon's talking to would love nothing more than have human beings subordinated to an artificial digital intelligence? They would love nothing more. You understand how frightening that is? Imagine the ability of an artificial digital intelligence to give every human being, say, a score, 0 to 100. And depending on that score, based on how it analyzes your political leanings, where you buy your groceries, if you volunteered enough hours, if you cross in the crosswalk, if you jaywalk, what the speed of your car is through the computer it's connected to, because everything will be interconnected in Web 7.0, whatever it is. Imagine you get that score and the computer tells you with that score what you can and can't do. A score of 70, no kidney transplant for you. You're not worth it. A score of 95, oh yeah, you'll get the antibiotics. Imagine that. You don't have to imagine it. It's here right now. No, it is. Listen to this. This is from one of the major network news channels. It's a report on the social credit scoring system in China. Pay very, very close attention to this clip. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already here. The Chinese Communist Party, listen about, 30 seconds in or so, they talk about how artificial intelligence is being used to grade every single citizen in China. And there's certain things you can get or not get, jobs, healthcare, whatever, depending on your score. It's already here. Check this out.
It's called the social credit system, and in one version now being tested, a person's reputation is scored on a scale of 350 to 950. And how you, with a good score of 752, is okay with it. In fact, most people are.
It's a mechanism pushes you to become a better citizen.
It's big data meets Big Brother, expanding how the government monitors, understands, and ultimately controls its 1.4 billion citizens. Thanks to advances in artificial intelligence and facial recognition, and a web of more than 200 million surveillance cameras.
Are people bothered by privacy concerns?
We think a lot of cameras keep the safety is really good. We can accept it.
Companies are experimenting with the algorithms to help the government create the new national social credit system. The government also has pilot projects. In one, citizens are required to do hours of unpaid work to get benefits. And scores are docked for things like littering, a messy yard, gossip, even jaywalking. Video of offenders is shown on the local news. And information collectors like Zhou Aini are paid to report on their neighbors. Her quota, 10 entries a month. Like the man who carried a drunk person home. A good deed, she says. Good social credit gets rewarded with perks like cheap loans and travel deals. But a bad score means public shame and worse.
Chinese Communist Party is working on a pilot project. You guys catch that for unpaid work? That's got a name, folks. Unpaid work. And if the algorithm, i.e. the AI, doesn't like the amount of unpaid work you've done, you get a lower social score, therefore you can't get access to loans? What do you mean, like to buy a house or a car or something like that? You know, we joke a lot on the show because we tend to use humor and sarcasm to take the edge off what is an edgy show sometimes. I get that. But this isn't funny. We're really out of conspiracy theory. Everything we were told was some crazed conspiracy theory on this show has materialized and come true. It's no longer theoretical. It's a conspiracy, but it's not theoretical. We've been warning you about this social credit scoring system. And now in conjunction with the growth in AI to make this more powerful, most people outside my audience and conservatives that watch, Fox and Newsmax and elsewhere ignored the story. Now you're going to see what happens. It's here. It's only a matter of time before the government abuses it. All right, let's move on. I got a couple of political stories to go to. 2024, the race is heating up. Obviously, the race for the presidency is going to be a very big deal, probably the most important presidential election of our lifetime. We are dealing with a lot. I know I said that last time because I meant it last time, and it was true last time, and it's true this time too. But there's a lot of buzz about a potential VP pick for Donald Trump. I mean, there's not really a lot of talk yet about who DeSantis would pick because he's not formally in, and everybody's still 99% sure he's going to get in. There's still kind of 1%ers out there like, maybe he'll bail at the last minute. But there's a good Daily Caller piece here. Trump World of Buzz about a potential VP pick and the qualities Trump is looking for. They throw a few names out there. We'll go through each one, kind of some positives, maybe some negatives to kind of, and I don't mean negatives in a negative way. I just mean everyone is. I mean, if he would have picked me, positives, right? The Dan Bongino audience would be ferociously loyal. The negatives, liberals really hate my guts and probably a lot of independents too. I'm not sure, on the negative side, they overwhelm the positives. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's got a positive and a negative. So the president hasn't said anything yet, President Trump, but some of the names include Marjorie Taylor Greene, who would be an interesting pick, unquestionably has some fiery support amongst the base. But again, liberals and Democrats, she drives them crazy, which I'm not sure is such a bad thing. But we got to see the independent appeal too. Nobody really votes for VP, though, having said that. So I mean, who knows? Elise Stefanik in New York's been loyal to him from the start. Downside to Elise Stefanik, upside again, it probably appeals to some moderate women. I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not. Again, nobody really votes for VP, but I'm trying to give it, give you a decent analysis of the situation. A lot of conservatives, not a huge fan of Stefanik's voting record. Nikki Haley's name got mentioned. Positives, big name ID. A lot of, again, donors seem to like her. Downside, some people see her as a bit of an opportunist. Just putting out there what's going out there in the field, right? Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas. Now, she could be a really interesting pick. I got to be candid with you. I don't see a lot of downside to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Again, that liberals hate her doesn't mean anything. It's kind of like Marjorie Taylor Greene. They hate her too because they're not going to vote for Trump anyway, so it's irrelevant. But Sarah Huckabee Sanders, big name ID from her time as press secretary, definitely carries some oomph with the donor class and the base too. So she could be an interesting pick. And Kristi Noem of South Dakota is another name on the list. I'll get to Carrie Lake in a second, but Noem, the vote on the transgender thing, I know she's kind of flipped the script, could be a negative. Positive, has done a lot of decent conservative stuff, was pretty good on the lockdown. We'll see about that. Finally, Carrie Lake. Positives, dynamic public speaker, takes it to the press. Left hates the press. The Republicans, conservatives can't stand the press. Downsides, the Arizona thing. Regardless of how fishy that thing was, people are going to be like, well, she's not in there now. It's not in the governor's seat, so she couldn't even carry Arizona. I'm just telling you, it's what they're going to say. I'm not telling you it's my opinion. I'm just trying to give you a full spectrum analysis of what's going on. So we'll continue to follow that. That's obviously going to be important. A couple more stories I want to get to because this is the guy we got to beat. This is why the VP pick is so important. We have got to beat Biden. He is an absolute clown. He is totally cognitively impaired. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason only somewhere close to 30% of Americans think the economic situation is good right now, 70%, 60+% think it sucks, is because it does. The Wall Street Journal has a piece out. The piece is about your earnings. Folks, your earnings have gone down. Here's a chart. Liberals, this is called numbers, okay? These are called numbers here. Average weekly earnings of private production and non-supervisory employees measured in standard $82, $84 from March 2013 to March 2023. I want you to notice something about this chart. If you're listening at home, I'll give you a hint. It peaks out at $338.57, meaning you were making the most in when? Well, look at the chart. You'll see it peaks out right between 2020 and 2021 with its absolute peak in around January of 2021. What happened in January of 2021, fellas? What was that there? Oh, that was the last month of Trump. That's so weird. That's so weird. That's so strange. That's really crazy how Trump left office and then look. If you thank you. Are you highlighting that in live time? You could do that. Look at this guy. Only in my prompt. Oh, you can't see that at home? He's like highlighting stuff. Look at you see how it goes down after that peak? That's the Joe Biden years. To the trough we're in now. Joe, is that chart? Is that hard to read? It's not, right? It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, I'm just checking. This is why people think the economy sucks. You know why, Joe? Because it does. They describe it in the journal piece that it peaked out at 338.57, which is in January of 2021, the last month of the Trump presidency. That's why. Now, if you're a lefty, you're going, oh, I love it. Well, it's from the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, the government entity. The government's lying now? The guy thought you loved the government. The government's lying? So strange. All right, a couple more things I want to get to here. We're never going to beat anyone in Washington, D.C., Biden or otherwise, if we don't get jokers like this out of the party. This is just a mess. This Nancy Mace has become an embarrassment. She has these great moments where she shows huge potential, and we'll continue to highlight it going forward. And then she humiliates the party over and over with this endless pandering towards the pro-baby death crowd. You know, listen, Nancy, sometimes it's just better to shut your mouth. You don't have to open your mouth and discredit people who are trying to defend human life all the time. You really don't. Here's Nancy Mace on a weekend show with Shannon Bream, again, defending the pro-abortion crowd. This is just inexcusable nonsense. I heard this same exact argument about immigration. We just shut up about immigration, we win elections. Here's Nancy Mace again defending the pro-abortion crowd. Check this out.
I represent a purple district. I talked to a voter the other day, and she left the Republican Party over this issue. She's an independent voter. She's pro-choice. Her gestational limits, for example, are at 14 weeks. I'm a pro-life legislator. I'm at 15 to 20 weeks. And so there's a lot of middle ground. I think it's important in how we talk about these issues and offer solutions. We've got 14 counties in South Carolina that don't have a single OBGYN doctor. So if we're going to ban abortion, what are we doing to make sure women have access to birth control? What are we doing about how do we improve adoption services in our country? What about the kids that are not wanted? What about our foster care system? What about getting nurses that can treat women who need, OBGYN care in those rural areas? What are we doing about getting birth control over the counter at pharmacies? There are a lot of things that we can do to protect life and not alienate the independent voter.
You know, I'm telling you, I heard the exact same stupid arguments after Mitt Romney lost to Obama about immigration. Because stop talking about immigration, man. The independents don't like it. And then Trump comes in and runs on immigration, ironically, and winds up winning a bunch of blue-collar workers who are independent or Democrat-leaning. So I'm not taking lectures from Nancy Mace. Maybe just, you don't have to open your mouth about stuff. I get your politics. You got to go on the weekend shows and trash pro-lifers, discrediting our entire cause. It's embarrassing. Finally, one last thing. I got to slip this out in order. I'll run it late. But the war on meat's about to pick up, too. Here's that goofball up in New York, the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. This guy's a clown. He pretends to be like a moderate Democrat. Guy's a joker. He's like, hey, you want to look like me? Get rid of that meat and protein diet. Here, check this out.
1 in every 5 metric tons of carbon dioxide our city emits comes from food. But all food is not created equal. The vast majority of food that is contributing to our emission crisis lies in meat and dairy products. We already know that a plant power diet is better for your physical and mental health, and I am living proof of that. But the reality is that thanks to this new inventory, we're finding out it is better for the planet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he'll be producing, he'll be telling you to eat cockroaches next. These guys are just such clowns. It's better if that's debatable too. What's better? I'm not taking my dietary advice from Eric Adams. I'm really sorry. All right, folks, thanks again for tuning in. Sorry we were a couple minutes late today. Just a minor technical hiccup. Please subscribe to the show if you would. I would deeply appreciate it. It helps us stay on the charts. It means the world to us. Rumble.com/Bongino. Click that follow button. We really appreciate it. Also, if you go to Apple and Spotify and subscribe there as well, it's absolutely free. No cost to you, but it helps us enormously. Thanks so much for your loyalty to the show. We so deeply appreciate it. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Rumble.com/Bongino live at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Hopefully right on time tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
You just heard the Dan Bongino Show.
You're going to love to hear this. 1/3 of all of the donations made to our campaign since my sham indictment.
So here's a question. Has the Biden administration been lying to you about the Ukraine war? Well, it turns out not just a little bit, but a lot. Maybe a better question to ask, though, is how badly has the Biden administration been lying to you about the Ukraine war? I guess like on a scale, like a sliding scale.
Like how long is the Pinocchio nose?
Right. We already know, like we know it grows, but how long is it?
You know, I read a quote this weekend in the book that I just told you about, the Scott Horton book, that the first lie you tell in war is to yourself. Which is great. It's a great quote, right? Because if you're supporting war of any kind, thinking that another human being has to die to solve a conflict, you're telling yourself something that most human nature fundamentally does not believe.
Exactly. That's a great one. So to hear the Biden administration tell a story about the Ukraine war, tell the story, Ukraine is moments away from a big spring offensive. They're going to topple Putin. They're going to retake Crimea, and democracy will be saved, thanks to a bunch of recent Pentagon document leaks and new reporting last week by journalist Seymour Hersh. We know the opposite is actually true. We know that Ukraine is the most corrupt government in Europe. Ukraine has been stealing millions of dollars from you, U.S. taxpayers. That's undeniable now. And the documents show Ukraine cannot win this war. And further, U.S. troops are in Ukraine and have been. Now we have confirmation of this beyond just some leaks from government officials. No, it's in the Pentagon's documents. We know this to be true. But other than all of that bad news, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the theater last night? Was it still good? Were the actors any good? Well, it turns out even the acting in this war has been awful.
If the freedom to dream were a spear, I proudly present a human being who tonight represents that spear's most honed tip.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the 80th Golden Globe Award ceremony, the award was won at a special time.
Awful. Awful. So even the acting.
I mean,
is
do you
bad
hear how
in this
low
war.
the applause actually was? It really wasn't as much as you would think. Like, oh no.
Yeah, that was the famous "just the tip" speech.
So
who's the butt of the spear of willingness to dream or whatever he said? I want to know who the other end of that is.
The butt.
I mean, the American people are right now.
American taxpayers are the butt.
Yeah, because once you hear what I'm about to tell you, you're going to feel that way. So bend over. So over the past few days, something we've never seen before started happening. The American news media, specifically the Washington Post, started revealing the identity of the 21-year-old U.S. military airman who leaked the Pentagon documents in an online forum. And that's not just surprising, given that the Washington Post, of course, is an arm of the CIA. But what is surprising is how quickly the arrest came. Ostensibly, the CIA gives the Washington Post his identity. They write a story about it. And then within 24 hours, he's arrested. That's how this works. Here's the video of 21-year-old airman Teixeira being hauled out and walked backwards towards us and handcuffed and marched away. If that's not amazing enough, the Washington Post doing the bidding of the CIA, a New York Times reporter then publishes a tweet saying, "See, this wouldn't have happened if the leaker had given us documents. We could have protected his identity here at the New York Times." Almost like a threat. Hey, because you published these on a Discord forum, that's not the New York Times, because you published them there, instead of calling us over at the New York Times, the bastion of journalism, this is what you get. You get arrested. Let that be a lesson to all of you future whistleblowers out there trying to keep us out of World War III. Don't just push this on a Discord forum. Call the New York Times. Don't publish this yourself on your Substack. Give it to the team at Redacted. No. You need to talk to the New York Times to have your identity protected. So Biden administration's John Kirby says the American people have no right to know the information that this guy leaked to you. Watch.
This is information that has no business in the public domain. It has no business, if you don't mind me saying, on the pages of front pages of newspapers or on television.
Oh, really?
Because it undermines our ability to lie to you about the lie in Ukraine.
Who do these assholes think they work for? I mean, seriously, like, we have no right. It's like we are we are who gives you the right.
They know who they work for. They don't work for you, and they don't work for me. They work for the deep state and the military-industrial complex.
They work for weapons.
I saw a great political cartoon this weekend, which showed a whole bunch of tables set up, and there was each table was like a person sitting there, and it said healthcare, and the person had an empty plate. It was like people waiting at a restaurant. They were all sitting there with empty plates, like waiting for the waiter to come around. And all of these little tables, healthcare, schools, education, like all of these things were empty, right? And then the one table that had all the fat cats, and there was just coins and dollars pouring over the table, was the military and military-industrial complex. They know exactly who they work for.
But here you see two major establishments being decapitated, the mainstream media and the military-industrial complex. And they're both now working together to help each other keep their heads on, right? So the military is saying, you didn't need to know this, and it undermines our ability to use the press to tell you what we want you to know. And you see the media saying, it should have come through us. It undermines the lies we want to repeat from the military establishment. So therefore, we need to undermine the sources. So then we will make their lives unsafe because it pulled the rug out from the both of us. The both of us are in bed together. We don't like that. So we're going to punish the whistleblowers.
Right. And it is interesting, right? Because if we're holding this guy to this standard, this 21-year-old, right? This is the new standard now, where the CIA outs you in the newspaper to the Washington Post, then they swoop in and arrest you. Should we also then arrest the sources who leaked information in Seymour Hersh's latest report? So Seymour Hersh out with his new jaw-dropping article.
Well, let's just, before we get to this for a second, remember a couple years ago, there was this big whistleblower who went to the New York Times to talk about how Donald Trump was just a big baby. That was the whole story. Just that Trump was a baby. There's no adults in the room. He doesn't read his briefings, and he eats nothing but fast food.
Right.
And it was someone who said they were senior in the administration. I'm going to the New York Times to let you know that he's not an adult. He's not capable of making decisions, and he doesn't pay attention, and he doesn't study, basically. And the New York Times went to bat to protect this person, this senior source, and they swore that this was in the public interest for us to know that he's a baby, that he's immature and he's a baby, basically, right? And so look at how the entire establishment got behind that whistleblower, wasn't outed, wasn't arrested, worked inside the cabinet, presumably. I don't think we ever did know. We had some conjecture about it. That's in the public domain, according to this establishment. Mm-hmm. But this, that we are being led into war with lies, is not.
Right. No, that's Trump being a baby or not wanting to hear what you have to say in a meeting is arguably more important.
Yes.
Like, that's what they're telling us.
That he likes
eating McDonald's. I like eating McDonald's.
Far more people are dying because of these lies and these leaks than just Trump being immature and being a baby. I think that it's pretty easy to quantify that argument.
Yeah, I would think so. So let's play that same scenario out with the Seymour Hersh article then, which just dropped a few days ago. His jaw-dropping article points out how the CIA knows that Ukraine has been embezzling tens of millions of dollars from U.S. taxpayers, stealing from the money that we've been sending. They're aware of this. They know it, actively know it. It's not like they can just play dumb or cognitive dissonance here. Hersh has this nugget in his article, quote, what is also unknown, when he means what is also unknown, he means like, we don't know this because it's not been publicized or released in the press. What is also unknown, he writes, is that Zelensky has been buying the fuel from Russia, the country with which it and Washington are at war. And the Ukrainian president and many in his entourage have been skimming untold millions from the American dollars earmarked for diesel fuel payments. One estimate by analysts from the Central Intelligence Agency puts the embezzled funds at $400 million last year, at least. Another expert compared the level of corruption in Kiev as approaching that of the Afghan war. although there will be no professional audit reports from the Ukraine war. Zelensky's been buying discount diesel from the Russians, one knowledgeable American intelligence official told me. And who's paying for the gas and oil? We are. Putin and his oligarchs are making millions on it, he said. Wow. Excellent journalist Glenn Greenwald joined Howard Kurtz yesterday to talk about these leaked papers. And I always love his take on how the media's response is to these types of reports. Watch Glenn's reaction when Howard Kurtz asks him if the Washington Post has a legitimate news story here for having revealed the name of this 21-year-old, have outed him. Like, does the Washington Post, isn't this in the public interest? Now, I know Howie Kurtz is a very smart man. I used to work with him for many years. I think what he's doing is he already knows how Glenn's probably going to answer this question. He's giving him a great question here. So isn't this in the public interest? The Washington Post says it's in the public interest to reveal this leaker, this Pentagon leaker. Watch Glenn's reaction.
The day before the arrest of Jack Teixeira, the Washington Post reported that the documents were posted by a young gun enthusiast who worked for the military on Cape Cod, shared his stuff with the chat group, and you accused the paper of doing the bidding of the U.S. security state. Isn't it a legitimate news story?
No, it's the job of the FBI to catch people who leak classified information. As a journalist, those are the people we cultivate. Those are the people we rely on to do our jobs. Every single day, Howie, the New York Times, the Washington Post, NBC News, Fox has stories along the lines of senior officials told us X, Y, and Z, and they claim that this information is classified. The difference here is that this person didn't give this material to the New York Times or the Washington Post, and so bizarrely, they went on a hunt to find him and out him, and even the New York Times military reporter said, although he deleted it, ironically, if he had given the documents to the New York Times, we'd be doing everything to protect his identity instead of exposing him. I think it's incredibly bizarre for media corporations to unearth sources and leakers.
Well, that's the paradox, but let me just sort of test this here. Are there no leakers who you would say it's legitimate for the press to try to expose? I mean, what if it was somebody who was anti-American and wanted to jeopardize military people? What if it was somebody who took money from a foreign country to expose nuclear secrets?
Right, but the irony here is that the New York Times and the Washington Post in particular have been using these documents from the very beginning to do all kinds of reporting, which means implicitly they recognize these documents as being newsworthy and journalistically valuable. This is not a case where, say, troop movements or the names of covert agents overseas was disclosed. The government always claims people are endangered when their secrets get out that they don't want leaked. That's not this case. The fact that we're all talking about the contents of these materials proves that they're journalistically newsworthy in the eyes of the same media outlets that tracked him down.
Right.
Yeah, there's maybe like one or two circumstances where I think maybe that if you're a news organization and you get a call from a government official to not publish something, that would be, hey, today is June 5th. I heard that you got some information that tomorrow on June 6th, we're going to be launching a little something we call D-Day. We'd really love for you to not publish that. If you could just be so kind.
Yeah,
because a lot of Americans will die if they think that we're actually landing at Calais instead of this other spot, not at Calais, right? Like, can you just hold off on that? Give it 48 hours. And I promise you, maybe we'll give you a good one-on-one interview with Ike, after that.
Yeah.
That maybe, or yeah, that's about it. Like that maybe, or troop movements that would literally lead to the death of thousands upon thousands of people. But this?
No, they do the opposite. In fact, again, the book I was reading, Scott Horton's book, showed that the media had exculpatory evidence that the lie about the Iraq War and troops on the border of Kuwait was in fact a lie, because they had intelligence from satellites from the Soviet Union at the time. And the media decided not to follow up on that story and not to publish it, and to go forward with the Bush administration's lies about the attack on Kuwait in order to attack Iraq. They do the opposite of that.
Yeah.
The frustrating thing is, like, if you watch the mainstream, all you're seeing is them go after this kid. If you watch like our sources and stuff, everybody's going after the information. Like, this is important information. It's like, There, and I'm waiting for the narrative to come down that somehow this is linked to Russia.
Well, I just saw in the chat one person, Linux Master, there's always one, right? Drops a chat. He says, do you guys have dual citizenship in Russia? I just laugh my ass off. I've never been to Russia. I would actually love to visit Russia sometime, but I've never been there. And no, we do not have dual citizenship anywhere. So no, we don't.
But it tracks with a lot of the reporting that we've been doing here about how the United States is feeding us lies in order to support the conflict in Ukraine and making us somehow forget that Ukraine was attacking the Donbass since 2014. We've known this because we've been reading about it and we remember, and we don't just get social media cred for putting Ukraine flags up all around our show. But, you know, I guess this might be surprising to anyone who's been sort of blindly supporting the U.S. narrative.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, we were in the airport, Gatwick Airport. There was a young man who worked at an electronics store, and you know me in electronics. I was hanging out there while we're waiting for our flight, and he saw my camera and he was talking to me about vlogging and video stuff. He's like, "Oh, do you do any videos and photos and stuff?" And he was a great photographer, and we were chatting. And I said, "Oh, you have a YouTube channel?" And we cover geopolitics, and the Rumble channel we cover geopolitics. And then he's like, "Oh, what's your channel?" He looked it up and he goes, "Dude," he goes, "this is not a small channel." And I'm like, "Well, thank you. I appreciate that." And he said, "I can't believe how many people don't know what's going on in Ukraine, the truth about it." He's like, "People don't know to look back to 2014. And I was like, "Yes, young man, like there's a bright future. Like,
yeah.
That's awesome." He's like, "My dad told me, to really do my homework and understand like what happened in 2014 in Ukraine, to understand that this is a US led proxy war." And that like, yes, there are smart people out there.
Yeah.
Who just spend a little bit of time reading the books,
It goes back to the 80s and the 70s, like the whole Cold War. Like it's all related. It's like one long continuous drama,
Yeah.
And so it's like all these little bits thrown in there, but you can keep tracking this back to World War II.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you're right
And
about
good
that.
luck finding a kid that age in this country that would have that conversation.
No, I see those videos in Times Square where they interview people. They ask them who the vice president of the United States is, and they can't answer it. So anyway, Glenn Greenwald also draws a direct connection to the famous Pentagon Papers, which showed just how the U.S. war in Vietnam was never going to end in victory for the United States, but the U.S. government continued to lie to the American people straight to our faces how it was doing in Vietnam. This is a great parallel. Watch.
The leaked material says Ukraine is in a much more vulnerable position in fighting the Russians in terms of vulnerability, running low on ammo, than the Biden administration has publicly proclaimed. Does that bring to mind the old Vietnam War phrase, credibility gap?
Yeah, I mean, remember, the reason Daniel Ellsberg leaked the Pentagon Papers was because the U.S. government was telling American people that they were winning the war in Vietnam, but privately they were saying there was no way for them to win. The most they could hope for was a stalemate, and he felt compelled to show the truth. Very similar in terms of what the documents reveal, and that it not only shows the Ukrainians losing, at least more so than the government admits, but also that the U.S. government has special forces deployed on the ground in Ukraine, which I think is something, if we're going to do, we should at least know about first.
Yeah, I do think we should deal with.
Imagine that, right? Wouldn't that be great to know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, some of us did, right?
Right.
we kind of been pointing that out for, ever since it started. So,
but guys,
I think we brought it up about a year ago.
Yeah. So guys, I'll just sort of ask you here. I'll throw this out as like a collective question for everyone here in the chat. Everyone can comment and leave us a comment as well. Like, is this the new standard then for mainstream media journalism and whistleblowers? Like, when we hear information that we know to be very important to the American people, in the best interest of the American people, we've been lied to about a war in Ukraine, about money that's being wasted, that a war that's not going to be winnable, by the way, U.S. troops in that country. Wouldn't that be nice to know? U.S. troops in that country. You've been lying to us, lying to our faces about that. And by no reporters in the press corps seem to ask that question, right? Why do they never ask that question? Or specific troop numbers? Like, can you please tell us? Like, we were told no American troops were going to be in this war. Why are there American troops in Ukraine?
Right.
Is this the future of journalism now, where we're going to out whistleblowers in newspapers?
Unless they just have something to say about Donald Trump being a baby.
Yeah, I guess.
In which case we protect them, life and limb.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, according to like modern journalism, though, that's not a journalistic question, because you're not supposed to know that. So they can't ask those questions because they're not supposed to know about it to begin with.
I suppose.
So you can't ask follow-ups because the Pentagon say, well, you shouldn't know that. So don't talk about it.
Yeah. Well, we've got more news to get to here on your Monday.
Well, I do want to just point this out, though, because I think it's interesting to talk about how Russia is responding to these leaks and what is the substance of the leak. So what we do continue to learn from them is just how deeply involved the U.S. is in this war and how badly it's going. For example, this, according to Politico, is that Russia is jamming U.S. smart bombs in Ukraine. The documents do say, and they were corroborated, that American-made smart bombs are falling victim to Russian electronic jamming in Ukraine, causing them to miss the targets. This sort of means that despite Zelensky's promise that his army doesn't really know what they're doing, he says they do, but they don't. Says the weapons have experienced higher than expected dud rates and have missed their targets on the battlefield. According to this source from a U.S. official. Now, another official says, of course, that they think it's just that, like, it's not the problem with the Ukrainian army or the missiles themselves, which we have been reporting that the equipment's not great. It's faulty, it's old, and the Ukrainian government doesn't know what to do with it. No, they said instead it's Russia jamming the missiles, which makes me want to make a baseball reference, but this is serious, so I won't. Now, you would think that Russia would be kind of happy about this validation because it shows what they've been saying all along. The U.S. is involved. The U.S. is provoking this. The U.S. is preventing peace. But Russian expert Gilbert Doctorow, author of the book Does Russia Have a Future?, reports that Russia is not at all happy about this. Here's how he puts it. Says the Russians are not at all pleased with this situation. It strengthens the argument on their side by those who say that insanity rules the USA, that you have to be prepared for every eventuality in escalation of the war, which just shows that there's no fun in saying, I told you so, when you realize that your enemy is as ruthless and as crazy as the Joker.
Yeah, you just want to see it all burn.
Which is our side, right? Like, we're the crazy ones, guys. And so, like, you know, instead of arguing about who the leakers are, we need to argue about the substance and say, people are dying here. Maybe we're not for this.
You know, it's like when you look at the Nord Stream pipeline that the United States blew up, like everyone like jumped and said, oh, it was Russia, right? And Russia just sat back and said, clearly it wasn't us. We call for an international investigation. There were U.S. ships in that area at the time. Please look it up. It wasn't us. Why would we blow up our own pipeline? You would think that a terrorist attack of that size would, how does the United States respond to terrorist attacks? Right? We saw that in Iraq, right? So we know how we respond in that situation. What has Russia done to respond to the Nord Stream pipeline attack? They've asked for an international investigation by the UN. And
that
the UN,
voted it down.
And the UN voted it down.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
Yes, crazy.
They went batshit crazy.
We're the crazy uncles of the world right now.
I love Dogfather 1968 on Rumble says he calls those smart missiles tilapia missiles. I don't know why, it just made me laugh. Tilapia missiles. They're not smart. Well, they're not smart missiles. They're just like, I don't know, they're like flopping around. Like, I don't know. Just the image made me laugh.
Okay. It's like a filler fish.
Yeah, like a filler fish. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It just made me laugh.
Alrighty then.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, trying to share the stories that the mainstream media will not cover. You should also come over and join our community of Redacted Rebels over at Redacted.
Thank you very much for all of your support. Our campaign has raised almost $15 million since
All right. Well, the United Nations says that we should decriminalize all sex and drug-related activity in the name of human rights. This includes sex with minors, and they want you to be able to poop on the street. Is that what we...
And thou shalt be secure, because there is hope. Yea, thou shalt dig about thee, and thou shalt take thy rest in safety. Also thou shalt lie down, and none shall make thee afraid. Yea, many shall make suit unto thee. The eyes of the wicked shall fail, and they shall not escape, and their hope shall be as the giving up of the ghost.
But now we're seeing what the smuggling looks like, and we're seeing the ruthlessness of the cartels, and you can watch that. And unfortunately, those little girls getting dropped over the fence is probably the least horrific thing that happened to them when they were being smuggled.
Interesting one today, covering the DOJ, new police on the streets, technology running the earth, stopping our freedoms everywhere, arrests matching Biden tattoos, and a touching story of how a boy survived a miracle fall years ago. A lot of information, folks. We're going to try to keep it from being too depressing, but there's just a lot of information on how things play out on this earth, and we cover it so we can find out what they're up to and see how to navigate through it all. Let's go.
As we are the first law enforcement partners in the world to make arrests in connection with the Chinese government's overseas police stations. Now, the defendants, Liu Jianwang and Chen Jinping, were arrested earlier this morning at their homes in New York City. As alleged, the defendants worked together to establish an overseas police station in Manhattan's Chinatown on behalf of the Fuzhou branch of the Chinese government's National Police Force, the NPS. These defendants did China's bidding in secret while acting under the direction and control of an NPS official in China.
Interesting. Department of Justice out there making an announcement. Turns some heads, makes you wonder what in the world they're up to. I don't see announcements like this very often. They don't really put stuff like this out a lot. There's a lot of ideas floating around. Donald Gibson says that was the setup for coming after anyone who disagrees with our DOJ. Next. Interesting take on that. We talked about how it was strange that a guy who's 21 years old, they make a big show out of it, pull up with a Humvee filled with guys in the military to go arrest one guy reading a book on his porch. And then they broadcast that to the entire earth. They want everybody to know. They probably just pull people secretly in the office. I mean, normally, in my opinion, when you're in the military and do something like that, they pull you into the commanding officer's office and you walk in and you have a little talk. And next thing you know, they're like, hey, we just want to read you your rights. They read you your rights and they tell you what you've done wrong. And they, next thing you know, you're pulled out and you're talking about all kinds of stuff that has gone wrong. And then you get somebody to support you and you have to go to court and the whole nine. I mean, it just seems like that's the way it normally works in the world that I was a part of, but instead they made a big deal out of this one, wanted the whole world to see. And then it's kind of a warning to leading to slowly, little by little, as more of the stuff starts coming out, you start wondering, well, what are they up to? How are they going to start grabbing people? Oh, here's an idea of how they grab people. The New York Police Department announcing a fleet of robots to help keep New York City safe.
Today, we are announcing 3 new policing technologies in New York City. The K5 autonomous security robot, the Spot Digidog robot, and the Star Chase GPS attachment system. Our job is to fight crime and keep people safe. And these tools are significant steps forward in that vital mission.
We are here to get stuff done. #GSD.
So if one of these just, I don't know, happens to go down the road and, I don't know, you're wearing a mask and you're wearing all kinds of protective gear, and you just walk right up to it and turn slightly and pull out your shotgun and boom, these little metal contraptions are gone. Or are they fully protected? I don't know. Just seems to me putting out robots out there to try to carry on the law, and it's being used to go after everyone, then why would they use them in the first place? Well, they say the robots use AI to give real-time updates to first responders. Huh. So Dark Universe 9 says if you're thinking about a dystopian 80s movie called RoboCop coming to reality, or an anime manga series named Ghost in the Shell, then now's the time. Sorry, I mean, New York Police Department now have obtained a fleet of 3 different robots to fight crime. K5, Spot, Star, Chase. Company called Boston Dynamics. They're building these robots, and he says they're from hell. Stay safe if you're residing in New York. I can bet there will be more announcements of these kind of AI police robots in the near future. Well, interesting segue right into Elon Musk, as he was sharing several, almost a full episode with Tucker Carlson on many different aspects of things that he's been going through. One of the big ones that he talked about was AI. So I'm going to go to the 9th minute because it's very long interviews, very long clips. And I'm going to key off of this portion from Tucker Carlson on AI.
Fun and useful, but can you be more precise about what's potentially dangerous and scary? Like, what could it do? What specifically are you worried about?
Going with old sayings, the pen is mightier than the sword. So if you have a super intelligent AI that is capable of writing incredibly well and in a way that is very influential, convincing, and is constantly figuring out what is more convincing to people over time, and then enters social media, for example, Twitter, but also Facebook and others, and potentially manipulates public opinion in a way that is very bad. How would we even know?
How would you know? Potentially bad. Now, I'm going to read this to you from our Intel board, and then I'm going to play the next part of this clip from Elon Musk on AI. Ability to share, open. The heat's on who? Full transparency and D-class. Undiscovered facts emerge, ? Ability to move forward, ? Occam's razor. Now watch this.
To lie.
Yes.
It's bad.
To lie.
To
That's
lie.
exactly right. And to withhold information.
To lie and yes, yeah, exactly. To either comment on some things, not comment on other things, but not to say what the data actually demands that it say.
Exactly. How did it get this way? I thought you funded it at the beginning. What happened?
Yeah, well, that would be ironic. But the most ironic outcome is the most likely, it seems.
I'm stealing that. That's good.
That's actually a friend of mine, Jonah, who came up with that one. I actually have a slight variant on that, which is the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. But that's entertaining as viewed from a third-party viewer. Right. So if we're like an alien
from
TV
on
show.
high. Yes.
Like you could go see a movie about World War I and they're being blown to bits and gassed and everything in the trenches, and it's like you're eating popcorn and having a soda. It's fine. Not so great for the people in the movie.
True.
This sort of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is most likely. Jonah's variant, which is irony, and then my variant, which is the most entertaining as seen by a third-party audience, which seems to be mostly true.
But it seems true in this case. So you gave them, did you give them a lot?
I came up with the name and the concept and pushed, had a number of dinners around the Bay Area with, with some of the people, the leading figures in AI. And I helped recruit the initial team. In fact, the Letecia Stauch, who was really quite fundamental to the success of OpenAI, I put a tremendous amount of effort into recruiting Ilya, and he changed his mind a few times and ultimately decided to go with OpenAI. But if he had not gone with OpenAI, OpenAI would not have succeeded. I really put a lot of effort into creating this organization to serve as a counterweight to Google. And then I kind of took my eye off the ball, I guess, and they are now closed source, and they are obviously for profit, and they're closely allied with Microsoft. In effect, Microsoft has a very strong say, if not directly controls OpenAI at this point.
So it's almost like he regrets all of this playing out, the AI that he believes that he created. And I'm going to show you as we get close to the end of this video something that he says and mentions about AI connected to their God. Oh, yeah. Very interesting. So, again, just kind of a little recap here as we're moving through. The DOJ comes out and says, we've got some stuff on some folks, and we're going to go in there and grab them. They throw China in there. And then somebody says, well, next thing you know, they're going to kind of start steering it towards folks that start telling the truth, and they don't want them talking anymore. And then they start telling you how they're going to fight crime and get those criminals. And then these things they use to fight crime are tied to AI. We have Elon telling us AI is dangerous, Occam's razor. And then we're going to get into some interesting things on, let's see, freedom of speech, right? So they can monitor everything that you say and do, and that would lead to what we would call cyber warfare, cyber crimes, right? So the publics in the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, and other nations aren't going to put up with a bunch of self-appointed government spooks and censorship Karens censoring us, because that's what they're going to try to do when they had a group meeting and put out a video. And amazingly, I love it when journalists sit down and explain, okay, when I watch videos, this is how they word it, but let me tell you what they're really trying to say. Here we go.
I mean, it's a holistic, you once could say, totalizing agenda. Look at that. I mean, she wants to get everybody on the same page. Civil society organizations, NGOs, government officials, multiple agencies. I mean, it's bonkers. It's just not, it's not how we do free speech in America.
And so basically, again, because you cut the kind of the tail end of what he's about to lead into, there being the deep state, the media, the television, the news, the TV series, commercials, everything out there dealing with the cyber world, our phones, social media and all, they're trying to get everyone to think exactly the same, which does away with free speech. And he says it's crazy. Now he's going to show you how they try to do it with just a small clip.
So in closing, we need multi-stakeholder partnerships.
To get around the supposedly to get around the First Amendment, though not actually.
That facilitate effective communication.
To spread propaganda.
So effective communication, he says, spread propaganda.
To enable situational awareness.
Through spying on your fellow Americans.
Enable the government, which he translates as spying. So I'm slowing it down just a little bit so you're able to catch on, because this thing goes really fast.
It's for government, tech platforms, and community leaders.
Through a totalizing whole of society information war.
Yep. So government, tech platforms, through society. So basically, it's using everyone to come together to start going after others.
While respecting civil liberties and prioritizing free expression.
Oh, without violating the First Amendment. Simple.
Simple, right? So I look forward to the rest of the sessions in this important event, focusing on the power of partnerships. And thank you so much for having me speak today.
No, we're not going to do it, lady. We don't want it.
That was amazing. I love it. I love it when great journalists look at things and they can see right through the way that they wordsmith things to destroy us and make us think that it's just a great thing. Look at that. It's nice and worded so good. I don't even know most of these words. As a matter of fact, I slept through a lot of those classes anyway, but it's amazing how they word these things. We need multi-stakeholder partnerships. We need a whole bunch of folks to invest in this and join together that facilitate effective communication, that help us only communicate one way, to enable situational awareness, to make us aware and support for the government, tech platforms, and community leaders. Yeah, so we can help them out in stopping all these other folks like truth channels like we know, while respecting civil liberties and prioritizing free speech. So you're going to prioritize us and put us at the bottom. And oh, by the way, you're going to use AI to find us. And then you're going to send out these AI dogs. I don't know. I'm just putting the story together, trying to figure it out myself. But, that's the way we see it. That's the way they normally try to work it, to come after you and me. But you know what? We've got a greater God than they have, and they can do all they want to try to keep from being exposed and stop our freedom of speech, but it's just really not going to work well. And I don't know. They can just have at it all they want, nothing to fear. We know we have nothing to fear. So part of communication is through our Facebook site at The Patriot Light, and we also have an Instagram channel at The Patriot Light. These are in the description box below. They're also on our wonderful new website, andweknow.com. And if you go, you can see right there all of our social media links, and sometimes they show up on the right side too. And all you have to do is just click on them and communicate with everyone, and there you go. And we've got this video, amazing, that opens up to kind of explain what this is all about. Truth, hope, faith, and freedom. Had an amazing team work together for a long, long time to get this put together, folks. A lot of hours, a lot of effort, a lot of communication with their team, a lot of prayer. And it is playing out, and takes there's a couple of hiccups here and there. We're working on them, but it's coming together. And love it. It is beautiful. And guys, we're having a blast. And it's just a relief, right? When you have a project you've worked on for a long, long time and it comes together. Also, what comes together are just Angie, Jamie, their team, EM, and more, just coming up with new products for you at the shop, right? So when you go to our new site, let me see, for those that might just have joined in and they haven't listened in a while, I'll take you to the site. Opens up, you got that video clip, and you go right over here to the merch. You just click on it, and when you click on it, it takes you to shop.andweknow.com. Isn't that cool? Shop.andweknow.com. You get all the sweatshirts, hoodies, accessories, the hats, like I was just showing you. Look at all these cool hats. The flag hat, the dad hat, the ox switch hat, retro trucker hat, rib tri-blend trucker black hat. You've got the athletic hat, the bucket hats, the visor 2-color, and the premium athletic hat. Isn't that cool? These things are I just love it. All right, so we also, if you guys were looking for coins, and we know coins and pins, they're actually on this store also. Pretty cool. We love it. Love it, love it. Here's some more great pictures of Patriots wearing their gear. So now I'm going to take you to this U.S. conference on limitation of Russian freedom of speech. It gets interrupted. The USA held a conference on the limitation of freedom of speech in Russia, but something went wrong. The gathering of the Russia-phobic liberals in New York was attended by employees of The New Yorker, CBS News, and also Anna Nemzer, a TV host from Rain Channel. Check out what happens.
Do you have any idea how stupid we look to the rest of the world? We have Julian Assange in prison for 4 years, and we're here talking about journalism. Ukraine is doing everything you're accusing Russia of doing. They've banned the Russian language. They have outlawed political parties. One of the things, no, we should talk about this because we're about to be perhaps in a nuclear war. The U.S. is going fascist. I don't know if you've read this Resist Act. We have Assange in prison. We invaded Iraq 20 years ago and killed 1 million people based on lies. And no one cares about that. They should be here to hear me because they're here to tell a bunch of lies. I should be on the program. The United States is in deep trouble. We have nothing to offer the world. China and Russia are bringing peace. They chilled out the situation between Iran and Saudi Arabia. The war in Yemen is ending. No, you don't have any idea how stupid you look to the world. How stupid everyone here in their pomposity. We're going to run around talking about democracy.
We won't be able to discuss that. Can you keep it for the discussion?
I don't think I will be allowed to ask questions.
You will be allowed to ask a question.
I would like to ask about how we can say what we say about Russia when Julian Assange is sitting in prison. No one cares about this.
It's okay that you ask questions, but it's okay to ask it at the time of the event when we have it.
Hey, where's Seymour Hersh? Shouldn't Seymour Hersh be here? I mean, why we got this CIA acid Vivian Goldman wannabe here instead of Seymour Hersh? Here's a question. Did we blow up the Nord Stream or not? Did we blow up the Nord Stream or not? It's a simple question, yes or no? I'm just asking a question because everybody wishes they knew something different. What about Russiagate? She was completely wrong about Russiagate. I mean, let's just be for real. You were wrong. Everybody was wrong about Russiagate, okay? Robert Mueller took away the case.
It's okay that you ask questions, but it's okay to ask it at the time of the event when we have it.
Hey, where's Seymour?
So, as this plays out, and this video clip is in the description box below for all of you to see, they ask him not to take pictures. They bring over, of course, all the truth that he's trying to bring out. And they're saying, yeah, you can ask questions later, this, that, and the other. But, you know, they don't want to hear it. They want him out of there. They just want to listen to the propaganda. And so you move forward. Ukraine shells Donetsk Cathedral during the celebration of Orthodox Easter with rockets. Deliberately targeting civilian targets is a war crime. Support of this regime, this criminal regime, must stop as a result of the shelling. One of the priests was wounded in the abdomen. In total, according to the latest information, 3 people were wounded and 1's dead. Miranda writes, Marcel de Graaf, Dutch politician and parliamentary leader of the Party for Freedom in the European Parliament, condemned the shelling of the cathedral. He says,
I know that because sometimes I would get here. Mine was the only car in the garage. But now that people are coming back, it's really, really common for lots of trials to get stacked up right after spring break. I am one of 6 district court divisions on this floor. Right now, everyone on this floor is in trial in one matter or another. Everyone on this floor also has a docket during 1 week of the day or 1 day of the week as well. So that creates a huge amount of traffic in the back hallway. Typically, when we have a jury trial, we're only using 1 jury room. I knew that I was going to have more than just the 12 presumptive jurors. I also knew that this case was going to take longer than 1 or 2 weeks. So when we do that, we use 2 rooms. So number one, we're not packing you in like sardines in the jury room, and you have some ability to have some comfort. But with that comes some restrictions. And we need to start implementing those because it's causing problems for other division staff. I'm sure you've seen the door to the holding cell that's right behind your jury box. And deputies will use that for other divisions because you shouldn't see any inmates being transported up and down the hallway because we're trying to keep that hallway clear. But somebody you might see in an orange jumpsuit, that's what that's all about. And that will happen oftentimes in a criminal docket when somebody's being held in custody. You'll see somebody in an orange jumpsuit going back and forth. You'll also see lawyers back there. You'll see deputies going back and forth. Every once in a while, you will hear a commotion out in the hallway. Every once in a while, you will hear somebody running by like a herd of buffalo. So we need to keep that back hallway clear. So a couple of things that I want you to do. You're still free to go between the two rooms, okay? But knock before you open the door.
Microphone came in.
And you have to use the restrooms that are associated with the jury room. I don't want anybody going down the hallway anymore. I know that there are 2 restrooms down there, and I know that this puts a burden on you because you sort of have to wait. I get that, and I understand. If we need to take longer during a break, we'll do that. But right now there is just a huge amount of people in the back hallway. So for your safety, for everybody else's safety, to make sure that there's no confusion as to who's supposed to be where, when, and all of that stuff, please stay in one room or the other and knock before you open the door. Mr. Combs will let you know whether you can come out or not, and we'll leave it at that.
With us.
So with that,
at the end of the day, we used
Mr. Allen,
MB
call your next
Inc.'s
witness.
video
Call Tom Griffin.
to
All right.
replay the
Hopefully he's not wandering around in the
Letecia
hall.
tongue lashing from the judge.
Mr. Griffin, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Also, Patriot Pollywog, thank you for refollowing.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to
for
give in this
those
matter
of
will be the
you
truth,
who
the
are
whole truth, and
watching
nothing
on
but the
Rumble,
truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. You
there
got to go around the other way.
We were up to 22.
That's okay. Watch your step as you step into the
yesterday,
stand.
And we're trying to reach that magic number of 25.
Thank you.
And this morning
Allen?
I was down
Thank you,
to
Your Honor.
like 8 or 9. And 2 people now have said that they've
Good
had
afternoon,
real
Mr. Griffin. Will you
I
please
will quit
introduce yourself to our
speaking,
jury and
we'll
then
let the
spell your name
witness,
for the record?
Mr.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Griffin.
Mr. Tom Griffin.
Griffin.
Mr. Griffin, what do you do for work?
I'm a private forensic consultant in bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene investigation, and
So we
reconstruction.
got another blood spatter.
What kind of experience do you have in crime scene investigation,
witness?
reconstruction, and bloodstain pattern
Witness number
analysis?
5.
I spent 4 years as a crime scene investigator and forensic chemist with the
forgot to
Greeley,
say Tom
Colorado
Griffin.
Police Department. I left there and then spent 29 years at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation Denver office, where I did forensic chemistry, but also headed a crime scene unit and did bloodstain pattern analysis, both on scenes and on evidential material that was submitted to the laboratory.
What kind of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and then 4 years of graduate work in chemistry. I left that to go into the field of forensics, where I've taken numerous courses, particularly in bloodstain pattern analysis, 6 courses over the years of my time in the field.
Who are you currently employed by?
I'm a private consultant, so I have my own company. I formed after I left the Colorado Bureau of
We in America
Investigation,
like entrepreneurs.
and I'm also a partner in a forensic consulting and training company out of Oklahoma City, Bevel, Gardner, and Associates.
Do you have ongoing training that you participate in to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any changes in the field?
I do. I attend conferences in bloodstain pattern analysis primarily. One is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, meets yearly across the country. And also the International Association for Identification. It meets yearly as well. And I attend workshops there, as well as have taught since 2001 approximately 80 workshops in bloodstain pattern analysis for those two forensic associations.
Do you have certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do. The International Association for Identification began a bloodstain pattern certification program in 1999. I have maintained my certification in that and also served for 14 years on their certification board.
What about professional affiliations? Do you have any affiliations that go along or hand in hand with your bloodstain pattern analysis?
A current member of the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, or of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. I became a distinguished member there in 2011. And I'm also a lifetime member, meaning I've been in the organization more than 25 years, for the International Association for Identification, where I became a distinguished member there in 2016, and have also been involved in a Colorado-based group, the Rocky Mountain Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, since its forming in 1983.
Have you received awards in this field?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead and tell the jury.
The International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysis distinguished member was voted upon by the membership. It's not earned in that sense by applying for it. It's awarded by the membership. And I've also, for my distinguished membership in the International Association for Identification, I had to show evidence of participation in workshops, publication of articles in literature, and training as well.
So you alluded to my next question, which is, have you produced publications regarding bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
I have primarily two, both in bloodstain pattern analysis.
And YouTube
when were
is
those
my grade.
publications done?
The primary one was, I believe, in 2010, excuse me. An article I co-authored on the foundations of bloodstain pattern analysis for the Journal of Forensic Identification.
How many of you used to watch Dexter?
In the mid-1980s, I co-authored an article in the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts newsletter.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Morgan. I love that show.
Just over 50 times now in that field.
What jurisdictions?
I hope you don't mind I'm talking over this guy.
Mostly Colorado, 5 other states since I went as a private consultant, and a few times in federal court in Denver.
Who, I guess when I say who, I mean what agencies or parties have retained you to work in bloodstain pattern analysis during your career?
It takes courage.
When I was with the Greeley Police Department, it was cases that came in to that agency. When I was with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, there were cases that came in submitted from law enforcement agencies, as well as call outs to scenes at the request of law enforcement agencies. Since that time as a private consultant, I have responded to requests and worked for district attorneys, private attorneys, defense attorneys, and some law enforcement agencies.
Who pays you for that type of work?
It would be the agency that hires me.
So have you been hired by both prosecution efforts and defense experts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I said experts, I meant defense parties is what I really meant to say.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move for qualification of Mr. Griffin as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction.
I concur.
No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Mr. Griffin, what I'd like to do first, just so that we're all talking the same language, is go over some terminology. So what do you mean when you say the words crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction is a specialized field that looks at physical evidence that may include bloodstains, include other forensic fields such as DNA, firearms, shooting reconstruction, medical reports, autopsy reports, and by studying that information, the reconstruction's aim is to determine a best sequence of events and support events happening or not happening, and in response often to particular questions put out by attorneys and investigators.
When you're testifying in these types of scenarios and you're asked to do work in a particular type of case, are the parties paying for the type of opinion you render in a particular investigation?
No, sir. I only charge for my time, not my opinion in any way.
Okay. When we talk about bloodstain pattern analysis, tell the jury what we mean when we use those words.
Bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains, bloodstain patterns, their size, shape, distribution, location, scene context, and using physical characteristics of those stains and patterns, identify the nature of the pattern, and then possible events that may have produced any given pattern.
What is a spatter stain?
When I use the term spatter stain, I'm referring to any small blood stain, generally circular to elliptical, that was formed as a result, as a result of some motion putting blood into flight.
What about a non-spatter stain? What is that?
Non-spatter stain is a larger category that includes stains not containing only circles and ellipses, but smeared blood, pools of blood, absorbed blood, any blood or bloodstain pattern that has something besides just circles and elliptical bloodstains in it.
Can you tell a jury about any limitations of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's only as good as the documentation to start with. And its goal is looking at sequence and possible events or mechanisms. It won't tell us whose blood it is, for example. Generally won't tell us how long blood has been on a surface. And the other limitations are what is available on scene, if it's a scene that we go to do the analysis, or what's the nature of the photographs and diagrams that we've had supplied to us, as well as other evidence that may be available for viewing.
As far as data that you're using to make your analysis and ultimately reach a conclusion, is best practices to have digital photographs taken and also a scene visit?
When possible, yes.
Is it typical for you to, while you're working on a particular case, to even review autopsy reports?
Most definitely. I make it a requirement before I'll issue a bloodstain report asking for copies of autopsy reports, since the nature of wounds, particularly bloodletting wounds, is a key component in looking at what possible events may produce stains and patterns.
What if there's no body? Can you still do your bloodstain pattern analysis without having access to a body and the evidence it might have, as well as an autopsy report?
I can and have. It's limited or produces the limitation not having wound information available.
When we're talking about limitations, again, on how effective your work can be in bloodstain pattern analysis, what if a scene has been wiped down or cleaned in some way? Can that cause limitations in what you can decipher from the clues you see on scene?
Yes.
In what way?
Tell you how to get rid of blood.
Anything that
I have 4 kids I know.
removes bloodstains or alters their appearance affects the physical characteristics of those bloodstains and limits perhaps even identifying patterns that are present, and then further limits concluding what type of events may have produced a given pattern or series of stains.
Okay. How did you become involved in the investigation of Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
On February 18th of 2020, Lieutenant
Mahalko?
Thank you.
Yep.
Called
Mahalko.
me, telling me about the
Mitch
case and
Mahalko.
asking if I would be available to look at
That's
some
number
pictures
3.
and possibly help them with the case.
Do you remember specifically what question you were asked to look into as it relates to that call on February 18th?
Primarily, if examination of photos and eventually the scene would help identify possible events or mechanisms that may have been responsible for producing blood stains on the scene.
So essentially, what may have caused these blood stains to be present in this particular bedroom?
Yes, sir.
What information did you have at that point regarding relevant factors that you may have to consider as you start your analysis?
At that point, the information was minimal. I was told that there was no body. Gannon's body was not available, no apparent weapons, and on February 22nd, I received a flash drive that had over 350 digital images of various aspects of the residence and began looking at those bloodstain pictures.
Did you look at all of those images that you got on that flash drive?
I did.
Did that lead you to any sort of, at least at that stage, any sort of preliminary conclusions as to what you, the scope and what you are dealing with?
Very preliminary in that the stains I was seeing in the photographs were very small. So I was primarily seeing spatter stains, and at that point, couldn't say anything more without additional examination or information.
Okay. Did you, in fact, actually end up going out to that particular scene?
Yes, I did, on February 26th of 2020.
Tell the jury what you did on the scene that particular day, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions about that.
I arrived on scene accompanied by FBI Special Agent DeFrance, whom I had met and carpooled with from Denver. And we arrived at the residence approximately 10:10 that day, met with CSI Beresford and then Sergeant Hubble, and we all entered the residence at 10:15. And Sergeant Hubble walked us through preliminarily or showing preliminary aspects of the residence for us. And then my attention was focused in the bedroom that I was told was Gannon's bedroom.
In your review prior to getting on scene, did you have a chance to look through Alyssa Beresford's photographs that she took of the scene that included evidence markers that were stuck to the wall in different areas inside that scene?
I did have some, yes, sir.
Okay. And just so you're aware, there's a binder on the table in front of you. And we're going to be referencing some of those photos. So already admitted in that binder is people's 528 through 678. And I just wanted to orient you to that as well. And when we get to that point, I'll ask you to flip through that and find us some pictures, okay?
Okay.
With that pre-existing information in mind, so you've looked at pictures, including Beresford's evidence photos with the markers on them. What are you thinking as you go through the scene on February 26th? What's going through your mind?
Primarily to make sure I stay objective in my approach and scientific. So I looked at the stains there on primarily south and east walls of the bedroom, along the baseboards too. Compared what I was seeing in person with images supplied by CSI Beresford. I didn't do any type of magnification of the images. The images on the wall, excuse me, not the images, the stains on the wall were all a millimeter or less in size. And for reference, since the US doesn't do metric very well, the edge of a US dime is approximately a millimeter thick. So the stains I was looking at were as narrow or narrower than the edge of a dime. And knew that I would have the photos that I could enlarge for subsequent examination if that became necessary.
Yep. Were you aware that prior to you getting on scene, that there was a bed in that southeast corner of that particular bedroom, Gannon's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen pictures of that, including a picture of Gannon lying in that bed prior to you going out to the scene?
Pictures of the bed on scene, yes, I believe so, but of Gannon, no. I didn't see that picture until I was there on February 26th.
Okay, so you saw the picture of Gannon in bed on February 26th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did that help you as you're looking at the scene and doing your analysis to know, I guess, height of that bed and that sort of thing?
Primarily just the general position or location in the room of the bed.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, were there blood stains on the walls that were both above and below the height of that bed?
Yes, sir, there were.
Was that to some degree helpful for you in doing your analysis of this case?
Yes, there were 54 labels that CSI Beresford had put on the the south and east walls, each with a scale and a number. And in looking at all of those and comparing to the photos that I had, could see that there were between 2 and 3 dozen stains that were below stains on the walls that were below the reported height of the bed.
Do you remember by placard number or sticker number specifically which items were below the height of the bed?
I wonder what that means.
I don't remember. I'd need to refer to my
I mean,
report
the
on
bed
that,
was
sir.
moved,
Okay, perfect.
but when?
If you refer to your report, would that refresh your memory on that point?
It would.
Or may he refresh his memory using his report?
May, go ahead.
Do you think that I don't understand why there would be stains below where the bed was.
Your Honor, may I read the label numbers from my report?
Yes, please.
Just the label number so
Yes.
that attorneys know what you're referring to. That's okay.
Yes. Thank you. On the east wall, A1, A2, stains A9 through A21, A24 through A27,
That's quite a bit.
A30, and B5. And on the other wall, the stains are A34, A36 through A44, and A46.
Okay. And what I want to do is, just so that we can have the jury following along with us, is using that binder, can you find the exhibit that you think would be best to give us an overall view of those walls, and then have you point some of those things out for us? And it's probably going to be more towards the top of that stack as opposed to deep in there, because it starts out wide and then gets more narrowed.
I'm having a protein bar. I apologize. I'm trying to kill this headache. Even Imitrex wouldn't get rid of it, which is odd. Should I turn on the Jeopardy music? What's going on, Mr. Griffin? What's with the pause? Well, since we've got a little break in the conversation here, so during the lunch break, I turned on the latest episode of Dan Bongino on Rumble, and then a clip from yesterday's Redacted with Clayton and Natalie Morris. If you want to know the real situation of what's going on in Ukraine, they are on top of things. They're the ones I get the best information from.
The ones I'm finding for the first wall, People's Exhibit 558 and People's Exhibit 563.
Okay. So we're going to project People's Exhibit 558, which was previously emitted under crime scene investigator Alyssa Beresford, on the screen behind you. I'm going to leave it to your preference, whether it's easier for you to describe by looking at the photo in front of you and just talking about it, or if you want to stand up and point to things on the screen, you can do that as well. There should be a pointer in the witness stand. And so actually, let's go to 540 first to get a better overall view, so we can then drill into where we are here.
I switch views since we have exhibitors.
Okay, so we've got 540 on the screen behind you, which is an overview photo of that bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
When we look at 558, point out which wall we're going to be looking at in 558. Nope, I need this picture up. There we go.
It's People's Exhibit 558 is primarily going from the upper right-hand corner down the wall and extending over to just at the electrical outlet.
I'm going to compliment you. You've got longer arms than most of the witnesses that have been here during this trial. You can feel free, if it's easier, instead of stretching, to stand up and point.
Okay.
Your preference. Okay, so now let's jump into 558. Okay, so describe what we're looking at for the jury as far as generally stains that are above the
My nose
bed
is
and
itching.
stains that are below the bed based on what you just gave
Somebody's
us.
thinking about me. Or I'm going to kiss a fool. One of the two.
I may refer to my list again.
So let me ask you this question. What you're asking to refer to, is that your report that you generated based on your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it an expert report?
Yes, sir.
What things do you rely upon to create your expert report?
Information that I receive, photographs I receive, documents
I bet
such
I
as
know what
autopsy
happened.
reports, lab reports.
I bet as she was attacking him,
When
the
I
bed
do an
moved
on-scene
away
analysis,
from
I
the
have
wall.
that information
See
I
the
bring into
void
play.
where the A is?
And I then
It looks kind of horizontal.
examine, analyze the blood stains, look to
That's, I bet,
characterize
what
them,
happened.
and ultimately issue a written report on my findings.
Okay. And as an expert in this field, is it common for you to rely on all of those things and your expert report as you're talking about what you find and your ultimate conclusions?
Yes, or particularly if I'm dealing with particular stains or groups of stains.
Is the information that you relied upon in this case, including all of these stickers that are all over the walls in Gannon's room signifying blood spatter, is that a fairly voluminous amount of information?
Yes, we're talking 54 stains on 2 walls.
And how many pictures would you guess were
It's like he read my
used
mind.
by
I
you
was gonna
to
say, I
make an
didn't know how
examination of
many
these walls?
stains.
54 pictures, one of each labeled area on the bedroom walls, and then additional photographs of blood stains on baseboard, the bottom of the walls, and then area of the flooring in that same southeast corner of the bedroom.
Each one of those, I'm going to use words that you might not agree with. So if I use words that you don't agree with, make sure you tell me, okay? Those stickers that are on the walls that look like little rulers. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Do each one of those stickers have individual numbering sequence to identify separate and distinct blood stain patterns, or blood stains, I should say?
I mean, not the arrows, no, but rather the scales adjacent to some of the arrows. It's these individual metric scales that have identifiers for labeling each of those adhesive strips.
So when you say there's 54 stains, does that mean there's 54 stickers, one sticker essentially for each one of those stains?
Yes, there are 54 stickers, most of them by a single stain, but there are some that were by more than one stain.
And then you mentioned the arrow stickers. What are the arrow stickers for?
Would have to ask the person taking a photo of that.
Okay, so there's 54 stickers
would
for
assume it's
the
the
blood stains on
direction of
there,
the
and then a number of
spatter.
arrows on the wall that Alyssa Beresford or somebody else might have put there.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that we're looking at, especially as you look at Alyssa Beresford's photos, do they start out wide like this and then start to drill down in closer focus to finally you get a very up close view of a specific stain and sticker?
Yes, sir.
So would you say there are hundreds of pictures of this particular crime scene to get that detail starting out wide and then coming in focus?
At least 100, if not more. Yes.
Okay. And so when you ask about, can you refer to your expert report? Is it common for you to rely on that to make sure that what you're testifying to is accurate and making sure the jury understands what you're saying?
Yes, sir. If I'm getting into detailed information about locations of stains relative to some object or questions about any particular stain.
And so, Your Honor, based on that, I would ask that he have freedom to just reference his report, just as long as he tells us that he's referencing his report.
That's fine.
So when I was asking you before we went on that slight tangent, can you point to us on the wall, this being that eastern wall in Gannon's bedroom, generally which stains are below the bed level in Gannon's room on this eastern wall?
I'll need to compare the photos since reading the labels, stain numbers aren't very visible.
That's fine. Just make sure you tell us which exhibit you're looking at so that I can put that particular photo up and our record is clear.
Using People's Exhibit 558. We're talking, I'm using the pointer here, few inches above the electrical outlet. The stains that are at or below the height of the bed extend from a couple of inches above the electrical outlet down.
What does that tell you when you're looking at a scene like this, that there's stains both above and below a bed that should have been in place in that corner?
There was a violent attack.
That in order to create spatter stains, the blood source has to be, at least for some of the spatter stains, below where the top of the bed would be.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what we mean when we use the phrase nonlinear spatter?
Looking at physical characteristics as a scientific approach to bloodstain pattern analysis, after determining if there are just spatter stains present, I then look for one of two physical characteristics. The first is, do any of the stains have a linear or curvilinear relationship? And if I find stains exhibiting that, I then examine them more closely, looking at their shapes in particular. If there is no linearity apparent, the next criteria I use is looking at the presence or absence of a radiating distribution, meaning do the blood stains originate low at a point and then spread out, similar to what would happen with the axle of a wheel and the spokes of a bike coming out, or the analogy that seems to work best with classes that I teach is to imagine a triangular slice of pizza and the blood source is down at the tip and the radiating pattern is going out along the rest of the pizza slice towards the crust and the edge. And if neither of those criteria are present, then I stop and call the classification as non-linear bloodstains.
How did you classify these bloodstains?
They were non-linear.
What does that tell you as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert?
That eliminates the presence of or the identification of patterns based on the size, shape, and distribution of those stains, keeping in mind any possibility for some type of removal or stains falling off and things like that.
When you were out at the scene, and potentially even as you're looking at photos of this particular scene, these walls and the floor and whatnot, baseboards, could you tell whether there had been any cleanup efforts undertaken by someone prior to you being involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed primarily along the baseboards, the appearance of diluted blood, some of it flowing along a horizontal surface or edge of a baseboard. That suggests a possibility of some type of diluting action on the bloodstains, example of which would be some type of cleanup or removal.
I'm going to have you pull up a particular photo here. Let me pull it up here in my list. If you flip in that binder that's in front of you to 647 and then beyond that, those should be pictures of the baseboard that were admitted under CSI Elizabeth Beresford. Are you at that point?
I am, sir.
And so what I would like you to do is identify a good picture that we can project up there, and you can describe what you're talking about with the cleanup efforts, the signs of a cleanup effort, I should say. I'm sure there's nothing more fun than flipping through a binder with about 50 sets of eyes on you.
A good example would be People's Exhibit 659.
Okay, we're going to put that photograph up on the screen behind you. I think you have to turn the lid on that thing, otherwise it, or maybe not.
When you open it, because it comes out fast.
Thank you, Ron.
That's the water.
While testifying, we like to give you dexterity tests as well.
We got a comedian as a prosecuting attorney.
I'll take all the hints.
So, Mr. Griffin, we've got 659 on the screen behind you. So please stand up and use that pointer and point out what we're talking about with the signs that you see in this particular photo that signify a cleanup effort had been undertaken.
Looking at two aspects primarily. The first is along the top of the baseboard, which I'm using the pointer to show as far as for the record. And then down on the vertical surface of the baseboard, just above the easel, where there appears to be, again,
Why don't they move
diluted
that
blood
easel
across
out of
the
the way?
surface of the baseboard at that part.
Are all the jurors able to see with that easel in the way, or do we need to move it for anybody? Everybody's
Please
good?
move
Okay.
it.
So, what about those particular blood stains tell you that there's some cleanup?
They appear to be diluted from the dark reddish brown color normally I find for blood on scenes.
The other pictures of the baseboard, are they similar to this where they have that potential flow and even potentially some wiped marks?
There are a couple, yes.
Okay.
This is probably the best one.
Okay. And all these photos will be available for the jury to look at some point when they get to a deliberation stage. Were any of the blood stains on the walls drip stains?
No, if I may explain drip stains.
So I was going to ask you to explain drip stains.
One of the forces acting on blood drops is gravity. And like blood, water, any other liquid, when a drop is formed, unless there's something other than gravity acting on it, the drop falls straight down. Drip stains are just that, blood stains that are a result of primarily gravity acting on a blood source. So individual blood stains, usually circular on horizontal objects, are shown. You can have drip stains on walls. However, those are characteristic by being long and thin. And there were no such stains on either of these walls.
Are you familiar with the phrase distribution cone or cone of distribution?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury
Cone
what we mean when we
silence.
use those words.
Cone heads.
I testified earlier about looking at characteristic of radiating bloodstains. We start our examination in 2 dimensions. And a fan-shaped distribution of stains is a radiating distribution back to the pizza slice. Actually, blood travels in 3 dimensions. So blood that's coming out of some blood source, and a blood source is kept generic because it can be many types of objects, not just people. The blood will come out
I'm aware the audio and the
in
video
a
is
cone,
synced.
and that cone
I don't do a refresh
increasing
until I see the judge talking.
top to bottom,
Determine
left
if
to
it's
right,
just
as
him.
the cone goes, the blood goes forward in that cone. Very similar to a megaphone in appearance. And we refer to that 3-dimensional distribution as a dispersion cone.
Can there be voids in a dispersion cone?
Among other places, yes, sir.
What is a void?
A void is an absence of blood in an otherwise continuous bloodstain pattern, which is a little subjective in determining the presence of a void,
like where the A was,
since
there's that
an
void.
absence of blood may due simply to the fact there was no blood put on that given area. What we look for to strengthen the presence of voids is a obvious break in a pattern. Best example would be thinking of it as a shadow effect, where there's a circular object on the wall, a dispersion cone impacts that wall, and that dispersion cone is primarily going to be of blood drops that create spatter stains. If that circular object, clock or plate is removed, it has blocked blood from going onto the wall. So the spatter stains will stay on the object and leave a clear, unstained or void area on the wall.
Did you have void areas or potential void areas in this particular scene as well?
Yes, sir. There was one area I looked at as a potential void.
Which area was that?
That was on the wall near the window.
Okay. And so if we go back to that overall photograph that shows the scene from a wide angle, which I think is 558. Yes. 540 is the number. Thank you. So we're looking now at 540 displayed on the screen behind you and on the screen to my left. Which wall are you talking about has a potential void?
The wall on the right half of the screen. I think that's the south wall.
Should be the south wall.
And we have a distribution of stains in the southeast corner that has aspects of a dispersion cone, but not enough that I felt comfortable saying it was a dispersion cone. It's a distribution of stains that decrease as we go up from the floor along the wall. And just above the letter B as in boy on this baseboard, very near the vertical scale that runs along the window that I'm pointing out with the pointer.
Do you think he was trying to get out the window?
There's an open area between, I believe it was labels B40 and B46. That shows an absence of blood.
You mentioned that when we first started talking about voids, that it could be that just no blood went to that area.
Yes, sir.
Could a person standing between a victim that's expelling blood prevent blood from getting onto that area as well?
That's one option. Yes, sir.
What other options are there?
Some other object that might be present there.
Which, if we look at the YouTube video, there's nothing back there.
And
Gannon
one
made
of the
one YouTube video in his room in that
supports for, again, presenting a void. Going back to the example I presented of the clock or circular plate on a wall, that object, if there, it would have blood stains on it, that the blood landed on that intervening object and not the wall. So I would be looking for spatter stains on any object that may have been in what we call an intermediate target. So that can be a person or an inanimate object.
Okay. We've talked already that there was a bed in place there. Was there also an absence of blood on the bed frame?
Yes, per Sergeant Hubble, there was.
Okay. Is that something you would rely on to make your analysis of this particular scene?
Yes, sir. That, and as well as during my examination on scene, I looked at the ceiling in the southeast corner. I did my own examination of the south and east walls with the idea a second set of eyes never hurts. And then on the blue table currently shown in People's Exhibit 540, I examined that and did not find any bloodstains on that table.
the fact that there was a bed at some point in that corner, can you tell based on your analysis that
I still want
some
to know who
bloodletting
moved the
occurred
bed,
with the bed in place,
because
and
I
then
could have
somehow the
sworn
bed
they
is
said the
moved and
bed
more
was
bloodletting
moved
is
by the
happening
time they
in
got
that scene?
there. Probably
That
'cause
would
she
be a
cleaned.
possibility,
Probably
yes.
because she cleaned.
When you say that that would be a possibility, what are you basing that on?
The presence of blood stains on the mattress and the blood stains that are higher up on the wall. Though blood can travel several feet, so there could be an event on or near the floor that causes blood stains to be higher on the wall. But a bed in place as a horizontal surface could certainly be a item upon which the blood source could be present at the time of bloodletting events.
Is it clear from your analysis of this scene that for there to be blood below the bed level, that the bed had to have been moved at some point to allow blood to spatter onto those walls at a level lower than the bed?
Yes, sir, for at least some of the stains, because
I think you left
in looking at stain shape, if we have an elliptical stain,
so I'm not even paying
the
attention.
tail of that stain points in
Sorry,
the
I
direction
pushed
of
my
travel
back.
of the blood drop
Go on,
that
Ron.
created that stain. And there were stains along the wall labeled A in People's Exhibit 540, where I noted that the direction of travel for the blood drops were basically horizontal or parallel to the floor at that point.
Okay. You mentioned earlier it's common for you to reference autopsy reports in your analysis and before you finalize your conclusions. Is it also common for you to reference lab reports?
Most definitely.
What would you be gathering from lab reports?
First, for bloodstain pattern analysis, I would be looking for DNA results. And then also results from DNA analysis on objects, including possible weapons, firearms, if they're involved in the case. So several disciplines other than just DNA for items that may have bloodstains on them.
Were you aware that blood stains were swabbed in this room and submitted to the lab based on your analysis and the work you did?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn whose blood was on the walls?
On the outlet and yes, sir, on the outlet primarily.
Okay, and whose blood was it?
On
I'm just asking you whose blood was it?
it was Gannon's.
Okay, and I think, were you just going to point out the outlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and point that out.
In basically the center of the screen on People's Exhibit 540, there's an electrical outlet near the southeast corner. The plate of the outlet is missing, but I saw photographs of the plate and the outlet itself showing a reddish substance. And then DNA results reporting that the DNA profile matched Gannon's.
That's fair, Judge, and we are going to have that at some point. We're just not there yet. So, Mr. Griffin, in your training and experience in this field, do you submit swabs from every single blood stain from a scene like this to have that DNA analysis done?
I never have swabbed every stain, and I don't know anyone that has, because not all the swabs will be analyzed.
Okay. Is that because of just resources at labs and that sort of thing?
With my time at the CBI, yes.
Okay.
It was primarily a resource and time issue.
With the information that you had, that the outlet cover had Gannon's DNA based on the lab report that you were able to look at, in your expert opinion, does that make it likely that the rest of the blood in there is Gannon's blood as well?
I don't know that I would use the word likely, but
What word would you use?
to me, presence of a blood at that point and the stains in the area, I would expect Gannon's blood to be present elsewhere on that wall.
Okay. The blood staining that we see indicated in People's Exhibit 540 on that south wall on the right side, east wall on the left side of that corner, and then that pool of blood on the center of the floor there, not the center of the floor, but in that corner of that floor there. Is that significant to you as to the amount of blood that was expelled during whatever event expelled that blood?
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you?
First of all, looking at the southeast corner on the floor, I was shown photographs of the floor with the carpet and the pad in place. Carpet and pad cut up. And told, if not actually in reports I received, that there was saturated blood in the carpet and the pad in that corner. That was identified as the DNA being Gannon's profile. This area measured on the floor under the carpet, the stained area measured approximately 20 inches by 20 inches. So looking at the context of the scene, as we call it, we have a blood source on or near the floor in this corner as blood is coming out of that blood source, and then spatter stains on the wall, all in the southeast corner of the bedroom, that are suggestive of some type of spatter producing event, a minimum of one on or near the floor.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that if you wouldn't mind going back. There you go. Did you have a chance to review the autopsy report in this case prior to issuing your final conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Prior to you issuing your final conclusion and reviewing that autopsy report, based on the work that you had already done in the scene, looking at photographs, visiting it, that sort of thing, did you make a preliminary assessment as to what types of events could have caused this type of blood pattern analysis or blood stain pattern?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that?
On February 26th, between approximately 1:15 when I finished my on-scene examination, and after packing up supplies, I met with Sergeant Hubble and Lieutenant Mahalko, and told them I would give them very preliminary result, nothing in writing. It could be subject to change based on additional information. And basically what I told him is, given the pooling and the spatter stains on the two walls, and the nature of patterns that are there and patterns that are not, I would look at one of or a combination of three possible events. One event would be a shooting in which the wound is a penetrating wound, meaning there is no exit, since there were no defects that I observed anywhere in the wall or the floor. So one possible wounding mechanism is gunshot. A second possible mechanism would be some type of event that involved creating blunt force trauma, such as beatings and stompings. The third event or mechanism, we use them interchangeably, would be some type of action or energetic activity involving a bladed object. Not necessarily knife, but what I call a bladed object, generically speaking, or a combination of those three.
So when you say a bladed object, are you just meaning a sharp object?
Sharp object, yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned a penetrating gunshot, but you mentioned no defects were found. Did you not find any bullet holes in the walls or impacts on the floor or anything like that?
I did
There
not.
was that nick under the windowsill.
I did not find any of those.
Okay. Once you were able to get the autopsy report, what did that do regarding your preliminary opinion as to what types of events or mechanisms could have caused this bloodstain pattern?
In reading Gannon's autopsy report, it noted the pathologist reported blunt force trauma to Gannon's head, a penetrating gunshot wound, I believe, to the jaw, the face area, and then sharp forced injuries, bladed object injuries to the rest of his body, with, I believe, at least half of those being on his hands and his arms.
And specifically as it relates to that sharp force injury portion, 18 separate sharp force injuries, is that right?
That's right.
I'm going to have you
Well, I
go
said
to
that earlier. I thought it was
flip all the way
18.
through to in that binder. We've got 3 exhibits in a section labeled for just you. And those are exhibits 684, 685, and 686.
Pardon me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Are you to that section there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're talking about 684, 685, and 686, do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 684 and 685 are among the 360 plus photographs I was given to examine as part of my examination and analysis for bloodstain patterns. People's Exhibit 684 is generally well-lit photo showing the walls in the southeast corner. The carpet and pad at the southeast corner no longer present. And People's Exhibit 685 is a very dark photograph with faint blue coloration showing in the image.
Are those sequence of photos, 684, 685, and 686, essentially overlaying 684 and 685 to get to 686?
Yes, sir. People's Exhibit 686 is an overlay I created using Photoshop software, which is an overlay is one technique that we use when documenting the effect of the use of Blue Star on scenes, balancing the darkness required for the Blue Star and some well-lit or good lighting to show the overall aspects of the scene. So the locations where there is Blue Star reacting can be seen better in an overlay.
Did you do this in this particular case because of the potential significance of this scene having been cleaned up, meaning Blue Star would react to show a greater dispersion than what you're seeing in these bloodstain patterns?
Actually, my reason for doing it was simply to see what could be shown with the overlay of the two photos, regardless of any type of blood removal activity.
And what did this inform you as to your analysis?
The Blue Star showed positive reaction on both the south and the east walls and the southeast corner on the floor beneath where the saturated carpet and pad was.
Okay. Are these fair and accurate photos?
Yes, sir.
You're on a move for admission of 684, 685, and 686.
No objection. 684, 85, and 86 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, sir.
May, go ahead.
Okay, so we've got 684 on the screen there. Is this just basically that same southeast corner of Gannon's bedroom with those same blood stain markers on the walls?
Yes, sir.
And then if we move on to 685. What is 685?
That is the photo taken in darkness after the application of the Blue Star.
Does this photo, as we're projecting it on the screen, is it brighter than what's actually printed out in people's 685 in that binder in front of you?
Yes, very much so.
What does this tell us when we see this sort of, I mean, to me, it looks like a constellation in the night sky or something. What does this tell us?
That's just horrible.
Blue Star is a chemical that's used as a searching tool for diluted blood. And it is a presumptive indicator of blood. Blue Star will react with non-blood, but it's designed to go react primarily or to react and show the presence of diluted blood.
So let me ask you a question, just to clarify really where I want to go with this. And that is, this looks like more than 54 marker potentials. Why are we seeing more in this than we see when we look at the overall normally lit photographs with the markers stuck to the wall?
The bright blue color from the Blue Star would indicate areas of possibly diluted blood being present on scene on both the walls and the baseboard and the floor.
No way to tell for sure whether that all of those spots would be blood though, correct?
Correct, not without sampling and good luck.
Okay. And if we could go on to 686. Is this the overlay of 684 and 685?
Yes, sir.
Again, is this brighter than what's printed out in People's 686 in the binder in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Why do we not see, I'm looking at the floor with that bigger blood stain on the concrete there. Why is that part not blue, even though that's blood?
There could be a couple of reasons for it. One is the amount of blood might be so minimal that the blue star has no reaction with it, and therefore no reaction as shown in the other areas. Could also be due to the spraying of the the blue star, and areas that might receive more of the blue star reagent than other areas.
Is luminol and blue star essentially the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on what you're seeing in this particular scene, I'm going to make an assumption in the way I'm asking this question. If that's all a result of what happened to Gannon, based on your reviewing this scene and the autopsy report, is it likely that Gannon would not be up and walking around after suffering this attack?
From bloodstain pattern analysis, I can say that with it being Gannon's blood, he's on or near the floor for at least one, or in some cases, a minimum of 2 impact events, spatter producing events. But I'm not able to opine on his mobility in relation to that.
Well, you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's 4 blunt force trauma injuries to the head, right?
Yes, sir.
There's also the gunshot to the left chin / jawline.
Yes, sir.
In that autopsy report, it has trajectory of the bullet through the head area of Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Including potentially, according to the doctor, that it severed the spinal column.
Yes, sir.
So can you not make a likelihood determination based on that information in conjunction with your scene?
Wait, that's probably why the nick on the wall underneath the window was the trajectory of the bullet from under Gannon's chin up through his head.
As far as your report, we can take the photo down.
Speculating, but
as far as your report, we've already talked about the contents of it being based on lots of different things, right?
Yes, sir.
Your training and experience goes into producing this report?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes, sir.
Access to and review of other expert reports like the autopsy report and crime lab report, including DNA?
Yes, sir.
Would it be helpful for the jury to have access to your report in some point after you're on the stand?
Sustained.
Oop, we got an objection.
Your Honor, at
that's
this time, I would move
sustained.
for admission of People's Exhibit 682, which is his report, and that would be pursuant to CRE 1006.
Oop, another objection.
Yeah, well, let me see the report.
Please hold while the judge makes a ruling.
Thank you.
Thank you for following me on Rumble. We've got one on YouTube. It might be Joe Anthony. Everybody say hello to Joe. And Joe, if that is you, go subscribe on Rumble. I've had enough of YouTube. think YouTube is messing with me. That's what I think. Although I think Rumble messed with me yesterday with my followers. Not only messed with me, but messed with my new followers that got unfollowed. So I don't know what that's all about. That's not Gucci. We're waiting for the judge to make a ruling on the objection. And I
The
think
objection is sustained on a little bit
sustained.
different grounds. First of all, this is an expert report. To the extent that it requires expertise to understand any of the items that are contained in the report, the jury would not have this expert with them at the time to try and understand what the report meant. So there's not an expert to explain the items in the report that require expertise. To the extent that the report contains opinions that have already been offered by the expert, the report is cumulative to the expert's testimony. So I will deny admission of Exhibit 683.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Ship
And
this back.
yep, I'll retrieve that from you, and then that is the conclusion of my questions.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm well, thank you.
All right.
Okay, we got the defense attorney asking questions. He's
Questions,
usually
and if I'm incorrect, just let me know.
2 to 10 minutes.
The blood
Let's start
stains.
placing bets.
Were you able to determine kind of the size of those blood stains?
For the ones on the wall, yes, sir, they were a millimeter or less in size.
And what would that indicate to you? Would that indicate low velocity, medium velocity, or high velocity?
We don't use those velocity terms in bloodstain. What the size indicates is a spatter producing event. So that blood is broken up by some type of energetic activity.
Can you tell based upon the size of the stains, what was the event that caused the spatter? And just for example, my understanding is like a gunshot is going to produce smaller spatter than blunt force trauma. And so based upon the size of the blood stains that were on the wall, can you make a determination or an educated guess on the mechanism?
No, sir. You're correct in that generally blood patterns produced by gunshot wounds create smaller blood drops and therefore smaller stains than you get with blunt force trauma. But based on the size of the stains, I don't feel that I can eliminate an event.
Is that because that it had been there? It appears there have been some effort to clean that, or is that because of the way that the Blue Star picks it up? Or is there some other type of reason that we're not able to use the size of the blood stains to make a determination of the mechanism?
I would say it's a combination of the apparent removal of blood stains, such as by however you said, washing or cleaning.
Okay.
And the ability of the Blue Star to indicate the presence of diluted blood whose stains may be too small to actually see.
Okay. The gunshot wound to like the underside of the chin, what type of blood spatter would you expect that to create?
The term that we apply to blood associated with gunshot entrance wounds is called a backspatter. It's blood that has blood droplets that have come back towards the direction of force. So I would be looking for primarily blood stains, 1-2 millimeters in size, maybe less.
Okay. Or, I'm thinking, the gunshot wound, since that was only an entrance wound, would he have had to been facing the wall for any of the blood spatter to come from the gunshot wound?
Not necessarily facing the side of his head, could be positioned so a dispersion cone partially goes that way towards the wall.
And how close would he have had to been to the wall for the gunshot wound to cause the blood spatter?
There's no hard limiting data for that. It's usually looked at as being within 4 to 6 feet.
Okay. And so is the term like low velocity, medium velocity, and high velocity, is that no longer used in your field?
That's correct.
Okay.
Swig-Stain worked on those terms and replaced them.
When did you do that? A while ago?
Swig-Stain, we formed in 2002, so somewhere in the mid 2000s.
Okay. But I mean, there still is, my understanding is the mechanism will produce different size droplets of blood to spatter. So something that is contacting at very high velocity will make smaller blood stains. Something at a medium, blunt force trauma used to be referred to as medium velocity because it's kind of a medium speed of the blood flowing out. And then there was low velocity, that can come from like a knife wound or something like that. Is that so generally a premise?
It's still generally looking at the preponderance of stain size. Yes, sir.
Are you able to make a determination based upon the size of any of the blood spatter that was on either one of the walls, whether they were caused by a sharp object like a knife wound, or whether they were caused by something that'd be more akin to what we would call medium velocity in the old days of blunt force trauma?
I'm not able to.
Can you tell how many events took place to cause that blood spatter?
A minimum of 2 based on the dispersion of the blood and the direction blood drops have traveled. So the minimum is the best I can offer.
Can you offer a maximum?
No, sir.
Could it have been many? Ken?
Again, I can't put a number to it, sir.
Okay. Would any of the events had to have occurred above the bed? Because we talked that some of them had to occur below the bed based upon where the spatter was. There's anything indicating that any of them would have had to occur above the bed?
I think it's possible. Yes, sir.
Anything that you saw that would indicate one more than the other?
No, sir. Not given the potential for cleanup.
You reviewed the autopsy?
Excuse me?
You reviewed the autopsy in this case?
The report, yes, sir.
You're aware there were also 2 bullet projectiles found in the pellet case when Gannon was recovered?
I'm not remembering it independently, sir.
Okay. You didn't see anything in that room that would indicate an object that had been struck by a bullet?
Correct, I did not.
And lastly, you're not just here out of the goodness of your heart.
No, sir.
You're getting paid by the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
How much are you getting paid?
Our company rate is $295 an hour.
Why is that
And do you know how many
important?
hours you put in on this?
I don't remember the billing hours I did for my on-scene analysis and the report. It's more hours than I billed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Redirect.
So we got a discount?
Tell.
You were asked about different sizes of these, the potential for different sizes by Mr. Tellini. You testified previously, though, that each one of these was 1 millimeter or less. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did the fact that this area appeared to have been cleaned up impair your ability to find bigger and smaller size bloodstains on this wall?
That's possible, yes.
You were asked about the number of events, and you said minimum of 2, but you could not give a maximum.
That's correct.
In reference to that, you obviously saw the autopsy report.
Yes, sir.
So could it have included enough events to include 4 blunt force trauma injuries, 18 stab wounds, and 1 gunshot wound? Can it go that high?
It's possible, factoring in that incised wounds, such as were reported for Gannon's hands and arms, they can act as blood sources as well to produce spatter stains.
Meaning, let me break in there. Do you mean that an arm might be moving and causing blood to fly off the arm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Griffin? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Counsel approach, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel approach. Ooh, let's test out the Jeopardy music. That would be in here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess.
Oh,
If I can have
never
everyone back
mind.
in the jury room at, say, 3:25, we should be able to start.
Let's
time
say
at that point.
3:25.
Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Please remember the instructions that I gave you about leaving the jury room.
Okay, I'll
You
take the
don't
judge
want to
out of my
cause
ear.
Mr. Combs to tear out his hair for
Okay,
obvious
so,
reasons you can see. So with
Take him out
that,
of my ear, I
we will
can't
take
think.
our break.
All right,
rise for the
so
jury, please.
we have been ever since we came back from lunch, listening to the testimony of Tom Griffin. He is a blood stain pattern analyst, and what we found out was there was a quantity of 54 blood stains on the 2 walls, and that there was stains above and below where that mattress
Thank you. May all be
was.
seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the
So,
courtroom. Is there anything
if
we
we
need to take up
looked
outside the
at
presence of the jury at this point in time?
the
Prosecution?
picture, there was kind of a voided area, like where the letter A was. That was sort of horizontal to me. Of course, I'm an accountant. What do I know? You know, that could be where he was laying. And any of you who have kids know that when they jump on the bed, you know, if they've got their bed up, I hate having beds up against the wall because it's impossible to make them. But, you know, some kids like that. But, you know, like when they're little and they jump on the bed, that bed moves across the floor. Doesn't matter if it's carpet. I mean, carpet would keep it in place more, obviously, than wood floor. And there was carpeting in there. But, you know, some shenanigans going on. The bed does, you know, scooch away from the wall a little bit. So I think that's probably, the poor child was probably trying to get away from her, and she had him literally cornered in his room. Now, he did indicate that he felt there was a possibility of a void on the wall, the B wall, which would have been the wall with the window. So then I was thinking, well, gee, maybe was he trying to open the window and get out of the window? I mean, it was the egress window, and there was a little table there. Sad. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, let me just, let's just go over to the YouTubers. I just want to show you a quick. Gannon did post one video a few months before he died. And I just want to pull it up on the screen here so you can see what his room was like when he was still alive. Now I can put my ears back in because the judge stopped talking. So this is called First Video. It's the only video he made. It's 5 minutes and 30 seconds long. Why don't I just let it play for the break here?
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. Alright, let's zoom in. And yes, cameraman is right here. Grandpa Sour White Gaming. And yes, sign up for our channels.
So there's the window. There's Gannon right there. He's got one of those little dimples in his chin. That's his neighbor friend. See how the bed's in the corner?
It is.
So they just sit and play this video game. So let's go back now and look at it one more time. My kids when they
choosing Tails? Yes, I love Tails. He's my boy. Show it. Wait, him. Oh, I got Ann Nichols. And Debo. There, Nichols. Sorry, Nichols. Whee! I believe I can fly. I believe. Nope. Can fall and crack your face open. Ding.
How do I go back? Let's see, I think it's J, 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 J. Okay, let's try again. So see the door here. Closet. Gannon. Buffering. Oh, for Pete's sake, Xfinity, you're killing me here. That's Gannon.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania.
That's the room. There's the door. Now he swings the camera around. That's his neighbor friend. Here's the corner we've been looking at.
Gaming. And yes, sign up for our
And that's the window.
We're going to be doing a lot of these together. Give a shout out to him, his channel, Freedom.
Freedom. They must have been conservative. Yeah, they probably were because Al Stauch was in the military. So anyway, I will put the link for this in. I'll put the link for this video in the description box below here on both Rumble, my favorite, and YouTube, my not favorite. Then, well, anyway, I just thought maybe you'd want a little perspective of his cute little adorable face and how that room was set up. I mean, it's Blair Witchcraft Project type videotaping, but that's the only one we've got. And, oh, I was going to look at the date on here. I can't see now. Oh. You know, it's like the universe is saying, Shannon, this just isn't your gig. Go back to bean counting because you're good at accounting. But I really kind of thought this was going to take off. I'm unsure. Oh, I know what I was going to do. So one of the, so I basically went through the witness since lunchtime has been Tom Griffin, bloodstain pattern analyst, 54 stains on 2 walls, stains below where bed was, and my theory on how blood got below the level where the mattress was. When we took our lunch break, I had Dan Bongino on, and I had Redacted with Clayton and Natalie Morris. They expatriated over to Portugal with their children. They're one of my absolute favorite people to watch. So here's who I watch every day. And I usually watch it in like 1.5 to 2 times speed because I want to get them all in. Dan Bongino. And we know he was the third one, LT. He was a former Marine. His channel is called And We Know. So we watch Dan Bongino, Redacted, And We Know. I have not been watching much of Clayton and Natalie's show because I just haven't had time. Because then in the evening, I catch the beginning of Tucker Carlson. Usually his monologue is pretty spicy. And then I listen to the Mark Levin podcast, which drops about 9 o'clock at night. And that's kind of like the end of my day. And I just kind of, cart stuff around. Anyway, so I was kind of thinking, just so we can get, because Redacted is always so good, especially with Ukraine, the news out of there. They've got Colonel Douglas McGregor. I think that's his name. Douglas, you know him if you saw him. He's probably the best intel out there. One of these days, I'll tell you the story about my brother and Russia and how he hates me because he thinks that my knowledge of what's going on in Ukraine is totally wrong. And because he was a Russian linguist with the U.S. Army, he's right and I'm wrong. And I'm right and he's wrong. But that's for another day. So what I thought was maybe like for the lunch break, we can do the same Dan Bongino thing. And then we'll turn on Redacted. Maybe the clips and stuff from their show during the lunch break, morning break. And then right now they're live on Rumble. Usually it's about 2 hours. It starts roughly right now. They're a married couple. I think Clayton Morris used to work for Fox News, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here they are. 14,015 people watching right now.
Can drinking water before bed burn 46
I don't know,
pounds in
can
2
it?
weeks if you are struggling to lose weight?
Proactively, like looking at
Okay, so this is live now.
past videos
They
that
are
we've done
on
on YouTube, where we've said,
and
hey,
on Rumble.
we're not going
but
to show
usually
it here.
they do the first half of
But
their
you should
show
go
on
check out the
YouTube,
interview that we did
and then
with
the second half of their show
Dr.
is
Peter
over on
McCullough,
Rumble.
where he
Steven
explains X,
Crowder
Y, and
used to do the
Z.
same
It's
thing,
available
just to
on
get
our
people
Rumble
more-
channel. You can go see
he's
it
talking
there.
about it
like
now.
that kind of stuff is really concerning because how are you going to go back and police?
And see the numbers on the bottom, they're
content
skirting
going
up,
forward,
so
but you
they
know
must
that they always
just
do
cut
that
it
like
off.
retroactively bullshit and all that kind of stuff.
One of our friends.
So
Mike
that's what
Jones
they
got
do.
a
They
ding on his channel
stream
for
the first half of their
something
show
he
on both
posted
channels
over
live,
a
and
year
it's
ago
Monday through Thursdays.
about
I don't
the
think they
bombing
do
of the maternity
Fridays.
ward
Once in a
in
while they
Ukraine.
do.
And it was
And then
posted on
about
another channel
halfway
that flagged it for
through,
YouTube, and he
they'll
got a retroactive
cut the
flag
YouTube
for
screen,
pen-
then they'll
a
go
penalty for
exclusively to Rumble
a year ago,
and
from a
talk
year
about
ago.
the stuff that YouTube.
So anyway,
YouTube
we can't do anything
suppresses.
about it, but one of the things we're going to have
So
to
I'm just
now
gonna let
do
this
is,
go,
let's say, for instance,
and,
something of the level
we
of
should be back
ivermectin
very
comes
soon with
up, and we
court.
want to say, oh, well,
And let me
you
know in either the
there is
chat
some
or the
research that you
comments,
could
'cause
look
I'm not a
into,
mind
even
reader.
if YouTube doesn't want us to say that. We can't say we refer you
if
to
you like
Peter McCullough or
these, or
something
if you
like
have
that.
other
So,
suggestions, there's another one, Dr. Dave
yeah,
Janda.
it
He does
very
an
concerning.
Operation Freedom.
Someone says you need to set up a code word. Or Kevin says you need to set up a code
see,
word.
they just,
I know it's like
there's like 1,000
I hate to even
people
do
just
that because
dumped over
they're
here.
they'll
Look at the
flag
number
us
on
for
the
that
bottom.
crap too. You know.
Hey, here's what we could say.
Because the
We're going to
YouTubers
go
now
ahead
are
and
coming over to
stumble
Rumble.
over to another platform.
And then maybe when they're done
Right.
with Redacted,
Yeah.
they should come and
Rhymes
watch the
with-
trial with us.
Yeah, we're gonna
Exactly.
We're gonna fumble our
I'll
way
stop.
around and try to do this story somewhere else.
And if you just want to stumble over there with us,
yeah.
What if we were to say that's the way the cookie crumbles? Or is that already taken?
Get it? Crumbles.
I like it. All right.
We're going to shuffle off to Buffalo. Okay.
Buffalo.
Well, let's end with a little comedy, shall we? It's not good comedy.
What?
I warn you.
I was gonna say you can't call that comedy.
Saturday Night Live hasn't been comedy for years.
Right. Okay. Well,
Jesus God, what is going on with my freaking friend?
I'll leave it to you. It is not to my taste of comedy. I'm not an especially funny person, but I think I have an understanding of humor. Saturday Night Live thinks they really stuck it to the left and all their bills to stop medicalizing ideology with their new non-binary cast member was a real zinger. The comedy show has always been left-leaning and taking far more swipes on the right than the left. But this is their first skit with their first non-binary cast member, and they accuse the Republican right of being hung up on kids' genitals because of transgender laws. Now, this, I think, is rich because it's actually Republicans who are interested in leaving genitals alone. This is what these bills do, saying, do not chop them off. Do not chop them up. Do not remove, do not do hysterectomies on young girls. It's the illiberal left that is obsessed with changing genitals with drugs and surgery. So already we're making bad faith arguments through this comedy, but let's go through it. The skit features this new non-binary cast member, Molly Kearney, who I think is a biological female. I tried to sort of look it up today and I couldn't get past like what the biological gender is. What the internet tells me is that they are non-binary and present as female, but we're not supposed to call them female. I'm fairly sure that's what they mean by non-binary. But at one point in the skit, Kearney refers to herself as a she, but wants to use they, them pronouns and be non-feminine. But Kearney plays a woman on the Amazon series of A League of Their Own. I'm a little bit confused by this. Maybe you guys can talk me through it. When a trans person plays full-on male or female characters in acting, that feels a bit like gaslighting on us, because according to gender theory, we're not supposed to ever assume their gender unless they're acting, and then we can.
Right, and unless they make money off of it.
That's I'm confused.
So she's
about
allowed
that.
to make million. She, he. I don't know what she, he is. She. Okay, so she's a biological male. Or she's
I don't know. I think she's a biological female.
I saw a little documentary type thing, and it was she's biological.
So she's allowed to make money acting as whatever, and then we pay her a lot of money, or the companies pay her, movie studios pay her, and she makes millions of dollars. But then when she wants to identify as
a not she,
I'm
just very confused because acting means that you are trying to get. I want you, if I am playing Eva Perón, I want you to look at me and assume that I'm Eva Perón, right? And so, what? Why is that funny?
Just laughing. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just what came to mind.
Right. Got some ideas for this weekend.
And so, then I am all in on you assuming my gender and identity.
Right.
But if I'm not on set, you cannot assume that, right, Phil?
They're married, by the way.
Am I missing something here?
I mean, I deal a lot with actors and stuff, especially stage actors, and it's there's the character presenting and then there's the person doing it, and they're not the same thing. So
now, even though
there's a definite
Natalie
separation
and
of characters
Clayton are
and
in
the person
Portugal,
portraying
yes, but can
this
you
is
ever
live
portray
right
a
now.
character that is a straight gender if you are not a straight gender?
And the other guy that pops
because
up with the
you're
white
asking
glasses.
me to assume something that you're telling me in your real life
right now,
I
but the
shouldn't
guy
assume.
with the white glasses, they're both.
I mean, in my opinion, yes, but then you kind of do get into the weeds of the argument of like, a white actor playing a black person, in blackface kind of thing. So it's nothing is easy, to figure out. But as far as like stage acting, at least that I've been a part of, it's the characters are listed as gender presenting, so they're looking for somebody that's female presenting for that character. But anyway. That's
right, but then when you step off the stage, it's like for this part you can see me as
you know what else I like
a
about
full-on
them,
biological woman, but as soon as the camera goes cut, you cannot.
And
Right.
probably
Do you see
over a
how that's
million on
confusing
YouTube.
for just
If I
humanity?
ever retweet them or make
Like,
somebody
Yeah, I mean,
just
it's not confusing to me, but I can see where people would get confused by
compliment
that.
or
Yes.
whatever,
because it
Clayton
breaks apart the
and
argument that
redacted,
you
so
can or
Clayton
cannot
Morris
assume gender and identity.
It's kind of,
usually
it's
likes
basically kind
or
of like, think about Ellen
retweets
Page.
it,
How many
or
movies she's been in as
the
Ellen Page,
redacted
and then
team
now she's
does.
Elliot Page, but you don't know that, and you're out on the streets and you're like,
And
oh my
that,
gosh,
you
Ellen
know,
Page, wait,
that's-
Ellen Page, are you not? And it's
That's
like,
like the
don't dead name me, like, you know what I mean?
content
That's the
people you
confusion that
wanna
can come in
follow
because
are the ones that actually acknowledge
some people, not everybody is on the internet and
what you
knows
have to
that they
say.
changed
I
genders.
know a couple years
sorry,
ago,
my
Sydney
People magazine
Powell,
subscription
attorney
expired.
Sydney
Like, I don't
Powell,
know that
she
you've now
retweeted me
decided that
several
this is what
times.
you are today.
Her
you know?
mate
Sorry.
Dylan has.
We know you as
retweeted me. My comments.
Yes,
Cash
Page,
Patel.
but it's not my point is
He's
not what
retweeted
you know or
or
what you don't
retruth
know.
me on Truth
My
Social.
point is that to even
Steve
step into
Harvey
an
laughed at me
acting
a
role
couple
where you're
months ago.
asking me to
It was a joke
assume
about,
a
Chelsea
binary
Clinton's upside
and then
down
step
cross.
out of that role and
he
asking me to
responded
forget
in
it,
or
I feel
in
like it's too much to
quote
ask
or
of other people. But
parentheses,
okay, we're in the weeds here.
laughing.
Let's leave this. All the
That's
world's a
funny.
stage.
I made
But the
Dana Carvey
skit
laugh.
is
That
still
was,
full
like,
of gaslighting. Kearney did what the illiberal left has continued to do, which is confusing the
there's, like, some
medicalization
people-
of children's bodies with health care. We've discussed this at
Doesn't
length.
matter. Once
Puberty
they get to a
blockers
certain
are
point,
not
like,
reversible, and they are
just
not
don't get
proven to be
acknowledged.
Call
safe, no
20
matter
CR
how much the illiberal
1358.
left
People
wishes
versus
they
Letecia
are.
Stauch. Records should
There
reflect
just
the
is not
jury's not
research
present in the
about
courtroom.
that.
Is there anything we need to cut outside the presence
Neither
of
are
the jury at
breast
this point in
binders
time?
or cross-sex
Prosecution.
hormones. These drugs are related to cancer,
go ahead,
memory
Maria.
loss.
So I'll go ahead and in the comment section, not the chat, because I'm not sure what happens to the chat actually on Rumble when the live stream is over. So in the comment section below, I'm going to post the link to that video on YouTube that we watched the beginning of if you want to watch the whole thing. I mean, he's basically just playing the game. But like I said, I wanted you to see what it looked like in the room. I mean, that was just months before he was murdered. That's sad. Wasn't he a cute little boy, too?
All rise for the jury, please.
All right. I think my headache finally went away. You know what works for headaches? Cola, not necessarily Coke Cola, but a cola. And pink Himalayan salt, just a pinch of it. It's something to do with
Thank
the
you. May all
salt
be
and the
seated. Court will
electrolytes
recall
and the
20
sweet
CR
and the caffeine
1358. People versus
and the
Letecia Stauch.
bubbles.
Records could reflect the jury has returned to the
Gets rid of
courtroom.
headaches. And I
Prosecution,
take
call your next witness,
Antrax
please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We'd call Detective
on
Pete
occasion.
Woods
They
to
only
the
give you
stand.
like 8 per month because you're not supposed to take it every day. It makes it worse. So I'm not
Detective,
sure
if you
what
would
the
step
headache.
forward and raise your right hand.
All the
It'll be
snow
up
here
there.
melted, and I'm allergic
Somebody
to
else
the
already
mold
did
that
that, so
grows
that's
on top
okay.
of this grass under the
Raise your
snow
right hand, sister.
very
Do you swear
badly.
affirm the testimony back to this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and
So
nothing
that
but the
could
truth?
just be
I
an
do.
allergy.
Go ahead and see the witness stand.
I'm sure that's not very exciting.
You're not the only one that did that either, so.
Yep. It's all good.
Good afternoon, Detective. How you doing?
Good, thank
Okay,
you.
witness
Could you
number
please introduce yourself
6.
to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Peter Andrew Woods. I'm a detective with the Myrtle Beach Police Department. Spelling of my last name is Woobs.
How long have you been with the
Peter
Myrtle
Woods.
Beach Police Department?
I'm starting my 16th year with Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Where's
Any
Joe?
prior law enforcement experience?
Anthony.
Prior
I
to
bet
that, I did
Joe
20
talks
years
like
with the New York
this.
City Police Department.
I would have never guessed that in a million years.
I'm not even going to attempt it. Me with my Minnesota Ufta Norwegian
So,
accent.
if my math's correct,
Don't you
36 years of
know?
law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing now for the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
For the last 7 years, I've been assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force of the FBI as a
Joe
Myrtle Beach
Anthony, if
detective
you're still
representing the
watching.
interest of Myrtle Beach Police Department in the world of then domestic terrorism and
Please
international
acknowledge
terrorism.
your presence and let me
How about in
confirm
March
or
of
deny
2020? What were you doing
whether
for
or not
the
you've
Myrtle
got an
Beach Police
accent
Department?
similar to this.
I was
fine
still assigned to the
gentleman.
Joint Terrorism Task Force. We were made aware of a person that was wanted by the municipality, the El
I wonder
Paso
if he's the
County
one that
Sheriff's
arrested
Office. And I
Letecia.
took part in, I gave a briefing for the arrest of a person that was wanted.
Would that have been on March 2nd of 2020?
The briefing Yes, was conducted at 8 a.m. at the Myrtle Beach Police Annex located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 3340 Mustang Street. I briefed the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit and the Myrtle Beach SWAT police officers.
And who was the person that you were briefing about, I guess, to arrest?
A woman named Letecia Stauch.
And was there a warrant for her arrest out of Colorado, El Paso County? I think
Yes, there was.
And so who was involved in this briefing?
Myself, I conducted the briefing, but it was the members of the Lieutenant Jeremiah Bean and all of his members of his street crime unit, and Sergeant at the time Smith, and members of his SWAT unit.
Just want to know if you
were the FBI involved in this briefing?
They were also there earlier, and it was Special Agent Grant Lowe was there, and another TFO, Ryan Sipe, task force officer.
And what did you brief about? What was the purpose of this briefing?
We were made aware of that Letecia Stauch would be dropping her daughter off at the Air Force recruiting station. The Air Force recruiting station is located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 1100
Wait, did we know that she was being recruited for the Air Force?
And that she'd be dropping
I wanted
her
my
daughter
son to
off
go into
there.
the Air Force.
It was determined for safety reasons
But his
that
grades
once
were not good enough.
in South
And
Carolina
then Joe
law,
Biden got
anyone
into
under the
office.
age of 18 is
So
considered a
when the
juvenile.
recruiter called us
So when she was
back,
dropped off,
I
we
said,
figured it was the
"Yep,
best opportunity to take her
or I
into
told him, I said, call me
Letecia into
after the
custody
election,
without anyone
and we'll
being
talk
hurt.
more. And then
You
I said,
mentioned,
nope,
this
he's not
Letecia
going into the
Stauch's
military
daughter.
until
Do you know what
President
her
Trump
name
is
was?
back in office.
Haley
I
Hunt.
think I still have
Was
the
it
message.
Holly Hunt.
Harley Hunt. And did you have pictures or photographs of these individuals so you know who you're talking about?
We had done previous surveillance before leading up to the arrest, so we knew what she looked like and we knew what Letecia looked like.
Okay. And do you see this woman named Letecia Stauch in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and
I
describe
do.
what she's wearing?
I do.
She's wearing a
Wait,
white blouse with patterns of like flowers and other figures on it.
Seated to my left here.
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant. So how did you get this information that she was going to drop Harley off at a Air Force recruiting station?
Special Agent Grant Lowe was in contact with El Paso and also with the FBI folks out here in Denver. So they had gotten us that information.
And do you know how long the defendant and her daughter were under surveillance?
For me, we had started watching her since the Thursday before. The arrest was taking place on that Monday. So since that Thursday, we watched Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So you had a good idea of their activities, and then you later learned on Monday Harley was going to be dropped off.
Yes.
And so what was the significance, again, of having the defendant arrested after her daughter was dropped off?
The significance was as far as safety for all concerned, because she was in a house with other people, and that was a search warrant was done at that house also, but we wanted the least amount of people at the time when we would take her into custody.
And did you have surveillance units out there on March 2nd, 2020, following them and watching all these activities take place?
Special Agent Grant Lowe followed them into the city and gave updates to all of the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit, myself, and all the other people that were set up at the mall waiting for him.
And so
the mall.
Was
She
there a
loves to
point in
shop.
time where it became safe to make this arrest of
I swear
Letecia
that's all the
Stauch?
woman did was clean and
Yes,
shop.
once it was seen that the daughter was in with the recruiter and that Letecia was driving the vehicle from the scene, that was
She probably
that was
was
the
because the dad.
best
I keep forgetting
situation
the
for
dad
safety for everyone, and
was
that's
in the
when she was
military.
arrested.
And describe the arrest for the
still is.
jury. How'd it go down?
She is driving away from the recruiting station, and a vehicle from behind and a vehicle from the front turn on the police blue lights and give commands to stop the vehicle. And Sergeant Smith and Police Officer Cooper approach the vehicle, take her out of the vehicle, place her in handcuffs, She subsequently
Are we
searched.
going to be able to
and
see
that-
the
and
dash
the
cam
arrest
video
took place
of
less
this?
than a minute.
During this process, were you present? Could you
Yeah.
see this happen?
Yes, I could. From where I was also sitting, we were all sitting in different places. I witnessed the whole thing.
Was the defendant the only one in this vehicle?
Yes, she was.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It's a minivan. It's dark in color, and it had property in it. So once she was removed from the vehicle was closed. The keys were taken. It was taken to the Myrtle Beach Police Annex, which is located at 3340
Oh, please make my
Mustang,
day and show us
and
that
it was
video
placed in a
of her
secure
getting
area
arrested.
for the FBI crime
Please
scene
show me
people
a
to
video
process
that you
it.
accidentally
We'll get there in
banged your
just a
head
sec.
on the
I want to talk about the actual stop of Miss Stauch. Were these other vehicles that you described, one in front and one behind, were they marked police cars?
No, they were unmarked cars, but they had obvious police lights. They had the SWAT officers had uniforms where you could visibly see police written on the uniforms and the police patch of the Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Did the defendant stop?
Yes, she did.
Did she cooperate with the arrest?
She complied with, she immediately got out of the vehicle and complied with all their requests.
She didn't try to run or didn't try to do anything like
She
that?
did not.
What were the individuals, well, where were you at during this arrest?
Approximately 25 yards away.
Did she seem to understand that those were police officers who were stopping her and complying with their orders?
Yes, she did.
Now, you talked about the van being taken to a secure facility to be searched. Were you present when that van was searched?
Later that night,
So I'll
yes,
clarify,
I was
this was a
present for
minivan
when
and not
actually
the cargo van that they
people-
rented and
the,
transported Gannon's body across
Special
the
Agent
country?
Debbie Gordon of the
Question
FBI,
mark?
when she went to process the van, had me walk around the van with her from the outside. She took photographs of it, and the van was secure, wasn't unlocked yet. And when we did that walk around, more correct, she noticed the suitcase, and she requested me to obtain a search warrant for the suitcase that was in the van.
Wait, what?
Now,
I
with
thought
that,
she got
there
rid of the
is a
suitcase before she
stipulation
went
to
to
the
Myrtle
admission
Beach.
of People's Exhibit 355 through 370.
I assume they're photographs.
3 items are not photographs.
Okay. But there is a stipulation of 355 to 370. Right. All right. Exhibits
355 to
355 through 370 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish with the court's permission, People's Exhibit 355. Can I approach and move the easel yard?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, thank you very much. We said that during Tom Griffin's testimony. Thank you.
Okay. What do we see in People's Exhibit 355, Detective Woods?
Minivan.
That is the van that Letecia was driving that day, and that is the Myrtle Beach Police Annex where the vehicle was towed to from the scene of Coastal Mall.
We can go to 356
Coastal
now.
Mall.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 356?
356 is now, we've already obtained the warrant to search the suitcase, and now Special Agent Gordon has opened the doors and has started taking pictures of the property that's in the van.
Sorry, I'm looking over here.
And I want to turn
because
your
this is a way
attention
bigger
to what
screen than
appears
the-
to be an envelope in the center dash there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you know who that envelope was addressed to?
When it was taken out, I could see it was addressed to Letecia Stauch.
Okay, we'll go to
Start.
357. Is that the envelope we're talking about?
Yes,
And is the defendant's name on there?
yes, it is.
We can go to 358 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 358?
The largest thing is the suitcase, which is pink with polka dots, pink and white polka dots.
Pink with
Is that
white
the
polka
suitcase you
dots.
alluded to earlier where you had to get a warrant for?
Yes.
We see a placard 1 in the driver's seat there. Do you know what was in that item?
there was a cell phone in that area.
Okay. We can now go to People's Exhibit 359. What do we see in 359?
That was the suitcase that I had Detective Daniel Eddy of the Myrtle Beach Police Department go to the magistrate's office to get a warrant just to search
here's
that.
the question. Why did they want to
He brought it down to me, and I
suitcase
delivered that to Special Agent Debbie
Gannon was
Gordon
in
of
the green one?
the crime scene unit of the
Or
Myrtle
maybe they
of the
just didn't know
FBI.
it was. Maybe it's for any suitcase.
And this suitcase, is that the position it was in prior to anyone going into this van?
Wonder if we know where the warrant is.
We go to People's Exhibit
Wonder if
360.
it's in that affidavit.
What do we see
that
in
I
People's
put
Exhibit
in,
360?
Yesterday's Rumble afternoon stream.
The suitcase is now taken out of the van and is being processed by Agent Gordon.
Hope they had gloves on. Who knows what that?
There's some
crazy lady
gloves
had
and
in
some
her
scissors
suitcase.
to your right on a table. And to your left, there's a box that is People's Exhibit 361. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to ask you to cut that box open on the red tape on the top of it. And let's see what's inside.
I'm frightened. What do you think is in Letecia's suitcase? Put it in the chat. Let's get a conversation started. I won't bite very much. Did you guys see that there was a select committee hearing this morning that former DNI Johnny Ratcliffe was testifying in?
Is that the
I'm
suitcase
sad I
that you
missed
found in the
it.
van back
I
on
have to
March
watch
2nd,
it later.
2024?
Ooh, it's something we can watch
If you could
tomorrow.
possibly hold that up and just kind of display it to the jury, I'll move this box out of your way.
I mean, if anything, if we're going to be watching the trial, it might as well keep up on the news. Am I right?
Now, there appears to be some tags on the top of the bag. Do you know what names are on those tags?
Crazy witch lady.
And look at says Letecia Stauch.
Well, I'm surprised she used her real
Stauch.
name.
And has
You know,
a
she's
phone
only got
number.
about 45 of them.
No, that's
Oh,
okay.
wait,
That's all we
17 of
need.
them. Who knows what 17 means?
All right. At this time, I also want to show you People's Exhibit 405, which is an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Yeah, I should turn on the chat. Maybe people are chatting and I'm just
You
being
see that
snarky about
suitcase
it.
anywhere in this picture? Right here. Here's the same suitcase that you recovered from the van.
Yes, it is.
You can go ahead and resume your seat. Thanks.
You, Detective Wood.
You can go to People's Exhibit 362 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 362?
It's the same suitcase that we have here, and there's a blanket, blue blanket.
I love that accent.
Did you see
I
any
love
blood
every
on the
accent
inside of
except
this suitcase?
Minnesota.
I saw what I believe to be blood
Even though I
on
do
the
love my
blanket. Yes.
Norwegian heritage.
Could you point that area where you believe there to be blood? There's a pointer up there somewhere too, Detective.
Red handle on
We're old school here in Colorado, so we've got the picture expert.
There's no. I can. Here you go.
Oh, it's on the.
Oh.
Oh, we got it.
So, here, here, and here.
Okay.
Thank you over
And
on Rumble. You're getting those
you said
numbers
it
up.
appeared to be blood, but it was it pretty
we went
obvious
from
to you
22 to
that
8, and now we're back up to
I
16.
most likely would believe it
So
to
if
be
the
blood,
8 that
yes.
followed me
Did
today
you
would
guys
have been
note
added
that when
on
you
to
opened the
yesterday's
suitcase up? I
total,
mean, you didn't say
it
it's
would have been
ketchup or
over
anything like that,
our
right?
number
You can go ahead and resume your
25, so we
seat.
can exclusively be on Rumble,
We can go to 363.
which is what I want.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 363?
I
The blanket
see no
is
live
laid
chat.
out. It's
Big
laid out.
sad face here in
processing.
Minnesota.
We go to 364. Why do we have this picture?
more, which appears to be blood on the blanket.
And 366, what do we see in People's Exhibit 366?
The contents that were underneath the blanket
Oh, I
in
think
that
it's
same
a
suitcase that's
spam.
here.
People's
Tear. There's probably
367?
a tear coming down my face
Is
right
the
now.
contents being processed?
Are you slowly removing items out of the suitcase?
I was not. Debbie Gordon was doing that. I was there. I stayed here till the conclusion of this whole search.
Okay. And how about 368? What do we see in 368?
A black bag.
Now this says placard 1. Does this relate to the placard 1 that we saw earlier in the driver's seat?
Yes, it was. That was in the to the driver's seat, right here.
And then we can go to 369. What do we see in 369?
That is a cell
I
phone
hope
that
you
was
can't hear my neighbor.
in
He
that
fired
bag.
up his
And do you see any
crotch
names on
rocket.
this screenshot of the cell phone?
And it
I
is
see
so
Tisha
loud.
again, and that is the same spelling as is what's on the suitcase.
And then 370 should be there in front of you.
His
It's
name
a
is
physical
Toon.
exhibit.
He's from
Already in the evidence. But what is 370?
This is that phone as being shown in that
Vietnamese.
picture.
No.
That's the phone that we see in the picture.
Yes, it is.
Did you
Well, anyway, he told me
or
to
your
say
agency
hi.
eventually ship
pretty
these
sure it's
items or
Vietnamese.
have them shipped back to El Paso County?
And it's
College?
The
Tao.
phone, yes,
So
the
his
phone was
name is
taken for
Toon.
processing, and
So I say,
everything was sent
"Tao,
back to El
Toon."
Paso.
And were you aware what Miss Stauch was doing after she was arrested?
She was taken
And then
also
he
to
knows
3340
my name.
Mustang
Hi,
for
Shannon.
processing.
And then he'll come over with his
And
little phone.
were-
with the
Are you
Google
aware of any
Translate on
medical
and tell me what
concerns
he
that she
wants
was
to say.
claiming at that time?
One time when I
I'm just
first met
asking
him,
if
he
he's aware
said,
at this time.
"Thank you for being so nice to me and my family."
the defendant.
That
Did
was
you have
so
any
sweet.
contact with the defendant?
Not about medical issues, no.
Did you watch any of her interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her address any medical issues?
None.
Okay, we won't ask you that question then. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
That exhibit up.
Sure.
Here's Mr. Speedy.
Which name is the same name as the name on the suitcase?
Will
Oh, it
Cook.
says Tisha.
Is it
Keep
Tisha
wanting
or
to call
Tila?
him Will Kane, the weekend
I have to look
host,
close.
one of the weekend hosts for Fox and Friends on the weekend. I don't know if he's a
I am
regular,
wrong.
but he's
That's not Tisha.
Okay, it's
Will
Tila.
Kane.
Yes.
But
No
this
further question.
defense attorney's name is Will
Oh,
Cook.
thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Woods? No. All right. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Watch your step.
Well, that was fast. Told you, Mr. Speedy.
I just have a second to retrieve the exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow.
On the short. For the record, Your Honor, since this item is already admitted, it's okay that I just publish it.
You need to identify it first.
This is going to be.
Uh-oh. Toon shut it off and fired it up again. God, that thing is loud.
Right. 365 has been admitted. You can publish it.
Of course, this wall faces the outside, which he's the next house over.
Are you going to be having witnesses use this stuff next?
No.
Set it down on this side so that they can get by. Thank you.
Watch the screens.
Yeah, please.
Oh, he went for a ride.
Okay, great.
Toon left.
Thank you.
So now, if you know
Prosecution, call your
anybody
next witness,
named
please.
that's
Thank you, John
Vietnamese,
Price.
say Tao. That means hi in Vietnamese. Tao.
Mr.
You learned
Price, if
something
you would
new
step
today.
forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth.
Okay,
the whole
time
truth,
to
and nothing
switch
but
the
truth.
banner.
Go ahead.
Yay!
Step into the stand.
I'm just gonna have fun by myself here.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Detective John, spelled Jon, Price, Price.
Mr. Price, what
Wow,
do you
is
do
that
for a
an
living?
easy name?
I'm a
He's our
detective for the El
second
Paso
John
County
today.
Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the El Paso
John
County Sheriff's
Price.
Office?
Do you guys
21
remember
years.
Vincent Price?
What sort of roles have you held in law enforcement?
I've
He
worked
was
in the
in the
jail,
beginning
I've
of
worked
that
on
song.
the road as a patrol deputy, and I've worked as a detective.
How long have you been in your current detective role?
That one hit wonder song. I want
6
to know what
years.
you're thinking.
What sort of assignments have you had as a detective?
I've worked in sex crimes, financial crimes, and currently as a homicide detective.
Okay.
No, wasn't that song.
What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
I was a homicide detective.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that case?
I was assigned to primarily be at the searches of the house and also the vehicles. And later on, that kind of morphed into tracking some of the physical evidence as well.
How many times did you go out to the house at 6627 Main Dam Drive?
I believe it was 5 or 6.
Okay. Each time you would go out to the house, would you use new information that was gained through the investigation as a reason to go look for potentially more things in the house?
Yes.
You mentioned that you also got into some vehicles as well, is that right?
Yes.
What vehicles did you have a chance to search vehicles? Which vehicles?
I was a part of the search of the Tiguan and the Jetta.
Okay, and what information did you have as it relates to the Jetta? Whose vehicle did you understand that to be?
Harley's.
Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And then the Tiguan, who did you understand that vehicle to be?
The defendant.
We're going to hear from other witnesses at some point in this trial, but did you search with people from the FBI, the Tiguan?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the Jetta first. Was that search conducted on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with People's Exhibits 709 and 710.
You may. Go ahead.
Please take a look at People's 709 and 710. And let me know when you're done looking at them. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They are labeled as being identification documents belonging to Harley Hunt and Letecia Stauch, which were collected from the Jetta, and they have my markings on them.
So did you actually collect those items from that Jetta on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
You should have, I don't know if you want to wear gloves for those items or not. We're going to open those up. If you want to wear gloves, go ahead and do that. And there should be some scissors there. And let's start with People's 709.
I accidentally put mint tea in my coffee. It's not horrible.
So you've got the items out of People's 709 now?
Yes.
Do you recognize those items specifically?
Yes.
Are they in the same condition today, or roughly the same condition today as when you collected them back on January 31st?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 709.
Exhibit 709 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What documents do we have in People's 709? And just explain that to the jury, please.
709 has Harley Hunt's passport. It has her social security card, has a passport photo, and a South Carolina school document pertaining to Harley Hunt.
Okay. Are you familiar with passports?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how sometimes passports will get stamps in them if you visit foreign countries?
Yes.
Can you look through Harley Hunt's passport and tell us if there are any stamps in there for any visits to foreign countries?
My stamp from London.
There is a stamp
like,
for Jamaica,
they
December
were
14th,
missing,
2017.
Like, it had like hardly any ink on it. I was kind of mad about that.
And that's the only stamp I see.
And that's it. Okay. Go ahead and remove the, or I'm sorry, replace those documents back into the evidence envelope. And then I'm going to get those off your desk there. While I'm doing that, if you could go ahead and open up 710.
Does anybody know what song Vincent Price had a little? I know. It was the Michael Jackson one. I was thinking of Pure Energy that had Leonard Nimoy
So
in it.
preliminary questions. Do you recognize the documents that you pulled out of the envelope that we have marked with an evidence sticker 710?
Leonard Nimoy.
Yes.
So I named my fish after that.
Are they
died a
in the
couple weeks
same or
ago when we were
substantially the
watching
same
Paltrow
condition today as the
trial
day you
on
collected them
Dylan's
back on
The
January
Alternate
31st,
Corner
2020?
channel?
Yes. Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 710.
That's
Now I'm down to one fish. His name is
710 will
Donald.
be admitted. Go ahead.
What items do we have inside of
And we have
People's
a
Exhibit
hamster. Her
710?
name is
710
Melania.
has Letecia Stauch's United States passport, has a passport photo, a security public library card with the name Tisha on it, a social security card in the name Letecia L. Harden, a social security card in the name of Letecia Harden Stauch.
Are the, just, I don't want you to read the social security numbers, but is the social security number the same on both of those documents?
Yes.
Do you know you can only get like 4 social security cards in your whole life? Or 6?
I think this is from a cruise. It kind of a spending card from a cruise in the name of Letecia Stauch. Marriage certificate between Letecia and Albert. A photocopy of the same marriage certificate. This is a printout of an email.
I bet he hates that his family name is
No,
getting
that's okay.
drugged through the mud. Like, why didn't she
Photocopies
just go
of a
back
South
to
Carolina
her
driver's
other name?
license and the 2 social security cards.
What are the names on those documents of that photocopy?
Letecia Stauch and Letecia Harden, respectively. And a photocopy of the passport.
What's the name on the passport?
Letecia Stauch.
Are there, in any of those documents that we just looked at, any documents with any other names for a first name and then Stauch? Any Taylor Stauch or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm bleeding.
Then you're opening up a secondary envelope that was contained in the evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a general email. A letter from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to Letecia Stauch. A North Carolina birth certificate for Letecia Stauch. A verification of K-12 educator experience form.
What is the,
Did you
is there a
hear
name
the
on
other
that
day
one?
that she claimed to have had a doctorate in education?
It's difficult to read. Or it's Harry County Schools.
Is it Horry County Schools?
Horry
HOR?
County, yeah.
Yep.
That does have the name Letecia Stauch on it.
Okay.
Did they just say Horry?
A infant child CPR
How is
certificate
that spelled?
in the name of Eugene Stauch.
WHOREY?
A behavioral health consultation
Just a question.
information form.
Okay.
An appointment reminder form for Letecia Stauch. A American Red Cross infant child CPR form for Tecia Stauch.
That's ironic.
A medical report for Letecia Stauch and a second page of that.
Okay. Go ahead and put those items back in that secondary envelope, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Do that later.
Okay. Any documents in there that would that were addressed to or belong to a name on them with Maria Sanchez?
No.
Okay. Accessing the passport that you have there for Letecia Stauch.
Okay.
Again, looking for stamps for visits to foreign countries. Are there any stamps in Letecia Stauch's passport for visits to foreign countries?
There's a stamp dated October 22nd, 2017. I can't read it. It says Department of Homeland Security.
I think they went on a
US.
cruise.
So I think that's
Remember
probably a
Harley
re-entry
said
stamp,
yesterday
perhaps.
that somebody had to babysit them, that she didn't know.
A Jamaica stamp,
never-
December 14th, 2017. Mexico stamp,
Part of
July
Mexico.
24th, 2018.
Love Playa.
And that appears to be all the stamps.
So are there any stamps in there from Australia?
No,
Are there any stamps in there for Colombia?
no.
Okay. You can go ahead and set that to the side. And then as it relates to the Tiguan, I mentioned that we're going to get into a more extensive search through some FBI agents later on in this trial. But did you do a search of that particular vehicle on February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
I may approach with People's Exhibit 325.
You may.
Here, I thought we were going to be able to watch the arrest video of Letecia in Myrtle Beach. We got gypped. We got robbed. We've watched
Have you had a
every
chance to
other
look at
video
that
of
item,
her. Why didn't we get
325?
to watch that
Yes.
one?
Do you recognize it?
There's some pleasure.
Yes,
in
it
that
is
one.
labeled as a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport dated January 28th from the front passenger seat of, and it's cut off there, but I know it's the Tiguan.
Okay. Is that an item that you actually seized from that Tiguan search on February 1st, 2020?
What
Yes.
is a Tiguan?
Will you go ahead and open up that envelope, please?
Okay, I have to go put some iodine on my wound. BRB.
Do you recognize the item that's inside of People's Exhibit 325?
Yes,
Is it in fact that parking receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport?
yes,
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
yes.
All right, move for admission of 325.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 325 will be admitted.
Is there printing on that, automated printing from the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the parking arrangements at the Colorado Springs Airport?
yes,
Have you gone there both professionally and personally?
yes.
Okay. So to obtain that type of a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport, what do you have to do?
When you enter in a vehicle, you get a parking voucher ticket. And then as you exit, you would pay for the amount of time that you've been parked in that parking lot. And you would get a receipt like this as you exited.
Does it stamp on their time stamps to understand when somebody potentially entered or exited that parking area?
Yes, the entry time is January 28th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. And the exit time is January 28th, 2020 at 7:02 p.m.
That type of evidence, parking receipts from an airport like that where there's stamping time stamps on there, does that help determine movement?
Yes.
Somebody?
Yes,
Okay. And is that why this particular item was seized in this investigation?
yes.
Were there other things that you collected from vehicles that ended up not necessarily being helpful to the investigation?
Sure.
Things like dirt samples or vegetation samples from the undercarriage, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did that lead to any sort of investigative leads that allowed you to pursue what might have happened with Gannon?
They did not lead very far, no.
Okay. You have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
So I have your own. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Mr. Cook?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Price, hi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm representing along with Mr. Tellini, Letecia Stauch. Do you remember writing a report on February the 18th of 2020, and you requested a laboratory examination of quite a few different items?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like I'm looking at 15 different items that you requested to be tested. DNA profiles were requested to be developed from those items. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know if all the testing was done and completed ultimately on those?
I believe sometimes the lab omits certain items based on their own judgment of the best use of resources. So I'm not sure if every single item was eventually tested, but I know certainly many of them were.
But if I'm telling you, I'm looking at this report where you requested 15 items be tested, you have no reason to believe that you didn't follow through with that and actually order those items be tested.
I did. I ordered those to be tested.
Do the labs, the scientist or the phlebotomist or the serologist or the DNA analyst, do they have the ability to reject a request for a test? Can they say, I'm going to override you, detective, I'm not testing this, and this is why? Or I'm sorry,
They do have discretion as to what they test.
Okay. Do they usually get back and say, hey, I don't think we need to test this, detective, and this is why, and you all agree?
Sometimes.
Or will they just unilaterally not test something?
It depends on the circumstance, specific.
Okay. Yeah. So in this investigation, this was a huge investigation, correct?
Yes.
You've had several, there's been several other deputies that have come up and testified that this was the biggest one they'd ever seen.
It was quite large, yes.
This between the search and the multi-state nature of this investigation, this is the biggest thing by far they had ever been involved in.
That's a fair statement, sure.
Okay. And in fact, you collected air filters from a Kia Rio, cabin air filters from a Kia Rio, and soil debris from the wheel well of a Kia Rio. Is that correct? And ultimately, the soil debris was sent up to a scientist or an expert in Fort Collins, and they couldn't make heads or tails of anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What specifically are you looking for, though, when you're collecting soil debris from the wheel well of a car?
At the point that those items were collected, we had not yet located Gannon. And so we were looking for different soil and different vegetation, which might give us a clue where those vehicles had traveled to, and thus give us an idea of the travel patterns or where he might be located at.
Okay. At that time, did you believe that the Kia Rio had been used to dispose of Gannon's body, or did law enforcement believe that?
It was a possibility.
It was a possibility. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like no stone was left unturned. I mean, the engine air filter from the Tiguan, swabs of the undercarriage of the Tiguan, the Jetta that was driven by Harley. I mean, everything was swabbed, air filters were examined, everything was done.
It was a very thorough investigation.
And what date was the Jetta and the Tiguan taken into custody or seized by law enforcement?
Don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
If I told you those vehicles were seized before the house at Mandan Drive was locked down or seized by police, would that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you that quite a few days passed between the seizure of these vehicles, seizures of Miss Stauch's, the defendant, Miss Stauch's telephone, if several days passed from those events to when the house was actually seized and locked off, would that sound right to you?
No, we searched the house on January 28th, which was fairly early on.
Okay, but I'm saying when the house was actually seized
The
on
actual
February
seizure?
7th, like nobody coming in going, we're putting up the tape.
Okay, I agree with you on that. Yes.
Okay. Why did it take so long if you had Miss Stauch on the radar, you had taken her phone, you had taken her cars, you had taken her daughter's cars, you had all this stuff. Why did it take so long to take seizure and control of the house?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay,
I would have no idea.
that wasn't your call.
Yeah, I'm just a little fish. So.
Okay. I even saw in one of the vehicles there were insects collected from the vehicle to have them tested to figure out where that car had been. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Don't see that a lot in an investigation, do you?
First time I've ever seen it. Yes.
Me too. Have you ever heard of a closed, and I'm talking about travel now, I'm switching. Have you ever heard of a closed loop cruise, as in a cruise ship?
Personally, no, I haven't.
Okay. And do you know in a closed loop cruise, you don't have to have passports?
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that on certain cruise stops, cruises will go around to different islands and stop at different places, that in certain cruises, you do not have to have a passport to get into the country?
I've never been on a cruise. I have no personal experience with cruises.
Okay. And did you know that there were cruise lines that will travel the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Jamaica?
Judge objection. He's already said he doesn't know anything about cruises.
Yeah.
I can,
Sustained. If he doesn't know anything about cruises, he doesn't know anything about cruises.
do you know if passport stamps are required of U.S. citizens going to other countries in all situations, or are there exceptions?
I don't know.
Okay. And again, you don't have any idea about closed loop cruises.
No, I don't.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Me.
That's all I have. Thank you, Detective. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Be direct.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Price? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Before he leaves, Judge, can we have him put the items back in the
Yeah.
evidence?
I think that's probably a pretty good idea.
Thank you, Detective.
And just so that the record is clear, what you have there is one exhibit, but it also has an envelope in it that has different documents in that envelope.
There was two exhibits. One of the exhibits did have a secondary envelope in it, and that's why I was making that record about pulling that secondary envelope out.
So we just need to make sure that secondary envelope gets back to the exhibit that it's supposed to be in. Put it on the table. Right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Amber Cronin. And Judge, while we're bringing Ms. Cronin into the, to testify, we're going to be playing some more of these recorded phone calls that we did earlier in the trial. There's, I think, 4 total. And I can tell you the length of them if you'd like me to.
Please.
So People's Exhibit 51, which was previously, hold on just a second, was previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 46 minutes long. People's Exhibit 52, previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 1 hour and 4 minutes long. Then we have a disc that will be admitted through Ms. Cronin that is 27 minutes and 44 seconds long. And then People's Exhibit 53 is another call that was admitted under Mr. Stauch, but will be published under Ms. Cronin, 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right, Ms. Cronin, if you would raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. And go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Allen, are we going to be using that easel?
No, should I get that out of the way?
I think Mr. Combs would appreciate it.
Be hard to get out if we don't.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Left some things here. I'll get them into the right envelope.
Okay. All right, Mr. Allen.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Very well.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Amber Cronin, AmberCronan.
Ms. Cronin, what do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the FBI?
About 15 years.
What training do you have that allows you to do the job you currently do?
I went through Quantico, which is about 5 months, and then I've had additional training since then, periodic training.
Do you also have education that you use to allow you to do the job you do?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice.
Did you also serve in the military?
Yes, I did.
Did that help? Does that help you in the job you do as well?
Yes.
What was your job in the military?
I was a military intelligence analyst for 6.5 years.
Okay. What role do you currently serve with the FBI? I know you said special agent, but what does that mean?
Specifically, I'm assigned to work all the crime that occurs at the Federal Correctional Complex in Florence, Colorado.
Do you sometimes get tasked to help out with potentially other local crimes that occur here in the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, as part of the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, we help out.
Okay. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
I was assigned to the same working as the at the prison.
Okay. Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes, I did.
How did you get involved in that case?
It was El Paso County needed assistance, so they had asked the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, so we helped out.
What was your role in that investigation?
I helped out in multiple ways. I was part of the consensual calls that Mr. Stauch had with the defendant. I am also a member of the FBI's evidence response team, so I assisted on processing a couple of the vehicles. And I actually traveled out to South Carolina for the arrest.
Okay. During the time that this case was being heavily investigated, were there daily meetings, investigative driven meetings to just update everybody involved in the case?
Yes,
Did you attend those meetings?
I did.
Well, what was the purpose of those meetings other than just to update folks?
It's so we could know what was going on in the investigation, new developments of what we were finding.
Excuse me. Would investigators, detectives, special agents with the FBI come to those meetings and report whatever specific assignments they had, and then assignments would be made to act on those developments?
Yes.
You'd mentioned the consensual phone calls. What do we mean when we're talking about consensual phone calls?
It was phone calls between Mr. Stauch and the defendant that were recorded.
What was your role as that process played out?
I was one of the people that was in the room while those phone calls were being made, so I was able to listen to the phone calls as well as at times ask Mr. Stauch to ask additional questions if we had questions.
Would you have meetings with Mr. Stauch prior to the phone calls actually occurring to give him tips on things to say or not say, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And then in the actual, while the phone calls were happening, sometimes you would either suggest things to him or pass notes to him to say or not say?
Yes.
Was another special agent, Johnny Grusing, also involved in that process?
Yes, he was.
Were those phone calls recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit 51. And I doubt we'll be able to get all the way through this. This is
Speak in these hotels.
Why can't you live in the house?
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I can't even like go in without an escort at this point. So
StreamYard had me refresh. I apologize.
How are you paying for hotels?
I just paid a little bit week by week, and Uncle Jeff paid for this past week. So I told you that already. That yes.
Did you spend last night by yourself?
Yes. Why? Who else would I be with?
Should have been with you, Albert.
This just started, by the
You
way.
think I wasn't lonely on freaking Valentine's Day?
I'm begging to be with you. I've been begging to be with you.
We can talk about that, but I want to talk about whatever you got. You talking about on this iCloud.
I can handle that.
No, I logged back. I got into my iCloud finally because I only had personal whatever, and I couldn't do a backup. And I finally got the backup done, and there was like a ton of messages came through on my phone, and there's this text message that they should have saw on my phone because it came through on February 5th, and it's like basically almost like a retarded person or something. But it says the boy or money or no boy. And I tried to get help. I sent it to the tip line to see if they can check. I've been trying to call all morning. No one.
Hey, I can't hear you.
I said no one helps me because I'm a bad person.
But what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But what? I mean, that's all it said. No money, no boy, or something like that.
I'm saying there's a bunch of those voicemails. Like I had 30-some voicemails, and a lot of them were bull crap and threats and stuff. So I went through all of them, and like literally all I saw was the first message that said that, and it freaked me out. And I had someone to look up the number to try to see where it was at, and it said that it originated from Washington. They weren't one of those like fake things. It was an actual number from Washington. Like I had someone track the number where it was at now, and it went to
Where's that at?
I don't know if this is like people going with me. I don't know, but I was trying to reach out to you as soon as I seen it, so that they should have solved this on my February 5th.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they're like laser focused on finding Gannon right now, and that's kind of the priority right now. I mean,
that was why I was saying that. That is about Gannon. Why are you trying to make it seem like I wasn't?
I'm not trying to make it seem like nothing. I mean, I did you tell them about what we talked about yesterday about Quincy Brown and all that?
I sent it in, yes. Did that same thing that they keep posting online because no one was writing back on the number that.
Well, I guarantee you they're out looking for that dude now because he is freaking. You know how I get all worried about Mike and Landon and all that shit back home, and I looked him up and he's a freaking, oh my god, sex offender. He's a bad dude, Tisha. And if he's got my son, and I'm freaking, you know how I was about Mike, and he had some criminal stuff, but this is a whole nother level. So I'm sure they're out looking for him now. So.
Did you give them the information?
Beats, I'm back.
Yeah, you said you did. I mean.
Yeah, no, I did.
Right, you said you were talking to Bethel, right?
I sent it to message to her, but she never wrote back. So I had that Kate somebody's number, the other lady that was with her that day. So I sent it to her because I was like, between her and her, someone would read the messages.
Okay, yeah. I haven't got it. Mark hasn't reached out to me this morning, but I'm sure that I mean, based on this dude being as freaking horrible as he is, I'm sure they're out there looking for him. Dude, I mean, you remember anything else about Quincy Brown other than I know you said you saw his ID? I mean, they had the bike or the SUV, right, with the bike rack. I mean, anything close to an address at all that would help them? Now that you have more.
If you would let me come be with you and help, I will walk everybody through everything. But you're refusing that and not standing up for me to do that.
No, actually, I am. I'm trying to get this relevant information that you're providing to them. So that is standing up for you.
Okay, taking up for me too is also you've got to understand, Albert, and this is not me trying to take away from whatever. Unless I'm like protected completely, this is it's just a whole crazy thing you got to understand, Albert.
Well, help me understand.
Begging you to tell you that I begged you to come stay with you. I've been like, hey, let me just stay with you spend the night, please. I will talk to you, please. Everything. I tried everything, and you just keep telling me no, and I hate being lonely, and I hate all this because I'm not a bad person. I'm innocent. I agreed to even take a lie detector test for you.
Yeah, fake.
Well, that's that. I mean, that's not for me. I'm not going to give you a lie detector test. Well, I mean,
It's not permissible in court because it's not. I said for you to believe me.
but who are you? Have you talked to them about this lie detector test, or you just told me about it?
I got recalled from a big time attorney. I got Jose Baez law firm willing to come and meet me. That's how much they know this screwed up. You know who the Baez law firm is?
You know I don't pay attention to that shit.
You know who they represented?
No, tell me.
A lot of big time names. And they're and like People magazine, people are like pissed that they're not, that the way that things are going is not the direction of my team. And so if you don't want to be on my team to be like against them talking everything, then these people will put it out there.
What that? What are they gonna
do it?
What are they gonna put out there?
What?
That you're gonna take a lie detector?
No. Yeah, I will for you. I will do it for you.
Well, let's do it then. Then let's do it. Let's do it now. I mean, call the FBI or call whoever and tell them you're ready today.
I don't know who to call. You have all these contacts. Nobody will talk to me.
The only person I know. Listen, I sent you a number. I think. What was her name from the FBI? Amber, maybe.
And Amber's sitting
I
right
sent
next
you an
to
email.
him
You
while
look
this
back on your
call's
email.
being
You got a
made.
contact, and she when she called me that one time, she reached out and said, "Anything you need, any way we can help, anything we can do to help find Gannon." And I think that would qualify as something that would help. Okay.
What will qualify?
You're talking about this lie detector test.
That will help find Gannon by me taking a lie detector test, and I've already told you.
If you're listen, I know, but listen to me. Walk through this logically. You're smart now, okay? If you're saying they're barking up the wrong tree, okay, and that wrong tree is you, and the lie detector test will get them off of that tree and on a different tree, don't you think that will help?
Yeah.
I mean, it'll back to what we talked about yesterday. It'll show your innocence. It'll show you didn't do it. It'll show you don't even need immunity. Okay, you don't. I mean, it'll prove all those things.
You don't have to because lie detector tests are not permissible in court.
Okay, but I'm just trying to. You said you'll do that for me.
Lie detector test does is prove what a person's saying to someone they're trying to prove to. Like people going to Dr. Phil and do it, places like that.
Okay, all right. Hey, Tisha, listen. I'm willing to take the lie detector test. You brought it up. I mean, I'm willing to work with you or whatever. You can contact the FBI and do it. I'm willing to take that result for my peace of mind. But if you're gonna sit here and tell me it's not worthwhile, then why even talk about it?
I said for you. I said I wanted to do it for you. You're focusing on doing it for someone else. I'm trying to tell you I wanted
No. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about Gannon. If they're barking up the wrong tree, babe, if they're barking up the wrong tree, this will get them on the right tree. Okay.
Okay.
So you need to reach out to Amber, whatever her name is. That's the FBI lady that I talked to the one time, and you need to tell her whatever you're willing to do or not do. Okay. That's the only way I know to go about it. So, but instead of me waiting on the lie detector test for me and you, I know that'll confirm it. Just tell me the truth right now.
You won't even help me get the freaking ID so I can go to a doctor's office, and you want me to just keep going over and over and over the same thing.
Yeah, Tisha, yes, I do, because
You kick me off a TRICARE or something?
I can't kick you off of TRICARE. That only happens anyways. You're trying to spin this in a different direction. We're talking about Gannon.
Just trying to go to the doctor, that's it.
You can go to the doctor any day of the week. I can't kick you off of TRICARE.
They took all my stuff. I need an ID.
You need the sponsor social security number, and I know you know my social, so don't even play me, Tisha.
Go on base
Okay.
without the ID.
Well, go to if you got to go to the doctor that bad, go to the doctor somewhere and we'll pay the fee. Okay, that's I'm not gonna say that's irrelevant, but we're focused on Gannon right now. Okay.
Okay, and we're trying to be with you to focus on Gannon. So I'm asking you to
And guess what? We are talking together right now, so we are working together on this right now on the phone. Okay.
come and stay with you, and I will meet them to do the test and everything.
Listen, I need the truth first, and that's what I've said the whole time. Tell me the same. Listen, let's just stop, okay? No, don't oh God me.
You told lie detector test, and now it's still not you, Albert?
No, it's perfect. That's what I want you to do, okay? Because there has been multiple stories, but tell me the story right now that you're going to tell on the lie detector test. That's what I want.
You don't tell stories on a lie detector.
I know. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to put you through that and ask you questions? I'll do it. Okay. Is the bike accident a true story? Did he fall and bust his head, or was his head already bleeding before you got there? Which one is it?
Bleeding.
I'm just asking. Was the bike accident true?
Wouldn't be bleeding.
I don't know, because I've fallen off my bike 100 times and didn't bust my head bad enough to go to the 911, right? Okay, I'm just trying to sort through this. Is the bike accident true?
Albert, I did not hurt you.
I didn't ask you that, okay? Is the bike accident true? It's yes or no. This is lie detector test right now. Yes or no?
Somebody has Gannon, Albert. I need protection to help you.
I understand that, and I'm trying to help you right now.
Beat me. He will abuse me. He will hurt me, and I keep telling you this, and you're not catching the hint.
Is the bike accident true? That's where we're starting.
Are you gonna protect me from him?
We're gonna, yes, you're gonna, once you call Amber, you're gonna get the protection you need. I don't have a gun, I don't have a badge, Amber does, and she's the one that's gonna protect you.
But you are my husband.
I am, and as your husband, you need to respect that I'm trying to give you the best guidance I have, okay, and get you to the protection you're asking for. If you call Amber, she'll get somebody with you wherever you're at to protect you, okay?
But why aren't you willing to do that?
How am I going to protect you against people trying to beat you and kill you?
Come live with you because you are my husband and you're supposed to provide for us a place to stay.
Right, and I've done that from day one, so you're not going to question my ability to protect and provide you. So listen, hey, back up. You said you wanted to do something for me.
Yes, Albert.
No.
Because, baby.
I'm not answering any questions right now because you told me that you do something for me, and that's answer some yes and no questions, basically a lie detector.
Be with you. I didn't say like you're gonna put me on. We can talk about this in person. Why does it have to be over phone so you can like record people and shit?
So now I'm recording you. What you've done to me for 5 years is what I'm doing to you. That's projection, Tisha, and I'm not putting up with that. Okay. All right.
Did you record me yesterday?
No. Why would I record you? I haven't recorded anything. What are you talking about?
Was you coaching you what to say?
No. I don't need a coach. I've done this for a living for 11 years, Tisha.
I said I want to talk to you in person.
All right, go. Guess what? Your freaking sister's calling me. Tell her to leave me alone.
Who? What sister?
Amy, whatever her name is.
She shouldn't be calling you. Don't even talk to them.
Well, I've been getting calls and texts from all your people, and I'm sick of it. Listen, you know what? If meeting is what it takes to get to the truth, I'll meet with you, but you need to answer some questions first. That is your way of proving to me that a meeting is worthwhile. Okay?
Okay.
Number one. I got 3 or 4 questions, okay? Number one. Is the bike accident true?
No.
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 She answered it truthfully.
Is Quincy Brown true?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what happened? Okay, that's my next question. What happened to get Gannon to Quincy Brown? How did Quincy Brown get my son?
It doesn't matter how many times I tell you, you're still going to call me a liar. You're not going to take
That's
time
not true now. That's not true. I've given you every opportunity to tell the truth, just like I'm doing now, okay? I haven't called you a liar. I've said some pieces of the story have been not true, okay? I'm not sitting here calling you names. I'm not putting you down. I'm asking for truth, okay? You said the bike accident is not true now. Fair enough. We're done with that, okay? What happened?
We were going to get you a bike, though. That was true.
Okay, so you were going to get me a bike. Fine. Okay, let's get past the bike. If the bike has nothing to do with anything, then let's just forget about the bike and the trip to the bike.
Trying to be a cool mom, okay?
Okay.
To meet out with some friends. And I was just trying to be cool because I never looked at it as being cool. So I told him, hey, we'll just, You can have a sleepover, whatever, yada, yada, yada. That was supposed to happen on Saturday or something. He did have this friend have a car, and I told him, your daddy said no. I told him that on Sunday or whatever day it was. But prior to that, he already said something to me about this, and I tried to talk to him through the situation. So the plan was he was going to have a sleepover. We split both the beds together, yada, 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 yada. That was just supposed to be the plan. I was just trying to be a cool mom. I just wanted to be accepted by Gannon for him to be like, wow, yeah, she's always kind of strict on us, but maybe she let me do a little bit that I shouldn't probably be doing. Hey, that's all.
Yeah, but okay, that's
It went downhill from there. I'm telling you.
okay, okay.
To Gannon.
Okay, so
All these people, listen to me.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Tired of all these people putting all this stupid stuff about blood and all this bullcrap. If there's any blood in the house, it's because of Gannon. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Okay.
There's no massacre occurred in our home. It's not what people are putting in their head. There's nothing like that. Hey, it's nothing. I'm sick of hearing people say, well, if he hurt his foot, he couldn't be walking. Oh my God, it was just blood from his foot. That's it. There was no, like, he hit his head or bullcrap like that. I'm tired of all these conspiracy theories, and now it's in your head that you think that I'm doing something to Gannon in our house. That's what you said yesterday. That is not true. Those foot there's just simply from what happened to his foot. And yes, I've already admitted to you that his arm was burned.
Okay.
He admitted that to you. Wasn't that bad? Did it have blood? Yes. And where the candle was.
But
I did everything I could. So if you're asking about that part of it, you see, what y'all are doing is trying to take two different things. You're trying to think that just because I didn't abuse Gannon emotionally in that video, nothing. The whole point of that was he was so upset. It wasn't about, it was meaning I was going to replace the items for him. It was trying to be, okay, don't worry about it. It's a secret. I'm not going to say anything. I was trying to be cool. Okay? Maybe if I let my guard down for trying to be cool, I let him stay up 30 minutes late that night, trying to be cool. Just trying to be like, we'll start working on, hey, you stand up 30 minutes later than Lena. So any of that you got from some mind that people were trying to say I was abusing him on some video and shit, it was not. Gannon was upset because I was sitting there holding him, and then everybody saying something about whatever. I assessed the situation. It wasn't a lot of tons and tons of blood. We got it up. It was on his wall a little bit. I mean, it was not even a lot.
so you cleaned his wall up?
But he did.
Oh, okay.
There was blood on the thing. We cleaned up.
With every lie,
It was not. It was from his
small smidge
arm
of truth.
and his foot. That's all. From me outside. There was nobody's head get hit. You could hear in all these stories. Gannon's head was hit. He was doing this. No, Albert. If he would have been in that situation, I get on the phone and I call 911. I'm not stupid. Do you think I'd much rather be sitting here with someone saying that I was being irresponsible or whatever, and that someone accusing me of hurting a child? Do you think that? That's the way I panic at the sight of blood? Yes, I freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, stop peeling it. He peeled it and peeled it and peeled it. If I yell at him for peeling it, it's going to look like I'm mad at him. You don't understand.
Okay.
Everybody the true story, but what they're doing is they're coming in there and trying to say just because some lady who thinks she's hot fit has been talking to you, apparently she posts online all this bullshit.
Who? What lady?
Oh no, trivia somebody.
Who?
She's fucking stupid.
I haven't talked to nobody.
Okay, well, she's online saying she's talking to you and Landon, and you and Landon was saying there was blood all over Ganna's room. Blood everywhere in the house. Blood on the stairs.
Who is this now?
That is not true. If it was anything, it was from the foot, and I stepped in it on the carpet when I freaking took the carpet up that we walk outside on. But nobody cares that that's how it happened. That's where blood came from. It was not puddles. We cleaned it up and smeared it. Sorry.
What freaking lady are you talking to?
The beds were already put together because I had told Gannon he could have a sleepover.
The beds were pushed together.
I had pushed them together because I had told him Sunday he could have a sleepover. I didn't know that his stomach was going to go to start hurting. I had already said he was doing his box.
But who was the sleepover with? Was it Braden?
He just asked me, could he have a sleepover even though it was a school night? After we were going to hike. And the reason I said yes is we were sitting there talking about the whole coach thing. He talked to him about the sisters, and all he had was sisters. I said yes, just because I felt so bad, because here we are both in an emotional moment. I'm upset about Cody. He's upset about him having girls, yada, yada, yada. I agree. Sorry. I usually don't agree with things. I was trying to be like, okay, maybe this is a good chance, but maybe bend the rules just a little bit. So yes, said Gannon, you can have sleepover. Gannon pushed his beds together. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know what happened, why he didn't go ask about sleepover. I don't know what happened wherever. I don't know. He didn't ever come say such and such, didn't say whatever. I just know his stomach was hurting. So I assumed he didn't want to be having a sleepover with the boy, whoever the boy was.
Why?
He didn't tell me.
Why? So you were gonna let it? Let me back up.
What? I was gonna let the boy, but he said his brother had a call.
Right. Okay. Fine. But he's never pushed the beds together for a sleepover before. Where did that come from?
What do you mean? No, I do.
No. Usually they.
Did push the beds
Oh,
together.
they
were. Albert, we pushed the beds together because he had all the things lined up around the room in little cardboard box things. They were all lined up around the room, and we pushed the beds together. That was it. I mean, me pushing the beds together is not a crime.
I'm not saying it was. It's just weird because to my knowledge, he's never done that.
He was building I guess he was going to build a fort. I don't know.
Okay.
It was just for Sunday. They got pushed back. I mean, there's nothing.
Okay. All right.
So that is the only reason. That is the only reason when they got pushed back that he would have had normal. That he would have peeled his arm after it happened on Sunday.
So
I don't know if whoever your friend is, a neighbor that knows all this bullshit, to give you the video footage of running out when the daggone fire was going on, and you will see. Oh, was I being whatever? Was I fussing? Was I doing anything but being loving to children?
Right.
I told everybody, oh, it's okay. We're gonna fix it. Nobody was yelling at anybody. Nobody was angry with anybody. Nobody was hurting anybody. Nobody was doing anything wrong.
But so.
It wasn't even that. I was scared.
But back up to something you said that that really struck me, Tisha. You said it went downhill. How? What do you mean? How did it go downhill? And then how did this Quincy Brown freaking dude get involved?
The story about Quincy. He told
No, but tell me the part about how did it go downhill? That's what I need to know. You said it went downhill fast and it got out of control, and maybe you freaked out, whatever. But
I never said anything about getting out of control. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said.
Okay, you said it went downhill, Tisha.
I said it went downhill, meaning Gannon was supposed to have a sleepover. His stomach started hurting. That's why we didn't get to have a sleepover. That's what it means. It means that.
Okay. I got you.
He stays up late.
All right, so listen.
See how when I talk to you, do you see how you already put me as if I'm some criminal?
No. I haven't criminalized you at all. I'm asking you questions. That's what you wanted me to do, and I'm asking you questions.
Bed feed you. I mean, really? Come on, Albert. That is not you saying to me, if God, how many times have you left out of town and my wife has took care of everything? That's not you doing that. That's not you taking my side. It's you picking up on
Hey, I can't hear you.
building the box. I said, you're saying something about us putting beds together when the child was building a box because you thought this is a box for his son. It's a problem if I get involved, and if it's a
I'm just trying to figure out. Tisha, babe, listen, okay? I'm worried to death about Gannon's safety, where he's at, all these things. I mean, yesterday, what you told me the bike story is not true now, okay? But you also said he had a hit.
You know how I feel. You want me to be honest with you? You know how I feel. I feel like if I just tell you something like that, it's what you want to hear. That's honestly how you make me feel. You make me feel if I just tell you there's some truck, and I even sit there and listen to you go, okay, it was an accident. Okay, this is what you to say, or you're
No.
because that is not Albert.
No. Yes, actually, yes, it is. As a recruiter, I did the same shit for 11 years, having to dig into people's past and everything, okay? And to get the truth. And you said, all right, listen, you told me, you keep telling me what I just want to hear. I just want to hear the truth, Tisha, okay? All right, hold on. Yesterday, listen, yesterday, and we passed this point, but you said there was a bike accident with a head injury. So is it just a bike accident that's not true? Or is it the head injury also that's not true?
No, there's no head injury or bike accident. I just told you. I felt like you wanted me to say something to you.
Okay, so now, what did freaking Quincy Brown do with Gannon? How did...
Can I ask you something? Do you think first of all, why don't you put this in perspective?
Okay.
Do you think I even know my way around Colorado first off?
Yeah, we've been here a year now. You go all over the place.
Okay, Colorado Springs, right?
You've been, yes. And we've been all over up there around the outlets, and we've been up there to Denver a bunch. Yes, I think you know a little bit about Colorado, so don't play me on that, Tisha.
I wasn't even going there. Do you see how I said that just to see you jump at me? Do you see how I said that?
Well, good. You got me. You got me jumping, all right? My son's out there messing with Quincy Brown. You got me jumping. You win, all right? What's your next question?
Listen to me. Can you listen to me?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We'll pause it here, and just for record purposes, I think the timestamp is 29 minutes and 45 seconds.
Looks like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. If we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning. All right, for the jury, please.
All right, people. That's the end of day. Shoot, and I forgot day 10 of the Letecia Stauch trial. We had 8 witnesses today. First of all, let's get rid of my window here. I'm back. Hello, everyone. I get punchy in the afternoon.
Seated record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
Judge, if we could approach.
Okay.
Oh, great. They're approaching. See, I knew if I did it, something spicy might happen. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so while they're chatting, just to maybe quick go over our afternoon witnesses. No need going over the morning ones. We did that at the end of the morning. We had Detective Peter Woods. He was the Myrtle Beach Police Department. They were the ones that are actually arrested Letecia and then confiscated her vehicle. It was a minivan. Processed that. They found a pink suitcase with white polka dots. Then we had John Price and dummy me forgot to write down And then the last one was number 8 was Amber Cronin. She's the witness currently, and she works for the FBI. She's a special agent with the FBI. I wonder if she's part of the good FBI. I would assume the boots on the ground FBI, or if she's part of the.
Okay. Court will be in recess then. We'll see everybody in the morning.
Never
Thank
mind.
you.
All right.
You know I'm going with the FBI thing. Those 3-letter agencies that are corrupt to the core. Peter Strzok, his lover, Lisa Page. James, what's his face? The big, tall, 7-foot giant a-hole. God, my brain just gets fried in the afternoon. So, yeah, today was, I mean, the only thing that kind of sticks out at me was the board that they found in the woods matched a board that was in Gannon's room. So again, kind of reflecting back on Harley's testimony yesterday, where she said her mom turned off her Life 360 and was kind of off the grid and nobody knew where she was. I am just going to surmise that she was out planting that board. Now, anyway, the other thing that kind of stood out to me today was the fact that Alyssa, who was witness number 4, and witness number 5, Tom Griffin, both kind of concurred. That's the witnesses that went over the blood spatter evidence. And Alyssa had said, she's part of the CSI team. She had said that she felt the evidence pointed at several bloodletting events. Now, that led to a question I had, which was, did he suffer for long? Like, did she start at a certain point and then, like, escalated later? I mean, who knows? God, I hope not. And then Tom Griffin, witness number 5, right before lunch, had said that there was 54 stains on the 2 walls. There were stains below where the bed was. Now, again, another question is, I believe last week they had said that the bed had already been moved by the time the, crew had got there. So my question was, did she move it, like when she was cleaning and then just never got a chance to put it back? I don't know. And then also, I kind of, feel like, kids, and I don't think from the pictures, was there even a headboard footboard, or was it just like, the bed frame with the mattress and the box spring on it? In which case it would be much lighter to like scoot across the room during some type of, event. I had used the analogy of kids jumping on the bed. I have 4 children. Believe me, I have seen beds move many times on carpet with headboards and footboards. Well, no, they had pretty light beds then. Anyway, so I think, and also I thought that on the wall, the picture, there was like a letter A, and then there was like all the markings with like little tiny ruler sticker things on it pointing in the direction of the drip. And, we follow the tail. We follow the tail to see the direction. But to me, it kind of looked like he must have been laying down. And then, during the attack, that bed started to move, which caused the splatter to kind of go down. Now, he suggested that there was a void on the wall, the B wall, which is the wall with the window. And again, I was kind of like thinking out loud, like, Jesus God, was he trying to get, because she had him cornered. So, like, was he trying to get out the window away from her? I don't know. And then I guess those are kind of my observations on what stood out to me. Let me know what you think in the comments section. Apparently that has something to do with like people's interaction with the videos. That's why every time you watch one, they're like, subscribe, follow, post a comment in the chat, post a comment below. So I don't know. But, I am kind of curious because I don't know what you want to talk about or I'm just completely speculating. However, on yesterday's video, right before lunch break, I was having like live on air epiphanies on what I think happened. I still mean to snip that out. So, the day ended with FBI Special Agent Amber Cronin on the stand, and there is a recorded phone call between Al Stauch and Letecia, and Amber is actually sitting next to him, listening and feeding him questions. So we're about halfway through that. So tomorrow, when court starts tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we will listen to, I believe it's like 20-ish more minutes of that. So make sure to take your Tylenol before tomorrow morning starts. And also a reminder that this particular trial, there is no coverage on Thursdays. The judge has other things to do on Thursdays. So this trial is Monday through Wednesday, 9 to 5 Mountain Time. So that would be 11 to 7 Eastern Time, 10 to 6 Central Time, my time zone. And then resumes on Friday. So it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday trial. For those of you that are watching on Rumble, there was some mischief that happened between yesterday and today. Yesterday we ended with 22 people, and you know how I've been itching to get to 25 so I can stream directly on Rumble. That's what they require. And we were at 22, and then this morning when I got on, we were at 8. But then several people commented in the chat that they were unfollowed. So if you could please follow. I did notice that there were several likes. Thank you very much. Again, that supposedly helps little tiny channels like this becoming big, giant, super popular, awesome channels. So if you could give us a follow, give us a thumbs up. I will post the link to the tomorrow stream. Just takes a few minutes after I'm done here. And then also, I want to look on Thursday. I may be streaming a House Select Committee hearing. They often do. Now, John Radcliffe was testifying today on some Select Committee hearing, but I'm really a big, giant fan of Jim the Bulldog Jordan, and also Representative Clay Higgins, who's on the border. He does he's the chairman of the border subcommittee. But if there is a House Select Committee hearing Thursday, I will stream that on Rumble. So follow me for true crime. Follow me for GOP political House subcommittee meetings. And in the future, I'd like to start doing the Trump rallies because me love him. I saw him in October 10th, 2019 with my son in Minneapolis. That was exciting. Made the news because of all the craziness that happened out on the street because the people here are nuts. So I'd like to do that too. So it's kind of a mesh between politics meets true crime, which if you follow U.S. politics, you know there's a lot of crime in politics. Lots of it. Biden crime family. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, lots of them. So thanks again for spending the day with me. And each day I feel like we're getting a little bit better. And who knows where we'll be by this summer. It'll be spectacular. Maybe we'll have guests and whatnot. Maybe one of the guests will be you. Well, thanks again. And have a wonderful evening. And we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. If you enjoyed the content, please hit that like button. Share this video on your social media. Subscribe to our channel. Turn on those important notifications. Follow us on Twitter. This channel is new, so that means we work for free. Any support is most appreciated through Rumble Rants, Venmo, or Buy Me a Coffee. All links are in the description box below. I look forward to your next visit to Crime Spies. Thanks again so much and have a blessed day. Thank you so much for spending part of your